Hello, good afternoon. It is afternoon. Welcome to the third, the third 24-hour live charity stream. Some of us just don't like to sleep, and it wouldn't be a live 24-hour charity stream without the delight, the wonder that is Kuva. That's probably done 44 of the last 48 hours. Would you say, Kuva, something like that?
Yeah, it's approaching that. It's monster efforts. I don't think you're going to get that kind of effort from me this time. Just not well enough for it. But as soon as you start talking football, though, as soon as a few of your favourite presenters are on the content creators, you just want to hop on, don't you? It's
Absolutely, mate. And I am my own favourite presenter. So
absolutely.
it's kind of, it is what it is. And I'm even busting out the 1982 England World Cup shirt for the occasion.
I noticed that.
What a shirt!
Is this Sav or is this Kevin Keegan?
I've never had sexy hair like Kevin Keegan. I've not had that.
I have, just not on my head.
Absolutely. Listen, everybody, first and foremost, thank you very much for joining us. I'm sure people will be popping in and out from a viewing perspective for the next 24 hours. There will be, I believe, in that WhatsApp group, we've got about 50 different YouTubers from different channels that will all be popping on and off throughout the day, throughout the night. So there's lots to get through. Now, listen, obviously there is a lot that's gone on in our community lately. And I wanted to hand over to Kuva to just say a few words before we start, because obviously this is something that's very important, very close to me, and I didn't want that to be tainted. So I want to hand over to Kuva to say a few words before we get into absolute nonsense football conversation for the foreseeable. Kuva, over to you, my man.
Yeah, it's I mean, most of you will be aware by this point of what happened about Bob Spur and his involvement and his NHS charity fundraiser, and the general lack of trust that you'd assume comes from that. I think it's important as a community we pull together and realise this is one individual. We can't ruin the goodwill and spirit of the whole community. And for what I'm seeing so far, people are pulling together over this rather than becoming mistrustful of other YouTube creators and charity streams going on. People seem to be sort of doubling down on realize why it's important we keep these things going and build up the trust again. If any's really been lost, I think the focus has been on the individual rather than the actual act of charity streams, which is a good thing. As Sava, as you'll know if you're regular on Sava's show, you can see where the money's going. It's an official link to an official charity. If we carry on as a community looking out for each other's backs, making sure things are all above board and police ourselves properly, we can serve this. We can look at this Bob Spur incident as a warning and help guide us throughout future streams. I think it would be a shame to let that overshadow all the good stuff that is being done. British Heart Foundation, that's going to be close to an awful lot of us. Certainly affected my family members, as I know it has with Savas. And there'll be an awful lot of you who feel the same way. It's one of the best fundraisers I can think of. There's a few that stand head and shoulders above the others, and this is one of the big ones. It's like a big time charity for me. So let's go do what we usually do. We've got big hearts. We've got good people in this community that we'll all pull together and show people what's what.
Absolutely. Listen, thanks, Kuva. Thank you for that message, because obviously it's important that people do understand that. I did have some people, as you know, Kuva, messaging me saying, is now the best time to do this? And it was already set up. But look, there's never a bad time for a genuine charity drive. There's never a bad time for it. But what I'm going to do, just because people have been asking me questions throughout the week in YouTube, look, I will show you. So I'm going to share with you, and hopefully you can see this right here. This is the official charity page, which you can see is the official British Heart Foundation page. You can see that just below where it says 5%, £201, there's the official British Heart Foundation badge, which shows you that this money doesn't go to me. I don't see it. I don't have to give it to them. The moment it leaves your bank account, it goes into theirs. Okay. So what I can do, hopefully you can see me scrolling here. You can see people have donated already. So it's the Perchie, Phil P, Anonymous. I've put some of my own money in, as you can see there. Darryl Denton, Morton Barley, Wayne Holland. Thank you very much to all those people. But you can see that money is officially there. Now, there will be people that put super chats in. So I want to assure you that what I will do and what I have done with if there are any super chats that go in, as soon as YouTube do pay that money out to me, I do put it straight into the Just Giving page. Okay, this isn't about me. I'm not making money for myself. I like to think that I'm okay. I'm comfortable in life. I don't need to do that. I wouldn't do that. So if you do put in a super chat, it will go into the Just Giving account. It won't go in overnight because it has to be paid out to me via YouTube, and that's at the end of the month. But please rest assured, if you do go into any of my previous charity streams, you will see that there's a rather large chunk of about 500, 600 each time that goes in from me to Just Giving. And as much as I'd like to say that was my own money, it's not. It's for charity. So listen, I know that's probably a load of boring nonsense, but I felt it was very important to say. And look, let's crack on. There's going to be a lot of debates, a lot of arguing, probably a lot of fighting. I'm sure some people will storm off. Maybe I will. It's just the way it is. Talking about arguing and debating and fighting. Ria, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm not too bad. What are you trying to say, that I'm a fighter?
Listen, I walked onto the stream the other day and you called me a dog. I mean, that was within 30 seconds.
You said you're a dog, and I said that would be insulting to my dogs. There's a difference.
Your dogs wish they had a beard like this. Come on, let's not.
You saw my Aussie? He's gorgeous. He is. How can you say that?
I know. Well, look. There's my Frank. What it's modelled on. There's Frank. But look, guys,
got to hear that right then. So if it would be insulting to your dogs, you're actually saying Savile is below the level of dog.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
fair. I think humans are generally, aren't they?
I know my pecking order, just like Spurs in a manager search. I know my pecking order. Don't you worry about that. Just quickly, before we do start, the official Just Giving link, I will post it every 10 minutes into the chat. But hopefully, and if people can give me the thumbs up on this, it is pinned. So everyone should have access to it on their screen at all times. We are looking to raise 4K. So far, we've done £200 and we're only 12 minutes in. So we're on a great trajectory. Let's start. I mean, we can talk about whatever we want. We've got loads of great quiz questions lined up for when it's a bit busier later. I've got guess the quotes. We've got a full-on quiz. I didn't write it was from another company. I won't tell you what, because people will go and check it and get the answers. We've got lots of guess the stats, and there'll just be a lot of nonsense. Let's start. Ria, there's only one place to start, right, with Tottenham Hotspur, surely. There's only one place to start. We still haven't got a manager, Ria, and it is now the 2nd of June. The season's been over for nearly a week. Out of 10, how much are you panicking? Or are you just like past the point of caring?
I'm actually past the point of caring. I'm at the point that just appoint a manager. And if it's Mason or Rodgers, don't hear me out about Rodgers. It isn't because of his past. It's because I just don't think he's a very good fit. His personality for Tottenham. It's nothing to do with what he's done and not done. But if it's one of them, I'm going to riot. But at the moment, I'm just like, just tell me who the heck it is. I just need to know. Because this back and forth is driving me bonkers. I don't believe anything anyone says. I've got like PTSD from Tottenham managers. That's how I feel.
I thought you were going to say you're at the point that you don't care, that you don't even mind if it's Mason or Rodgers. That's where I thought you were going with that. No. If I was really honest. Kuva, it's look, all roads look like they're pointing towards Mr. Postecoglou, my Greek friend, who's got a
Turkish, surely, with that name.
Listen, just let me run with it. Just let me run with it, all right? We're all the same. We've all got big noses and beards and stuff.
Hey, listen, fine, I haven't got a big nose. Don't say all Greeks have got big noses. I'm all right.
I was talking about the men.
That's
I promise you. I was talking about the men. And listen, and to prove my point, look, because I know I don't like to lie. Look, here he is. There he is. Look at that nose. Look at that beard. There he is. He's there. Kuva, he's got a cup final tomorrow with Celtic. The bookies have him now out there as the overwhelming favourite to be the Spurs manager. Are you expecting this to be announced by Monday?
Never expect anything with this club. Yeah, I think it does seem to be a pretty strong hint of it, doesn't it? I think he seems like he's quite an ambitious and aggressively minded manager. I think he'd jump at the chance of coming to the Premiership. Who wouldn't at the moment? That's where all the money is. That's where all the top players are. I think there's got to be some sort of truth to the rumours. If so, I'm all for it. We need somebody that's going to have a bit of a personality, shake things up a bit again, like we were hoping Conte would. But I think this bloke's more about very attack-minded football, very much having a go at the opposition, which is what a lot of us want to see.
Yeah.
So there's already a group of resistance against him I've seen on Twitter. You know, people actively saying they don't want him. I thought, why? Who are we going to get then? As Maria said, you know, it could be Mason or Rodgers. Would they prefer that?
But you know what? Those people who are saying those things have got air between those ear rolls of theirs, because what are they doing to say that they feel like we're above to getting Postecoglou? Like, what's the matter with them, man? Like, honestly.
Yeah, it's true. What
That's
is
what I was
the
going to say to you
alternative?
guys. That's what I was going to say to you guys. Aren't we at the point now where, you know, I keep having these debates with people over the last sort of week as to, Sava, set your standards higher, but we're not that attractive, right? Like, I don't feel we're that attractive anymore. There's a lot of work to be done, and could it be a case that this guy comes in for a couple of years, even to steady the ship, even to just build a team that is capable of passing more than 5 passes without losing the ball, and then we can go on to bigger things? I.e., Rhea, I'm saying, are Spurs fans now entering into this place of cuckoo land that they think we are bigger than we are?
Yeah, for me, definitely. Look at who we've had recent managers: Mourinho and Conte. We couldn't do anything with them. They've left. They got sacked. Where are we going to go from there? Carry on looking at what? Ancelotti? Is they going to be on the cards? No chance. Pep? Not getting him. Klopp? He's not leaving Liverpool for us. So where are we? We're tier below them, certainly, if not 2 at the moment. We're in this period of football that it's so depressing to watch in most games. There's a few goals going in, mostly because of the greatness of Harry Kane, but otherwise, we're at a level now where I feel we need a repeat of what Martin Jol did for us. Just steady the boat, get us playing some proper attractive football again, and get the feeling of enjoyment back into the club. Because the disconnect is one of those words that keeps coming up in all the conversations. So many people feel absolutely nothing towards the club at the moment. I've even stopped watching. That shouldn't be like that. And the team I love and I've supported all my life, that I don't even want to watch us play. Let's have some feel good back in the club. It's badly needed, and that's going to start with just playing some good football, something that gets you excited about players, gets you excited to watch some passing movements and good bit of attacking play. We're going to concede a few. We've got a rubbish defence. We all know that, but shouldn't mean we have to stop going forward and put everybody behind the ball all the time. We're erratic at the moment at best. There's little signs that we can do it. You know, second half against Liverpool, some of the best football we played in the season. Yeah. So it can be done. We've just lost our way, forgotten that. I think it's all about getting belief into some of these players now.
Let me ask you, Ria, from your point of view, and I'm not talking league position here, right? I'm not talking about. Let me ask the question first. Is this the worst you've seen it in the Premier League era from the point of view of the state that the club's in? Like, we've got nothing coming through the academy, no manager, no director of football. No one seems to be happy. Everyone in the media seems to be having a dig and a laugh at us. We've got no transfer strategy, no plan. Is it the worst you've seen it from that perspective at the club, considering the riches that we've got now compared to the 80s and 90s?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like that I went through the 90s as well. So I've seen us be pretty rubbish, but it felt different. I think because our expectations have changed as well. We're different to what were back then. We kind of accepted who we were back then, where now we've got this, we're different. And yeah, this has been the worst. I've never known my brother to tell me that he doesn't want to watch Tottenham, that he just wants to walk away. And I've never known my brother to say that ever about Tottenham, ever. And even he said it to me the other day, and I was shocked. I was like, what the hell? You've never said that.
Yeah, I completely hear you. I mean, listen, lots of people have started joking in the last year that, oh, I'm going on loan to this club and I'm going on loan to that club. And, at the beginning of the year, I was like, I'm going on loan to Man City. Now I'm at the point where I'm like, I'm going on loan to Charlton Athletic. Like, do you know what I mean? I'm thinking of going to Charlton Athletic games next year because the Valley isn't a million miles away from me. My mate works there as a match day presenter.
It's
Why
nice.
not?
It's all right down at the Valley. I used to live right near there myself, not far really. So when I lived in London,
where were you?
Yeah.
Where were you?
Around like Plumstead, Welling Way.
Oh, yeah, I used to play hockey there. Yeah, oh, long story. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So listen, I feel that's where a lot of people are. I'm seeing people saying now in WhatsApp groups I'm in for some of my more old school WhatsApp groups that people are going to watch their local non-league club as opposed to watching Spurs games on a Saturday. Now, I've never been in that camp. I've always been in the camp of, oh my God, you can't be a real fan if you find something else to do other than watch your club. Now they've drained me down to the point where I'm like, if I can get a stream, great. If I can't, I don't care. Do you know what I mean? And it's a real sad sign of the times. And I don't know. I mean, what do you two think? How do we get back from this? How do we get every fan pulling in the same direction again?
I think playing good football will make somewhat of a difference. I do think that if it's enjoyable and say we do get a Bostogoglu and he makes everybody kind of enjoy it again, I'm not saying it will fix it completely, but I do feel like that will make a difference. It's just enjoying watching our club. I just watch other teams to enjoy football. I never watch Tottenham to enjoy football anymore. What's the point?
Yeah.
We don't play good football. It's just boring, tiring, frustrating, all those things. So I used to just think, I'll watch City because at least City, I enjoy it. I used to message my brother, oh, look at City, look how they do this, oh, look how good they are. I enjoy watching it.
Yeah, no, I get you. I mean, Kuvat, one thing that's always leveled at Spurs, always leveled at Spurs in the Daniel Levy era is, oh, remember the 90s? Now, I don't know about you, Kuvat. I'm not saying we were the greatest football team in the 90s, but I knew what we were. I enjoyed watching players in the 90s, such as, the list, Gaza, Lineker, Klinsmann, Sheringham, Popescu, Ginola. Do you know what I mean? Like Anderton, I'm sure I could keep going with that list. But now I don't feel like I've got any of that identity or connection with what is going on. It feels like we're just a great big corporate monster that don't have any association with the fans. And by the way, painting a mural of Harry Kane doesn't change my mind on that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I agree. I think Maria was hitting the nail on the head there with saying it's all about getting some style back into the team, get a bit of flair, a few goals, a bit of attacking football, something worth watching. That's what will bring people back, without doubt. That's what I'm after, certainly. When you say about the 90s, I agree. Standard sort of 90s match day for me and my friends would be have a few drinks before the game, as you do, get in the mood, jumping around and jostling each other before getting into the match. And it didn't matter if we lost, as long as we saw a couple of bits of magic from Ginola, something like that, maybe a special goal from him, something worth talking about for a few weeks to come. You'd go home happy. That was the way it was. There was none of this turn up, oh, we got a 1-0 win. It was grinding football, but we won. I don't feel like celebrating those games. It's well done, you won, but I don't really want to watch that. However, we've gotten this weird sort of viewpoint now that you can only have attacking football if you lose. I don't know why people say that. I mean, I'm used to teams back in the 80s, some of the best teams we had that I've seen in my lifetime. We had this beautiful mix of grit and determination and superb flair and skill. It was a great team we had there. The Archibald Crooks, Hoddle, Mickey Hazard, our dealers, these sorts of players. They gave you so many memories because there was some special football, but there was also that blend of, like I said, a bit of grit to it. That's how you win things playing attacking football. But it certainly was attacking.
Absolutely.
We, like you said, we did it in the 90s. We just weren't very good at it. Nowadays, don't want to watch.
Well, one of the funny things is, Maria, I'm going to come to this comment. And by the way, I've seen a lot of donations coming in via Super Chats. I just want to confirm, if you want to do that, you can. But the link to the Just Giving page is directly in the chat. So it's up to you what you do. I just don't want to be accused of anything. The link is in the chat. It is pinned. Everyone should be able to see it. I understand that some people from abroad might not be able to use that link. I'm seeing a few people say that. But the link is there. I will post it every 10 minutes in the chat as well. So it's up to you. I'll come to those comments in a minute. Just before we do, Ria, do you mind, Ria? I always thought it was Ria, and everyone's calling you Maria.
Fine.
Are you? Okay,
it's fine.
Cool.
Either Mia, Ria, or Maria. Obviously, full naming me.
Cool. You can call me Sav, Sava, or Dog. It's completely up to you. So.
No, because then my beautiful dogs will come towards me probably if I play dog. I reckon they answer to anything.
Yeah, they do. Dogs do, don't they? Aston Smith, who was one of the groomsmen at my wedding, who is a West Ham fan, has said, "Isn't it funny that Leicester won promotion, won the league, won a cup, and then got relegated, and all that time Spurs won. ... Can we discuss this?" Now, Ria, what makes me laugh about this is, as Aston will know, and I say this to him all the time when he's trying to talk to me about football, he supports a small little club in London that have hardly any history at all, apart from apparently winning the World Cup in 1966. And even these fans now are bantering us because of how bad we are. Doesn't that show how far we've fallen?
That is the most depressing thing, to have a West Ham try and banter you. Like, it is so depressing. But what I will chuck back is, in that time, what have you won? Yeah. It's equal, isn't it? We ain't won nothing. You ain't won nothing. Cool, man. We're equal. Let's not discuss it.
I think the problem has been is that for years we've been a bigger club, right? And we've told everyone we're a bigger club, and we've had some I'm not saying West Ham haven't had good players in the Premier League era, but compared to the players we've had, and I can only imagine what it's going to be like, guys and girls, if West Ham win this competition. And we can play it down. It's just the Conference League, whatever you want to say. It will be on their record, Kuva, as winning a European competition. And that will make us look really, really, really silly.
And as much as people want to belittle this competition as well, it is effectively the UEFA Cup, what it used to be. It's like the third tier of our European trophies. It used to be the European Cup, the Cup Winners' Cup, and the UEFA Cup. Now we've got Champions League, Europa League, and Europa Conference League. So it is effectively a UEFA Cup, which is what we won in 1984. And that was the greatest night I've experienced as a Spurs fan.
Yeah.
So they're on the brink of doing that as well. So, you know, people can say what they want about West Ham and their lack of trophies, but if they win that, they've done better than us in terms of success than anything under Enid.
I'm just praying to the football gods. I'm praying to them every single day for at least an hour a day to not let West Ham win it, man. Honestly.
I mean, gone are the days when English fans were all like, come on, the English team in Europe. I feel like that's completely gone, hasn't it, from recent football history. But look, if you look at it, I mean, West Ham, you know, a Europa League final last year, a Conference League final this year. Why is it that when we're in these competitions, and we've been in both these competitions, by the way, we've been in the Europa League, never made the semi-final. We've been in the Conference League, didn't make it out the group. I just feel like sooner or later, all of my bragging rights for the last 20 odd years in the Premier League over West Ham is going to be diminished. And I feel like I'm going to literally have to sit there and listen to my West Ham mates and really have no comeback.
Yeah, we won't. The thing is, if they win it, like what Kuva said, like people have to take it seriously. Like, I would want to win any cup I'm in. And if I was in it, I'd want to win it as well. So good. Like obviously they've done it, and if they win it, we're going to look so shameful, like absolute shame on us as a club that we never took that seriously.
Yeah, shocking. I mean, Kuva, are you disappointed when that happens? Because I think it might be you I've heard say this, it might be someone else, but I'm pretty sure it's you, that you've said you would like us to go down that Sevilla route where we realise we're not good enough to win a league. You know, you're not competing. So let's put all the effort into the Europa Leagues and the Conference Leagues and qualify back for Europe and for Champions League that way. Would you like to see that?
And the domestic cups.
Yeah.
Because these are all competitions we can get our way through. If we accept that we are not going to be spending the kind of money or being the sort of coherent sort of putting a coherent squad together that challenges for league titles under this ownership, we can at least aim at the trophies that are a little bit below that. So why not? Why not? You don't see people winning any of these European trophies, including the Conference League. You look at the teams that win it. Do you think they're not celebrating? Do you think their fans aren't going crazy when they win it? Look at what happened with Roma. It's unbelievable. And yet we'll have people saying, no, Mickey Mouse, don't want it. So what? We just carry on trying to finish fourth and then get knocked out when we play anybody half decent in the Champions League. Yeah. Forever. Should we do that forever?
Do you know what? I don't understand where this delusion of grandeur comes from, because we've always been more of a cup team. We haven't been a team that's consistently won the league. So I don't know why people feel like that we should be winning the league and that is it. Like, I don't really get that.
Yeah, I just quickly, I want to bring up, I want to bring these up, and Alex Kiriakou, big love to you, man. Obviously, I love you, dude. But I'm this is where I'm baffled, people. This is where I'm really baffled, and we'll get to the super chats in a minute. Is Alex Kiriakou who's come in and said, say no to Ange, leave out ENIC out. He will make us worse. Just give it to Mason, in my opinion. This is going to be worse. Obviously, someone had responded to him. Now, Alex, what I don't understand is this. If you're going to belittle a manager that's experienced for the last 20 years and has won things wherever he's been, all right, it's not in the Premier League, but we're not expecting a manager that's going to come in and win. I can't take it seriously when your next follow-up sentence is, just give it to Mason. Like, how on earth do you feel? And I don't know if I'm alone in this. Let me know in the chat. I'll ask Rhea and Kuva this question now. How on earth can we belittle a manager that's got 20 years experience, is well respected in the coaching world, turn down Brighton before De Zerbi took the job, by the way, Brighton, who are well known for scouting and doing their due diligence. And then we want to turn around and say, but give it to Ryan Mason, who's never been a manager and has the personality of my microphone. Like, what's the where are we at with this guy? How have we got fans saying this?
I don't know. I'm just in disbelief that anybody would disrespect Postecoglou with what he's done. Because don't forget, Alex, that when we got Poch in, he wasn't this majorly experienced winning manager. So who do you want? Like, so you want Mason, who's even worse than Postecoglou, but you didn't know who Poch was either. So I don't really get where people's levels at, really.
And Alex, talking of Poch, that's a great point, Ria. If I remember, when Poch joined PSG, I seem to remember you posting pictures of you going out and buying a PSG shirt just because Poch went to PSG. So if we're going to take managers like, and Kuva, we've had this chat, the last three managers that have done, I don't want to use the word successful, but the last three managers that have done the best have been Martin Jol, who was a number 2 to Jacques Santini. No one knew who he was. Has been Harry Redknapp, who was from Portsmouth, and no one at the time would have been excited about. And Mauricio Pochettino, who was managing in the bottom half of the Premier League with Southampton. So why all of us, I just can't wrap my head around this snobbery for a club that are sitting 8th in the table, that are competing at the moment with the likes of Fulham and Brentford, let's be really, really honest, that we literally want to say this guy's terrible when the club is a shambolic mess.
People have an inability to apply context at times. I think it's you get your Spurs tinted goggles on sometimes. Perhaps you ignore a few obvious things. Big up Shawnee, by the way. Yeah, I think very much the case with as you rightly pointed out, Pochettino, for example. You look at his history. Espanyol team right down the bottom, near the bottom in the Spanish league all the time. The context is they were so skint they would have to sell almost their entire first team squad every season just to stay alive, and yet he was keeping them in the division. It was a fantastic achievement. Couldn't do it forever. You can't simply replace that many players every season and get away with it. Eventually it failed. But Southampton recognised what his qualities were. They brought him on. They brought youth players in. They brought their academy players on very strongly. Did fantastically well under those conditions. That's what got him the move to Spurs. It wasn't just us that were impressed with that. Clubs everywhere were impressed with that. That's why his legacy carried on. Despite it being sacked from us, he gets a job at PSG because he'd earned it. Now, PSG, it's a different kettle of fish altogether. You're under pressure to win the Champions League there. If you don't get that, you're getting sacked no matter what. That's the level they're at. Bayern Munich, very much the same in that respect. Put it in context, what these managers are good at, and going sometimes to get into the wrong kind of job at the wrong time for them. Posh at PSG, Nagelsmann at Bayern Munich. But for us, they would be great. For us, I think Postecoglou and the likes of De Zerbi, although he's not going to leave Brighton, they'd work wonders for us under the right conditions. If we're going to give them some youngsters to work with and seriously do investments in these up-and-coming players, I hate to say it, but doing a bit of an Arsenal in that respect. Buy young, give them time to flourish and work with the manager. You get the results over the course of time. Yeah. Now, we turn our nose up at this because they haven't got a CV a mile long with all these silverware on it. We've tried that. It hasn't worked for us either. We're going to have to just realise what we are. We are not one of the big teams. We're not elite now. We are mid-table right now. We're a club that should be up there near the top.
Changed very quickly, mate. Changed very quickly, though.
I don't think it can. I don't. We'll come to that in a minute. Look, let me introduce people before we go into this. First of all, Sean, big up. I think this is the first time I've ever seen you without a hat on stream as well.
I know, I was uncomfortable. I couldn't find it. So I'm going to go and find it.
No, it looks good.
It's not the top of the garden after Bugsy's nabbed it again, is it?
Probably.
I like it. I like it. Big up as well into the house is Steve. Steve, who supports more teams than there are in the world, but here he is. How are you, mate? You good?
Super Depor. Let's go, baby. Nah, I don't even have a Spanish club, to be fair. So I'm neutral with La Liga, but I don't know. I felt Deportivo. I don't know. I look in my closet and I'm like, what do I want? What do I want? And I mix it up. So
yeah. Man. I went England 82, and you've gone Depor. So thanks for joining. And
yeah, thank you.
The man, the myth, the legend that is Mr. Box Office is here, and it would be wrong of me to have Mr. Box Office on without putting up his favourite player of all time. There he is. It's John Carew. Here he is. It's almost as though I had that picture planned for when Alex joined the stream. I mean, who knows? Guys, we're having this. Let's get this conversation out of the way early in this stream before we get to quizzes and all that stuff later on. Steve, you and I actually had this conversation yesterday when we were talking about the whole Postecoglou and the disrespect. Yeah. And what we were saying yesterday afternoon was, you look at it, Arteta never managed a team before. Now everyone's saying that they want their own Arteta and they want to play like Arsenal. Gary O'Neill, people are saying, he should be in the conversation for Manager of the Year. Never managed a team before. This year goes in, does that. Yeah. Marco Silva. People going, Silva's done a good job at Fulham. Before this season, don't touch Marco Silva. He's done a terrible job wherever he's been.
Yeah.
Are Spurs fans in a complete... Are Spurs fans in denial? From someone who's not a Spurs fan, do you think we're all in denial?
Hell yeah. Well, not people on the panel, obviously. I mean, we all have a different opinion. But a lot of your fan base, yeah, I do. And like I said to you yesterday, Sava, I think it has a lot to do with the England versus Scotland football and kind of cultural beef, I guess. Some English people look up north and they're like, meh. Some people just don't. They don't rate Scottish football, which is fine. It's not a super league, but it's still a league that produces talented managers, talented players, etc. And teams have won European Cups, Celtic, Rangers, Aberdeen, etc. So not everything that comes from Scotland's bad. Scotland produced good players. there's good things that come from Scotland. And Postecoglou isn't from Scotland, obviously. He's Australian Greek. But right now he's managing Celtic, and he's doing a fantastic job there. And I like Rangers, bro. So if you take that alone, if me as a rival is admitting my greatest rival has a very good manager, I think that deserves some some credence. I understand some people are skeptical about it. That's fine. But whatever happened to having a neutral opinion or just admitting, like, do you know what? I don't know enough about the guy. Let me go look him up. Maybe let's watch the Celtic game tomorrow. I know they're playing a second division Scottish team, Inverness, but let's just watch, It for me, it's like, okay. Okay. If you're gonna have such a an overwhelming opinion on someone or something, surely you'd have some information that you've witnessed with your eyes or some feedback, context, whatever.
Yeah.
But it's just like it's a sweeping thing that it's like, bro, I know you don't watch Celtic and I know you never have, but you're saying Postecoglou out. The guy isn't in the job. The guy is not in the job. How can you kick someone out of a job?
Postecoglou out. Sean, let me come to you before I come to Mr. Box Office, because I'm hoping for a famous Mr. Box Office rant to kick the show off. Sean, look, this whole Postecoglou thing, we've had say no to Rodgers. We had say no to Gattuso. People didn't want Fonseca. They don't want Potter. I've seen people don't want Enrique because he's not the right fit because of the football he plays, and we can't do that immediately. Some people didn't want Nagelsmann because he's a hipster. Some people didn't want Slot, saying, oh, it was just the Dutch league. Now it's just the Scottish league. Who on earth do we want, Sean? Like what are we literally going to have a vote and pluck a YouTuber out of the community and stick him in charge or her? Because this is getting ridiculous now, isn't it?
Well, I've heard you say that before. I heard you saying it when we were on Henry's channel on Wednesday. Who do Spurs fans want? And I think that, there's an element of the Tottenham fans that don't want Postecoglou, but there's lots that would be okay. There's an element that don't want Potter, but there's lots that will be okay. There's an element that doesn't want Enrique, but there's some that will be okay with it, etc. So I think when there's always going to be people who don't want every single manager that will ever be linked. There'll be someone that wouldn't want Pep or Jurgen Klopp or whatever. Right? So sure. I think that when you say, if you don't want all these people, who do you want? I think every single Tottenham fan that has said no to one probably has a preference, a preferential choice to manager somewhere else. What I would say, for me personally, so I did a video on Tottenham News yesterday, and it was the first time I think that I've really gone into my thoughts on Postecoglou. And the way I do my videos, because when I'm on panel shows, I like to I'll be a contrarian and take the other side of the debate because I think it creates good content. When I'm on my own walks with my dog, I argue both sides of whatever the talking point is, and then I'll land on my own point. I've never seen as many Celtic fans in my life as I saw in the comments of my video yesterday. And my God, are they passionate people, right? They're so into their team and they are so into Postecoglou. Like a lot of them were he's not going to go anyway, so forget about it. You Tottenham fans are kidding yourselves. You're deluding yourselves if you think Postecoglou would give up Celtic to come to Tottenham. But in any event, whether they're right or wrong about that, what I did take away from it was to have a set of fans who are so in love with their manager is a beautiful thing. And what he's achieved at Celtic, other managers have achieved, right? Other managers have achieved the treble, or if that's Postecoglou, presuming Postecoglou gets it. Martin O'Neill got it. Brendan Rodgers got it. None of them have the same relationship with. None of those fans have the same relationship with Martin O'Neill or Brendan Rodgers or Neil Lennon or the Scandinavian guy, Rod Alio, I think I forget his name, that they do Postecoglou. And so to me, I've warmed up to this idea of this guy coming in. He wasn't top of my list, of course he wasn't. But if he signs, if we do sign him, I will get behind it and I'll be excited, because I heard you when you were starting. You asked the question, how do we unite Tottenham fans? And Maria said, good football. And I could not agree more, right? If you can get a manager that comes in that speaks the English language like perfectly, fluently, who's an engaging manager who will get the fans on side, where press conferences will be exciting to listen to, and where he can get the best out of the players and playing front foot football, I think it will be something to get really like knowing that we're so far away from trophies. The very first step in getting everyone together will be having a philosophy that at least appreciates good football. And I think that Postecoglou's the guy. So I've gone 180. I was against the managerial search, but yesterday the comments that I got from Celtic fans, how passionate, how much they love this guy, to me it speaks volumes. And I am well up for it.
Yeah. Absolutely. Alex, I'm going to come to you. Before I do, mate, please forgive me. I should go through these super chats. Now, I will stress, and sorry if I repeat this over the next 24 hours, you're more than welcome to put super chats in, and I will transfer them once YouTube pay me, but the link is pinned in the chat to the Just Giving page. I can't be clearer about that. I'm putting it in every 10 minutes as well. The link to the Just Giving official British Heart Foundation page is there. Please use that if you can. If not, super chats, I will transfer them. First and foremost, we'll go with Patrick McCrory. Thank you very much. A wonderful donation to kick the show off. He's even shouting at me, saying, "Do it, Sava!" Cheering you on all the way from the USA. You're a good man for doing this. Listen, it's not just me. All of these people who are joining for the 24 hours, it's all of us. We're all doing it. Thank you so much. That is a wonderful, wonderful donation. And thank you very much. Can't say more. Steve, big up, who is on the panel. Here he is. He looks like he's got about 15 litres of drink there. I don't know if that's alcohol or not, but you crack on, mate.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, he's going to be drunk for 24 hours solid. You go for it, mate. Kuba Shkilia.
Man, I miss those days. I haven't had a drop of alcohol now in nearly a month because of my health issues, and I'm sitting there looking at you, going, bastard. You absolute bastard.
What is it you're drinking?
I'm hating it.
Malibu and fizzy pineapple, isn't it?
Malibu and NOS energy drink. So it does two jobs in one. I'm one of those guys.
Pints of it,
mix.
I'm a vodka Red Bull kind of guy, you know. I like living a bit on the dangerous side. But.
From here, it looks like you've put our Kermit in a food mixer.
Anyway, Steve, listen, thank you very much for your donation. The next donation is from a user. I love that name. It's just so simple. I said, "Hey, Sava, good job on these live streams. Heart Foundation also very close to me." Yeah, listen, I'm sure everyone in some way has been affected by heart conditions. So look, let's do what we can. Thank you so much. The next one up is one of the worst people I know. Oh no, it's not. It's Perchy. Big up, Perchy. How are you, mate? He's put, "All use the Just Giving page so you don't take a cut." Absolutely. The Just Giving link is there. I can't force you to use it, but it is there. It is there. And please note that there will be free 8-hour segments, by the way, because otherwise, if you go over 12 hours in a stream, YouTube don't play it back. So please note that this will be changing over at 8 p.m. tonight, but we'll worry about that in a few hours' time. Thank you, Perchy. Who have we got next? We have got Callum. Big up, Callum. Thank you so much. I said, "Top lads, great what you're doing." And Ria, top lads and Ria. Great what you're doing. When do you think we can wear our Spurs tops in public again without getting rinsed? It's embarrassing. 2030. Listen, I've moved to England. And England are rubbish. So I've moved to a rubbish national team as well. But thank you so much, Callum, for that. Sorry, Mr. Box Office. I will get to you soon. I promise, mate.
We can't all be like 10 Team Steve over there who can support any team in it. So you decide what shirt, who won today. Sweet, I'll just put that one on.
Ria, I'll see you in August down at the Valley. We're going there. Don't worry about
I'm
that.
definitely going to be over these 24 hours. I am going to have to explain myself why I like a bunch of teams. And that's fine. That's fine, man. I'll definitely be swapping out. I'll be swapping out all 4 of my shirts. I get bored of looking at them. Never mind an out 24 hours.
I'll come to you, Steve. I'll come to you. Big up Paddy Hartnett. Paddy, always a big supporter of the channel. Good guy. Thank you so much, Paddy. Really appreciate that. And he said he would have put more money in if it was an Ireland shirt I was wearing. But unlike Steve, I don't have a cupboard full of national team shirts just to pluck out. A user is back. Thank you very much. Saying we are a graveyard for managers. Absolutely, and I think that has to take some of we have to take that into accountability when fans are just saying things like, "Get Enrique, get whoever." I think we have to take that into account.
Why are we a graveyard? They all go on to win things after us.
Yeah,
We're not a graveyard.
we'll come to this comment afterwards, Sean. I promise. Wolves Finland, big up Wolves Finland. Hope you're well. As said, sorry, I can't use your link. Demand credit card. No worries at all. Listen, I will transfer this. Don't worry, it will go in. I am not Bob Spur. I don't know if it's too soon for that dig, but I'm not, and I will do it. And everyone has proof that I've done it in the past. So, where are we? A user is back again. he's really angry about Spurs, saying, "I used to care about the transfer window, players, managers coming in and out. Right now, I could not be." I know what that meant to say, but I could not be asked. So, yes, I think a lot of people are feeling that way. But unfortunately, when you have a YouTube channel, you have to kind of make it your business to be interested. But thank you very much. Israel Uncovered. Big up to you. Thank you very much. As said, big up everyone. Great calls. Fantastic panel. Looking forward to the quiz. Wishing everyone a nice, relaxing weekend. Come on, you Spurs. There's loads of quizzes, mate. We've got lots of quizzes. Perchy's putting together some games that involves.
What time is the first quiz at?
It depends what the traffic's like and people's appetite, Sean. I just don't want to peak too early like American Pie. Do you know what I mean? So need to take that into consideration. But thank you, Israel Uncovered. Really appreciate that. Ryan 217 said, guys, what is our plan if Ange turns us down? I'll tell you what, let me star this. I will come back to this comment. That's a great question. But thank you very much for the donation. Leon Felix Cooper has just become a YouTube member. Thank you very much. That is much appreciated. If you haven't already liked, please do like the show. It helps spread this algorithm around the internet, and then more people can donate to charity. So it's a win-win. And then there's Glenn, who's come in and said, big up Sava, big up Glenn. I know how much you despise the owners, have done for years. So big up to you, my friend. And then we have got the disabled team in the house. Big up the disabled team. Always a big supporter of many channels. They've shouted at us. Big up Sava, Kuva, Mia, Sean, Steve, and Mr. Box Office. Can't forget Mr. Box Office. So thank you, everyone that has donated. If you haven't put into the link yet, sorry, guys, I will get to some chat in a minute. Please do. We've got £236 in the Just Giving account so far. Let's see how quickly we can get that to 500. And I'm putting the link back in the chat right now. I will stop talking now. Alex, you're someone who never holds back. Ange Postecoglou, what are your thoughts? And kick off the conversation for us. When Ange Postecoglou turns us down because Celtic are a bigger club than us, where do we go from that?
Just need to remind people, because someone was asking me the question. Dave 68 of the worst kept secret in football. Tottenham Hotspur still not got a manager. On the road to 72 days, yeah? And 72 days of absolute nothing, like I said before.
Why are you skipping
another
out
thing as well, I need to say this as well. Another thing as well, by the way, because I know the flip-flop, Sean's now just interrupted me already, like always, status quo. It was Mr. Box Office. When I hear Steve saying that we need to do research. Well, my research, like I said last night, is the money I paid every single week going to the stadium every single week. You know what I mean?
Alex, sorry, just quickly, are you firing shots at Sean and Steve? Should Kuva, Ria and I should we get our hard hats on ready for the attack?
Mr. Box Office, let Mr. Main Event speak, because he's only got half an hour and then he's got to go because time's ticking. You know what I mean? Time's ticking. The Main Event needs to speak while the apprentices need to listen. The master talks, like they say every single time. You know what I mean? So like I said, Steve, you know what I mean? And big up to you, by the way, Steve. You know what I mean? Because you're a good guy, like I said. But like I said, the money that I'm paying every single week, that's my research, bruv. That's my research. And that's what Daniel Levy should be doing. And by the way, I'm sick of hearing that name, Daniel Levy, because that's why I've said this club's turned into a political club, yeah? Hence the name. why I told Sean as flip-flop, even though he's doing really well at the moment, Mr. Box Office always will call it out how it is, and that's it every single time.
Flip-flop?
Yeah, I mean, and so that's it. And
wait. Why am I flip-flop?
Let Mr. Main finish, make yourself known, because you couldn't do it in 10, I'll do it in 5. My point is, my point is, before I was really interrupted. My point is, Postecoglou, yeah. Until we get a director of football, okay, and I get proof that we're not a political club, yeah. I'll start.
Can I just interrupt you a second, Alex? Apparently, Postecoglou doesn't have
the main event.
Hold on,
wait just a minute. Wait just a minute. I haven't finished. Wait just a minute. Wait just a minute. Wait just a minute. I haven't finished yet.
Box. Calm yourself down.
Wait just a minute. Wait just a minute. Is that what you called it? The waffle box? Wait just a minute. Oh, for goodness sake, I can't even finish. What is going on here?
Look, let Alex finish. Let Alex finish.
For goodness sake.
Let Alex finish.
You know what I mean?
It's for charity, Alex. Let Alex finish.
Right, before I got even rudely interrupted, my point is, right, is that just because Postecoglou's in it, as far as I'm concerned, the guy needs to prove himself, as far as I'm concerned, because all I've seen, like I said before, the energy's not changed, because this season's been absolutely bang average. Yeah, by the way, just to remind people, because people completely forget, because all of a sudden now, this guy's the best thing since sliced bread, I've been told. And I'm like, well, I didn't know nothing about Celtic.
Anyone, sorry, I'm going to interrupt now, and I'll put a pound in the jar.
I've never told nothing about Celtic. No, wait just a minute, because Mr. Botts, let Mr. Botts finish his dinner, bruv. Let us finish his dinner, for goodness sake. No one's interrupted anybody else, but Mr. Botts office gets really interrupted. It's shameful. The point I'm making is, yeah, so I can make the point, is that no one's told me about Postecoglou at the moment. I've never really known about him. That's the thing. So he needs to make himself known. You know what I mean? Like Pochettino did, like Martinelli did, and like Harry Redknapp did, and that's it. And that's all I need to say, and that's it. Because I'm getting interrupted every single time, and that's it. And I'm done. I'm out of it, bro. I'm done. I'm gone. I'm done.
Alex, I was listening to you.
I'm out of it. I'm done.
He's gone. Alex, come back. It's a charity stream. Alex, come back. Come back, Alex.
And that's it.
That's it. I'm done.
Back to you, Sava, to say something stupid.
What was he talking about? What was he saying? I don't know what he was talking about.
What question did I even ask him?
About something.
No. Okay. All right. Chief of timeout. Refs, coaches challenge. NFL. All right. What happened was Maria interrupted Mia. I'm sorry. Is it Mia or Maria?
Eva's fine.
She's a flip-flop on her name.
Right, I'll go Mia. I'll go Mia. I like the name Mia. Anyway, so Mia interrupted a little bit, which was cool, but the Mixer box office was like, nah, bro. And then it kind of descended a bit of chaos. And then he got talking again. And then Sava was like, hang on. Because he said, Alex said, what was it? That
everyone's saying
Jesus. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
He was saying, okay.
No one said Postecoglou is the best thing since sliced bread.
Yes, sliced bread. Thank you, Sean. I might already be hammered. Jesus. Anyways.
Can I just say as well? Let's just Alex, come back wherever you are out there in the world of the internet.
Baby, come back.
When he said like his research is the money he pays, I don't know what that's got to do with the research on Ange Postecoglou. I'm not sure what that means. But listen,
he's saying I don't have to make the decision. I don't need to have an opinion on Postecoglou. That's why I pay for someone at Tottenham to do that. But
fair enough.
We can all have an opinion before someone comes in.
I love Alex so much. I really, really do. Danny Kiriaku's in the house. There he is with his bun. Danny. Danny.
Saba, just super quick before you bring Danny in. One last question. Why did you bring up a page of recipes? Were you gonna pivot somewhere and wind Alex up? Was it waffle recipes?
Waffles.
It was just Bing images of waffles.
Oh, was it images? Oh, fair enough.
Yeah. That's what he pulled up. Yeah. Waffles. Yeah.
I've got so many pictures stored at the back for people that are coming on and stuff, so it's all good. I'm not going to lie. Do you want to see my favourite picture, which is going to appear throughout the show?
It's not one for 10-inch Alan Sibley, is it?
It could be. I mean, talking about 10-inch. Mr. Ginola to get the heart racing. I mean, Danny, you've got to follow Mr. Box Office there. It would be like being in a presidential debate and then having to follow Donald Trump. I mean, it was just a lot of words, a lot of stuff going on. Danny, let's move on. The question would be, if Postecoglou is saying today that he hasn't spoken to us and he's not giving a lot away, if he hasn't been spoken to and if he does reject us or he's not approached, where on earth do we go, Danny? Is it then down to Potter and Rodgers?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think Potter will take the job. I just got a funny feeling he won't touch it. He didn't want it before. Why would he want it now? Unless he's desperate to kind of get back into football management. He turned us down before because he knew about how the club was and how Levy runs. He didn't want to work with Levy. So why would he want to do the same now? And if he comes now, for me, it doesn't feel like he's coming because he wants to come. He's coming because he's out of a job and it's an opportunity. So for me, if Postecoglou doesn't come in, do you know what? I'm just going to stop caring after this. Like, I think for me, like, I've already stopped caring anyway. But after like doing my research about Ange, and after I watched an hour and a half documentary about him yesterday, and I tell you what, he's exactly what we honestly.
It's a good watch. I've watched it. It's a really good watch, Danny.
It's brilliant. It's brilliant. You, honestly, people need to understand like what this guy has done and how hard he's worked to get to where he has to, where he's got, and every single player and every single coach and everyone that's worked with him says the same thing about him. His style, how he is as a manager. He literally is like that kind of Pochettino type of person where he can be strict, but he's a father figure. He puts his arm around the players. And let's be honest, the Tottenham players, they need to be cuddled, man, because they're a bunch of fucking idiots. Well, let's be honest, they're a bunch of pussies, a lot of them. So that's my opinion. So they need a good little hug from big old Ange, Father Ange, and I think he's the best option we've got right now. What's available in terms of his style of football, everything. And if he turns us down, forget it. Just write off Spurs. Honestly, write off Spurs. We're finished. If we can't even get Ange Postecoglou, right? Someone who's been managing 20 years in the game, his first proper opportunity at a big club in Europe, and he's going to turn us down. If he turns us down, just forget it. Ryan Mason in, let it blow up, let it capitulate. Sean, you're hearing it from me. Let it capitulate. I don't give a shit. Honestly, don't care.
I mean, everybody, I'm not going to go around in any particular order. Anyone can take these questions.
Your mic drop for me then. What did you just say, the last thing?
I said I'm not going to go around in any particular order. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. I'm back. Okay, I'm not going to go in any particular order, but guys, if somebody like Postecoglou, who a certain section of the fan base think is beneath us, was to reject us, just how embarrassing is that for the football club? In all honesty, how embarrassing would that be for the club if now managers from the Scottish League, which is awful, apparently, reject us?
I mean, it is embarrassing, and at the same time, because I was talking with Danny last night. Obviously, he lives in Amsterdam. There's a big club there. I don't know if you heard of Ajax before, but
never.
We were talking about. Yeah, I haven't either. They haven't done much. But anyway, I was talking with Danny about it, and we were talking about if Postecoglou doesn't go to Spurs, I see naturally they're looking for a manager because Achiaga, their interim manager for Schroeder, who had to leave because he was terrible. I think if he rejected Spurs, I think his natural next move, if he left Celtic, would be going to Ajax, because the football he plays, the 4-3-3, the way that he sees football, I think it's a match made in heaven, and it makes a lot of sense. I think he has a personality for it, because if you have the personality to thrive at Celtic, which is a mammoth of a football club, just like Rangers, just like Ajax, just like a Porto or Benfica or whoever. There are big clubs outside of the top 5 leagues. You know what I'm saying? What? Why is he what?
I don't know.
Anyways, no, but honestly, I see. If he gets rejected, if he rejects Spurs, I think it would be because a team like Ajax, who yes, they've had some problems ever since Overmars left, and obviously Van der Sar, he's screwed up royally for Ajax. I think he would be rejecting you guys not only because you're a shambles at the moment, and it's because at Ajax Ajax already have something over you, and that's the academy, the world famous, arguably best in the world, and one of the best in history academies to work with.
Yeah. Anyone else? I mean, anyone else want to jump in on that? And just before you do, I'll just say that he's gone. He's the favorite. He's the joint favorite as well right now for the vacant Marseille job as well. So speaking about a man that possibly an Ajax
as much in Marseille.
No.
Something I've certainly learned about him though. That I've been going around the last few weeks saying, correcting people, say no, surely it's Postacoglu, isn't it? Because I've got a friend whose surname's Sarajoglu, and it's definitely a Turkish name. So I thought must be the same. Apparently his surname was. Apparently
it's like Çalhanoğlu.
His surname was Turkish, but they're a Greek family, so they changed it to the Greek version and put an O before the U at the end. So it is Postacoglu, and I was wrong.
That's a wonderful story. Right?
Yeah, appreciate that story.
Good story, Kuva.
Good one.
I was wrong about at least 5 or 6 things yesterday.
Yeah, brilliant.
Sorry, we're really pushed for time, aren't we?
We got a lot of things.
Come on, Kuva. We've only got 22 hours and 55 minutes to go.
That's all the material.
If Postacoglu
to be honest,
doesn't go to Spurs, go on, Sean.
Are you sure? Okay, I'll be real quick. Quick. To Sava's point specifically, if he turns us down, how embarrassing will it be? It will be embarrassing if the fans who think that we are currently too big for Postacoglu, right, then talk about how much of a joke it is that Postacoglu turned us down. You can't have your cake and eat it. Either we are too big and he's an idiot for turning us down, and it's not embarrassing for us, he's just a moron, or your opinion about us being too big for him is wrong in the first place, and actually he is our level, or maybe he's above our level. Like, you can't have it both ways. So keep an eye out for the fans who currently say, like, go on Twitter, keep an eye out for the fans who are hashtagging no to Postacoglu, and then keep an eye out for what they say, should Postacoglu then turn us down? Because I guarantee you a large section of them will also say it's an embarrassment. We're an embarrassment of a football.
Great comment.
you know, Sean, that's the definition of a flip-flop. That is what they're going to do. That's exactly 100%. What they're going to do.
Danny, I'll bring you in here. Danny, I'll bring you in here. But again, this is a point Steve and I covered yesterday. It's exactly the same with someone like a De Zerbi. Any fan that doesn't watch any other league would have said, who? Who?
I've been saying this for ages.
But Postacoglu was wanted by Brighton before.
I told you this yesterday, Sam. I told you this yesterday.
I know. All right, ITK.
No, but I'm just saying, like, this is what fans they don't do their research. I know a lot of us here actually do some research, and we look into things, right? And what's so funny is that they actually wanted him first. He said no because he didn't want to leave Celtic mid-season, right? Look what's happened this season. He's pretty much on the verge of a treble. So for him, that's a good personal decision why he didn't leave at mid-season, right? He wanted to try and achieve something in this season. And then maybe if he'd done the treble, then he can maybe think about leaving in the summer, right? Which is what he might do. And the fact that Brighton wanted him first, it makes me so angry that Spurs fans are like, oh, Brighton have run so well. Look at how they scout. Look at how they pick their players. It's amazing. But they're the ones who wanted Postacoglu. And now he's not good enough for Spurs.
Achieve, right? And realistically,
it's exactly sure.
He's not gonna win the Champions League. He's not gonna win the Europa League. Right? He's not even going to, they're always going to be in one of those two because they're not going to get dropped into the Conference League. So he's never going to win a European title, realistically. I hope to any Celtic fans that may be listening, I don't want to be disrespectful, but there's levels. And so Like, he's done the treble. This is the best you can realistically do at Celtic. I think it's job complete. Next project.
Yeah, so do I. And do you know what, Sean? It's funny because people spit on his name, right? Because they don't actually do their research. They don't actually watch Scottish football or anything like that, right? I mean, I'm not a massive I don't watch Scottish football a lot. Very occasionally, maybe the Old Firm derby, but that's about it. But like, if you actually look at like where he's come from, for example, look at where Alex Ferguson came from. Look at where Arsene Wenger came from. Arsene Wenger came from the J League to Arsenal, right? So people forget these things that like, oh, but you look at things in hindsight, right? Arsene Wenger now you'd say is one of the greatest managers ever to grace the game, right? In terms of the way he revolutionized football as well. No
one knew who he was when he arrived at Arsenal.
No one knew who he was, Sean. Exactly. No one knew no one knew that Alex Ferguson was going to become the greatest manager of all time, right? He took 3.5 years before he started changing things at Man United. 3.5. They wanted to get rid of him.
How old was Ferguson when he came to United? He wasn't young, was he?
God, that would have been in the late 80s. Would that have been Couva? Mid 80s, Couva?
Yeah. 86.
86, I want to say. So
he did St. Mirren.
He must have been late 40s, right? He must have been late 40s.
Yeah, it was late 40s.
I think everyone forgets with Ferguson as well how this guy. When people say, "Oh, it's Ferguson was winning European trophies with Aberdeen," like
1983.
Do you know what I mean? This was
the last final
before.
Okay, so he was 42 then when he came to United. If it was 83 when he joined, he was 42 then. I suppose it's not that old.
No, he joined United later than 83.
Yeah, because 1983 they beat Real Madrid in the Cup Winners' Cup final.
1986, so he was 45.
Yeah.
I mean,
that was the last European final, by the way, that Real Madrid have lost to Aberdeen in '83 under Sir Alex.
Well, just quickly, I want a couple of questions that I want to bring up. First of all, this one is quite interesting, and I'm going to come back to this in 1 second. But what I will do is bring this one up first. And this, for me, is all about be careful what you wish for. Because as Robin 8 says, there was a time Spurs fans were looking down upon the likes of Emery and Eddie Howe, right? Mm-hmm. Now, look at the job those two have done. But I remember at the time, everyone was, Unai Emery, the Arsenal reject, and Eddie Howe, he's only done half a good job at Bournemouth. Now look at them. And I feel like we're in the same position. Now I'm going to bring the conversation on to those two.
It's what I said earlier, isn't it, Sav? It's an inability to apply context. Eddie Howe, with what he did at Bournemouth, was incredible. Shoestring budget, kept them up season after season.
Sure. And let's talk about that then, that kind of ethos. And then, look, Michael Carrick and Vincent Kompany were two managers that the moment Conte was sacked or left or, mutual, I don't know what happened, feigning injury or whatever he did. Carrick and Kompany were two managers that lots of people talked about in terms of, right, let's get them in. They're young, they're hungry, they've had good seasons with their club side in the Championship. At that time, I remember everyone going, not experienced enough. I just don't know anymore, guys. I don't even have a question there. I just don't know. If we think that they're too young and inexperienced, Eddie Howe and Unai Emery weren't wanted before. No one wanted Potter. No one wants Potter now or Rodgers. No one wants Postecoglou. I genuinely don't know what this football club is going to be. Day by day, I'm worrying that it's going to be Mason.
No, I think it will be.
It's more unrealistic, isn't it? I think people want Batman.
Batman.
Doris the tea lady in. Hashtag it, everybody.
Yeah.
I thought it was Robin
Cooper.
Batman. Sorry.
I would take Batman.
I thought it was Robin.
Yeah,
they can't afford Batman
money as well.
They can't afford Batman. They'll go for the cheaper option. Robin.
We'll get Robin. Yeah.
Yeah, it's true. It's true, isn't it? I mean, would anyone take a Michael Carrick? Would that be?
What do you guys have to lose besides your spot in the Premier League?
Do you know what? That's a good point.
It's a fairly big. It's like losing a limb.
Yeah,
not that bad. Not that bad. You still got 3 others.
It's chance we'll have a silverware, though, isn't it? Championship.
Championship. Yeah. Would that count? Would that count if we didn't get relegated?
If we came up, it would be via the playoffs.
Yeah,
it would be the playoffs. Yeah.
It would be, wouldn't it? It would be, yeah.
Or we'll finish second.
We'd be in the top two. We'd be in the top two for 45 games of the 46 championship season, and then finish third on the last day.
Daniel Levy would be okay with it because he would have read somewhere that the playoff final was the richest game in football.
Yes, yes.
John.
It's so true. So, Carrick, guys and girls, why wouldn't we consider a Michael Carrick when we've looked down the road and seen what Arsenal have done with Arteta? Why not? Carrick's been around the Man United setup for over a decade. He's a very decorated player. I think he'd be well respected. He's had a good year with Middlesbrough. Why couldn't we just get a young manager like that in and settle for that and move forward and let him build and grow? Why not?
Is he proper Spurs?
Does he need to be proper?
For some fans. For some fans, that's literally, and I said
I don't remember him ever really talking like. I don't remember him ever really kind of like bleeding white and navy.
Oh, I know. Oh, yeah. Okay.
Afterwards, you know,
he never played for you guys or anything. Never supported him as a kid. Okay.
No. He did play. He did play for us.
He played for us.
Oh, okay. He's proper Spurs then.
He had 2 seasons at Spurs.
No, he played for us. He was brilliant, and we loved him. But then as soon as United come calling, he moved on. All I'm saying is that later on in his career, when he talks about his achievements and his career, he doesn't really mention Tottenham too much. Right. He talks very favourably about the start of his career up north, and then Manchester United, obviously. So,
why would you mention Tottenham, Sean? Like, come on, man. He's probably
people like Dimitar Berbatov always talk very favourably about Tottenham.
Yeah.
But
you know,
Berbatov was different though. He was like a fan
talks
favourite
about
though, wasn't he, Sean?
Crouch.
Like Berbatov he just had a connection with the fans.
Defoe.
But can I ask why does it does it really matter? We're talking about somebody coming in and managing the club, not someone coming in that the fans can idolize from a playing.
Well, but Saba, some people that's all it takes for them to be like, oh my god, I love this. Oh, this is amazing.
Yeah. Just
like with Ole, right? Ole, when Shearer was manager at Newcastle, I mean, we were what? I think this was what 2008-09. And we gave Shearer as interim manager 9 games, and he couldn't save us. So I mean, but you know, it's still for me the Carrick thing. I think he's done well at Middlesbrough, and then the fact that there are some fans of clubs, any club, not just Spurs, there's Chelsea, everyone else. If you have a former player come in, even if he was only there for 2 years, I mean, Arteta wasn't. How many years was he at Arsenal for?
I think Michael Carrick is actually from Middlesbrough. Now, I think actually that's where he started, or that's where he had his youth system or whatever, and he's definitely from that. His accent is from that part of the world, the North East. So he might have a deeper affiliation with Middlesbrough than Tottenham.
I think he's one of the most underrated, by the way. Because if I've been there once, and basically anywhere else in the country is an upgrade to Middlesbrough.
Oh, it was. Yeah, I've been there. It was.
Is it a rubbish place? Is it?
I'm thinking sort of the English version of Chernobyl.
No, that's Sunderland. That's a little bit up the road. Up the road and to the right.
Shout out to the borough for any just to balance it out. Anyone in the comments who's going to clip that.
Just quickly before we carry this on, guys and girls, please remember this is a charity stream. Please, I've put the link into the chat. Please, the donations have completely dried up in the last 30 minutes from a Just Giving page perspective. I've just put the link in a couple of times. Please do donate. That is why we're all here. Well, not all of us, but that's why we're here for 24 hours. Let's at least get to 10% as quickly as we can. We're looking for 4K. Let's get this up to 400 as quickly as possible. We're on £261. Just a quick shout out, and I can share my screen if people don't believe me. But thank you very much for the donation from Shafay Sajjad, who said, awesome work, Sava. Anonymous said, good luck with hitting your target. I think you will have more chance of hitting your target than Levy getting a manager before the transfer window starts. Mark Cousins, big up, has said, go get them, Sava. Hater of the Glazer said, let's get the ball rolling. Sava, you're a legend. Oh, don't. You know, it is what it is. George has just said, well done. Perchy said, let's get the ball rolling. Phil P He said, using your platform to help others, we should all try to do what we can to make the world and our community a better place and help one another. Let's restore hope. So guys and girls, please do put in the donations. £1, £2, £5, whatever it is, £100, £1,000, whatever you want to put in there, please do. The link is in the chat. The link is pinned. Here it is again. I've put it in 3 times in the last 60 seconds. And back to Michael Carrick, who's a Geordie. Go.
He's one of the most decorated English footballers, previous ex-footballers around. He's got 17 trophies, major trophies.
Wow,
that's insane. And he is Geordie, Sean. He is a Geordie, but he actually never played for Middlesbrough. He started his career at West Ham, and that's who we got him from. We got him from West Ham.
Even the youth was he? I'm sure I read something.
Yeah, he had trials at Middlesbrough. But he never signed for them. His first club was West Ham, I think, from what I was reading anyway.
So Carrick was born in Wallsend.
Yeah, the Wallsend Boys, the famous Wallsend Boys football club. There you go. Yeah, which is
I think he was one of the most underrated players.
Huh?
I think he's one of the most underrated midfielders.
The way you could pop the ball around. Oh, by the way, not to change the topic, did you see the link a few days ago that Tottenham had agreed a fee with Galatasaray for the Danish fella Nelson?
Centre back.
Yes,
the centre back.
Yeah.
So I want to look at Y Scout, right? Put him into the Y Scout tool where you can like dive into everything he's ever done in individual departments of his game. This guy, he reminds me so much. Like he's bits and pieces of him with heading and tackling, whatever, is all okay. But his ability to pop a long pass from the final third is something else. Like normally you look at the best bits, like a highlight reel, but on this one you just look at long passes and there'll just be a long line of everyone that he's done and over like historic chronologically order. And you have to go about 30 deep to find one that he misses. To find one where it's.
But can he defend?
Yes.
I mean. He looks
I'm
good,
just checking. I'm just checking. He
can defend, but I don't know how like the caliber of like Galatasaray versus the other. I don't know the Turkish league very well, but all I'm saying is the thing to stand out from him was his ability to pop a long pass from the back was Toby Alderweireld-esque.
Yes.
It was phenomenal. Yeah. So if we have got him, I'm like another ball playing centre back is something that would be nice as long as he can defend at a higher level. Brilliant, really interesting to see it.
Oh. Interesting.
Yeah.
Go on, Steve.
I was just gonna say I love the Super League. Honestly, it's on BN Sports here. It's part of the many packages I have. But I love watching the Super League because those Turkish clubs, the big four, Trabzonspor, Beşiktaş, Fenerbahçe, Galatasaray, they show every single match. So I watch at least 1 or 2 of them every weekend, along with my others. And Galatasaray have been. Defensively, they've been fantastic, and Nelson has been he's been a huge part of that. Easy. And you're right.
We've already agreed personal terms, and the Galatasaray guy was in London this week touting him around, and that Tottenham might be paying 20 million euros for him. And I just thought I was really so impressed with his ability to ping balls. I was like, oh, fuck, it'd be awesome to have him.
Does this scream of Daniel Levy doing all our business again, though?
Yeah.
Like,
I get
who's
it.
buying these players? You know
what, mate? The media reports out of Turkey scream things are done when they never materialise. I remember about 2 months ago, there was a goalkeeper for Besiktas that Tottenham were that had signed. It was a done deal, and haven't heard diddly squat about it. So I take it all with a pinch of salt. I think out there they say things that are fact when maybe it's just all clickbait. But if it is true, go and check him out. He's brilliant at picking the balls around, pinging the balls around.
Yes.
I mean, look, it's really interesting, isn't it? Look, we could talk directors of football and managers all day long. Lots of people now are starting to worry that we're not going to even get a director of football. People, I mean, can anyone see in any way that this club cannot have a director of football while Daniel Levy is at the helm?
100%, because if we get someone like Postecoglou, historically he hasn't really worked with directors of football. He's kind of been the main scout of the players, and he just worked with the people above him. Now it could be that Postecoglou, there's obviously a lot of ties to Scott Munn and both being Australian. I'm not sure if they've worked together before. I can't remember if they have. But you can definitely see there might be maybe a better bond if he lets someone like Postecoglou kind of choose who he wants, especially for the fact that like Postecoglou doesn't go for expensive players at all. Like he just goes for who he thinks is going to fit into his system and his way of playing. So maybe Spurs will look at it and be like, well, we're going to pay another director of football if Postecoglou can do the job of making sure we get the right players for the squad. That's how I see it. And I think if you hire Postecoglou before a director of football, doesn't that tell you enough about maybe the fact that we're not going for a director of football? I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, Sean, let me ask you, is there any rhyme or reason anymore to what we do? I mean, like, we all try to be logical about these things, don't we? You know, and I'm like, yeah, well, we'll get a director of football, then we'll get a manager, and then some scouts. And is there any rhyme or reason anymore at all? Or are we literally now just winging it completely from year to year and more so than ever right now?
I don't know, man. You never know what's going on behind the scenes, do you? But I don't think any of us really know what Scott Munn's role is going to be. I think that there could be an outside chance that ENIC are going to be here for the long term, and that they might now be starting. Not only are they going to be looking into the kind of the database scouting thing, maybe Scott Munn has got some insight and some intelligence around that. Maybe that will be his little project. Maybe they might even be given the long-term view of going back after what ENIC did. ENIC were the founders, basically, in football of multi-club ownership, right? Back in the 90s when they owned Slavia Prague and I think it was AEK Athens and Basel and, and Rangers, as well as Tottenham, and had to sell everything because of a UEFA decision around conflicts of interest. Since then, the rules have changed, and now there's obviously the City Football Group, which is the biggest example of a successful MCO. And Scott Munn, as part of his success within Melbourne, got promoted to look to take control of the entire Asian region of City Football Group. So maybe Scott Munn has been come in with a short-term project to sort out the data stuff with the scouting, long-term project. Maybe Daniel Levy and ENIC want to get back into some sort of partnerships with other clubs, all of that stuff. So I don't think that we can go without a director of football. But in terms of like who that person's going to be, again, it's all just names in the media circle that go round and round and round. But I think we will have a director of football that will be responsible specifically for talent ID within Tottenham. I do.
Sure.
Don't you think it's important for this? Sorry, just quickly, Danny. Don't you think it's important for this? Like, I think when we talk about this manager might not need a director of football, but again, that will then scream the problem that when this manager goes, that we've got no one in the back actually looking at the long-term strategy and structure of Tottenham Hotspur. So when people are saying, we just need you didn't say this, Danny, but people in the chat saying we just need a scout, a head scout and a manager. I just think that that's such an outdated way of the club running. Yeah. And surely we need someone to come in and actually kind of go, right, I'm wrapping my arms around this. Here's what Spurs are going to be in 5, 10, 15 years.
And I don't think it is Scott Munn. I don't think Scott Munn's that guy. I think Scott Munn's got more. Scott Munn's got more. I reckon he was hired because Daniel Levy looked at the City Football Group, and to the point someone's making in the comments, they're more the Salzburg, and the Leipzig, the Rasenbuller, whatever it's called, Red Bull, essentially.
Red Bull.
Their
Red
model.
Bull
But there's loads of others. 777 Partners is another one that's digging in.
Redbird.
Most MCOs, most MCOs operate within clubs in lower leagues in order for like efficiencies around like data sharing and cost of backroom operations, all that stuff. But the best examples of top teams that are doing it is definitely City Football Group or the Red Bull system. And so I think that Scott Munn was brought in some part to offer insights into how to structure that stuff. But in terms of him appointing specific scouts and then going out and finding managers for Tottenham, I don't think that's his wheelhouse. And so I think that Tottenham will be getting a DOF in for sure.
Well, I'm not sure about the director of football. Maybe they will, but I just find it would be strange if they hire a manager first before director of football. I think it just shows again that they're not using the people they hire or they should be hiring in the first place to help make these decisions, which I think is just shows the lack of planning and strategy at the club again. Because
Paratici's apparently still in the background, isn't he? That's what all the rumors were this week. Paratici's still consulting.
But then doesn't that also, Sean, kind of make you worried that they're still consulting someone who's banned from football because of illegal activities It just makes you
laugh.
But
I think that whole thing, because they suspended the ruling after, so it was so weird, right? Like you had the Italian courts that banned him, then FIFA went and extended the ban before the due process of the review of the appeal was complete. They then extended the ban. Then the appeal came in and said no, it's upheld. Then since then, there's been a temporary block been put on it, so he technically doesn't now have the same restrictions on him, but FIFA haven't reduced the extension of the ban. It's really bonkers. I don't know why FIFA haven't also redacted or retracted the ruling. So I don't know whether or not whether Paratici's legally operating within or outside of his legality right now. I don't know. It's difficult to get clarity on it. But yeah, I think that Daniel Levy might be looking at Paratici and saying, help us out, obviously, with one final decision, right? Like, get us the manager now, or maybe use your connections to figure out the manager, find us someone that can do your job, and then after that, we'll hand over to him, and then you can go off on into the sunset. I'd imagine that's what the situation is, if anything.
I think, did anybody see the interview with Simon Jordan and Tim Sherwood on the William Hill channel?
Yeah,
that was a real eye opener for a few things. The first one to point out was the fact that Levy's going to the manager and saying, can we drop Harry Kane because I need to get Soldado minutes on the pitch. So it's not to devalue him. So it's showing we got an owner, a chairman that will interfere directly in picking the first team if he can.
Yeah.
And also it was the bit about Baldini and saying basically Levy will just listen to that director of football because, effectively he hasn't really got a clue what's going on. He has to listen to somebody that understands football to get his decisions made. So,
but that's good though. That's a good thing, isn't it?
Baldini, you could argue Baldini doesn't understand football.
It's a good thing if you've got the right director of football. But what we do is we even change them at a drop of a hat. So that's why we've got no.
But I don't know. This is the thing, right? Like, obviously, the buck stopped. Not to get into a Levy debate, but just on this particular point, every director of football that we've had has walked in with a ridiculously good resume. Every one of them, from Frank Arneson to Paul Mitchell, to Steve Hitchin, to Paratici, every single one of them has had a very impressive CV. And ultimately, they're all salespeople at the end of the day, right? So they're sitting down with players, agents, with parents, with whoever, convincing them to come to the club. And obviously, that's a sales skill. And so in the interview process, every single one of those directors of football has convinced Daniel Levy that they know enough about football. And then Daniel Levy has to pull the trigger on someone, So I don't really blame Daniel Levy. I blame Daniel Levy for getting it wrong because the buck stops at the top. But ultimately, he also has to pick someone. And everyone that he's picked, it's not like he's picked someone off the street. They've all come in with a caliber that seems like they make sense.
He doesn't allow them to do what they do.
Yeah.
That's the problem. Isn't it? It's that he doesn't allow them to do that.
It's the same as It's the same as the manager situation, right? If a manager is saying, "I want to play this player," and Daniel Levy is saying to the director of football, "Well, we need to play an X player because we don't want to devalue him," and it's like, do you not hire a manager to make those decisions? Because at the end of the day, they're the ones who have to put the team on the pitch to get results. So if you're trying to tell a manager to do how to do their job just because you want to keep the value of a player up, it just shows the lack of control that he's not giving the control properly to the people who he's employed to do their jobs, such as the manager. It just makes you kind of it's mind blowing. Honestly, it's mind blowing.
It's back to vision for me. I mean, surely as a chairman, you set what that vision is. It's you're employing a director of football that coincides with what you think the club should be doing, and it doesn't feel like that with Levy. It feels like
because he doesn't know what the club's doing.
People on resume, but there's no overarching plan for it all. It's just basically another transfer.
Kuva, let me ask you a question. Just before I do, just really, really quickly, people, there are 250 of you in here. If everyone donated £1, I'm going to do some quick maths here. That's £250. If everyone donated £2, that's £500. Everybody donated £5. We would have £1,250 within the space of 5 minutes. Let's keep donating. I've got up to 278, but the donations have stopped coming in. Please, I want to remind everyone why we are here. I appreciate not everyone has got a lot of money, but even if you can spare a pound would be amazing. Please, this is for a great cause. And as much as we love talking about Daniel Levy and managers and Spurs, this is for people that need our help from a health perspective. So please, the link is pinned. Putting it back in the chat again now, please. And sorry to go on, but there's no point me getting to the end of a charity stream. We've had a great chat for 24 hours, but not really made any money. So let's get those donations in, please, everybody. Please make a big effort.
Sava, so I real quick, you will be getting money from me. So what the thing is, right? For every football match I watch and for every goal that's scored in all the matches, and keep in mind, 24 hours, I'm going to be watching J League at 2 a.m. Every goal scored, that's $1. So don't worry.
Well, I can only say thank you very much for that.
Around.
And you're a good man.
Are you staying up for 24 hours as well, Steve?
Yes. I mean, what do I have all these for, man? I got more.
Kuva,
if you're drinking Malibu for 24 hours, you're going to be in absolute state. I love it.
I'm looking forward to seeing it.
Baby.
And thank you to whoever just donated £50 onto the Just Giving. It hasn't told me. It hasn't told me who yet, but it
was me.
I will go through the list of people in a minute. It was you.
Yeah.
Was it? Yeah. Oh, thank you. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much, Sean. Think of all that money would have been on alcohol. So thank you.
Good point.
I appreciate
really
it.
Good point.
Mate, I haven't had a drink for a week, and my mind does wander to God. I would love a vodka or something. But anyway, it's only 1:30 in the afternoon. Kuva, are you still there? I'll go to you guys until Kuva gets back. But off the back of what Kuva was saying there, isn't it an absolute disgrace? There should be no chairman that wanders down to the training pitch and tells a manager who they should start and when. For me, there should be no circumstance when that happens, because the moment the manager doesn't have the say of who plays, what is the point of having a manager?
There's no point.
Right.
There's no point. That would be like the principal of a school walking into a teacher's classroom and be like, no, you got to do it. You got to, this is not the correct way to do it. This is not that would literally be like, that would be that, you know what I'm saying? Like, it would be like, I don't know. Yeah. It would be like.
How much Malibu have you had already? Are you all right? How much you had?
I'm all right. Man.
He just poured half a glass. That pint glass is Malibu.
Isn't it like 9 in the morning where you are, Steve, or something?
8:36 actually.
But
okay, I work overnights, so basically, right? It's in my brain. It's 8:36 p.m. because I worked 10 until 7. It's just flip flop. It's 12 hours. So I'm chilling, man. No, but seriously, it would be like the principal walking into a teacher's classroom and saying, no, you're doing this wrong. But it's like, bro, you hired me to be a teacher, and I have a degree in this, and I've experienced teaching kids this subject or whatever. That's what it would be like, and that's not appropriate.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, Danny, it's just it's unbelievable, right? It's absolutely. Kuva's banging out a KFC. You got a KFC there, Kuv?
Nah.
He wishes.
I'm
they don't have any chicken nowadays, have they?
Danny, let me come to you. If you were the manager of a club and your chairman made you pick a player over another player that you didn't want to pick, how quickly would your resignation be into that manager?
Just by you saying it, it's making me angry.
Yeah.
Just by you saying it, it's if I've been employed to do a job, right, and I'm a manager, and then he says you cannot play this player because we need to keep the value of this player, I'd just be like, well, I'm done. If you want to pick the team, you go in the dugout. Otherwise, let me make the decisions, or I'm gone, and that's it. That's kind of how I would do it. Because what's the point? What's the point?
And that's it. Back to Sava to say something stupid. That's it.
Where is Mr. Box Office? Come back, Alex. Where did he?
Alex, come back. Let's text him.
That's the shortest appearance on a charity stream I think I've ever seen from anybody.
It was fantastic, though. It was such good viewing.
Yeah.
Oh, we need Mr. Box Office back. But yeah, guys, look, should we mix it up a bit from Levy and Spurs? Does anyone fancy something other than Tottenham for
Yes, I actually made a list. Yes.
Oh, okay,
yes. All right. Talking points 24 hours. Okay. Will the USA ever win the World Cup in everyone's selective lifetime? Because there are two sides to this. Number one is the fact that the United States, in pretty much every single sport, we nurture and create and develop elite athletes. At every single sport on the Olympic, we have the best American Football League in the world, NFL, that kind of sport. We have the best baseball league. We have the best what's another, hockey, even though they're Canadian teams. We've got the sport. We're a sports crazy country. And I haven't even named like lacrosse. I haven't named, whatever other sport, tennis. We produced elite tennis players, golf. I mean, the list goes on and on and on, right? So do you guys think that the United States, if we just taught our guys like an Ajax academy, a Barca academy, and they have academies here in the US, by the way. I think Barca has an academy, I think, in Arizona and stuff like that. Do you think, though, in your lifetime, the United States could ever win a World Cup due to we succeed in pretty much every other freaking sport that there is? Do you think we'll eventually get it?
Who wants to take that first?
I'll just go with no.
All right.
Kuva, we've got 22 hours to go. Give me more than no.
Okay, I can do 21 of them on that if you want.
Right, go on then.
Right, I think the USA, it's fair to say the USA standard solution to any problem is throw money at it until it works. So the investment will be there. The sense of professionalism will be there. I think in this case, though, it's still not the biggest sport in America, is it? So it's
definitely
you're up against the gridiron and the baseball and those kinds of things. So that's going to hamper the progress in a way. I think the more you can encourage players from like South America into the league, the better. It's going to raise standards of the homegrown players then. I think it's going to take time. I think it could be quite some time as well because, let's face it, other countries have been, players have been born and bred into football. The streets of Brazil, they're as little youngsters, they're kicking around. Even when they haven't got a ball, they'll just find, screwed up bit of paper or something and kick that around. It doesn't matter. It's there in the blood to start with. But you don't have that culture in the USA, so it's going to take time. The shift is starting to happen though. It's very noticeable in my lifetime. Back in the 80s, you wouldn't hear Americans talking about soccer at all at that point.
We made the World Cup, but we were never. It was not even professional players.
Yeah.
It was college guys.
It's a growing project, and it's getting stronger all the time. It's just I don't think it's going to happen in the near future. It'll be a distant one.
So, like 100 years.
In 100 years,
50.
I mean, Danny, listen, I've got an opinion on this, but Danny, I'll come to you first. It's interesting, Danny. Let's put some context on it. The US has been growing over there. It's something that I can definitely see. They're attracting better players.
We're a nation of immigrants.
Yeah,
I mean, I wasn't going to go down that route, but yeah, there's a lot of.
I'll just finish off the point with if I compare it now to the 80s, no respect for anything coming out of the USA in terms of football. Now, there's at least a respect for you trying to, there's a little bit more professionalism there, and you're trying to do the right things.
Do you know?
Yeah, go on.
Do you know how I see it? Like I see it as that what I've seen in the last like 20 odd years or so in terms of I wouldn't. You could definitely see the improvement in like football in America, right?
Yeah.
But I think what you're seeing the most improvement on is David Ginola. But I think what you're seeing the most improvement on is you're seeing people with, as some would say, more legs coming out of America. So I think what you're seeing is that there's more people interested in playing football in America and wanting to try and break into Europe. And you're seeing a lot more talent come out of America. And I think what you're seeing is, this is exactly my point. What you're seeing is you're seeing more people interested in football, and all the top talents are getting scouted by the top German teams. A lot of the German teams.
Dual nationals.
What's that?
Dual nationals is something that we have to our advantage as well.
Yeah, that's another thing. And I think what you see, though, is you see so many of the top, like, American youngsters who are playing in leagues over there. They get poached, like, not just Americans, Canadians also. But I think you see all the top clubs trying to go for them. And I think when you see the American players go and play for big clubs like Bayern Munich or the Dortmunds, or there's a few that come to the Premier League. I think that gives people more hope and motivation to make themselves believe that we can pathway into big time football into Europe if we try hard back home. And I think you're seeing that more and more develop over the last 20, 30 years, I'd say.
Let me just add to this, and I'll get to some super chats in a minute. And thank you. A few people have just added a few more donations on Just Giving. I'll get to that in a minute as well. I think the thing is with America is maybe just chucking money at it, as Kuva said, it can be seen as a negative, but I also think that could be the reason why they do. But you would have to implement, and I know it's being implemented, grassroots, right? It needs to be something that you're getting people, kids excited about at a very young age. Listen, I don't see why not, right? I don't see why not in the next 50 years. I don't see why that can't happen. The infrastructure's there, the money's there. The bigger it gets in the US, the more money that will be thrown at it.
Do you know what, Sava, as well? Sorry, go on. I interrupted you. Go on.
No, that's what I was just going to say. I think, once you start getting better coaches out there to coach some of the younger players, look, your team in the World Cup gave us a good game. And we're meant to be this elite powerhouse of world football, but we've not won it for what we're going over 50 years. We've not won it. And we're saying, well, can the US win it? Your US women's team is fantastic. I believe somebody just said that your under 20s team is still is it the World Cup right now? Or the Euros? Cup. Yeah. The World Cup. We just got knocked out to Italy. So I don't see why not, but it's,
Alfie Devine did it right, didn't
Cup. He? Pardon?
Yeah.
Alfie Devine, didn't he score a goal or something in the game that we?
Yeah,
Devine played quite well.
Yes.
Yeah. But I think it goes to show that it can be done. But first of all, is the appetite there? And B, will it ever be as popular over there in the US as the other sports you said?
I'm not actually
a deciding factor.
One real thing I just want to say real quick about that. The fact that we have 330 million, that was the last time I checked. God knows what it's at now. Who knows? But the fact that we have 330 million people. Remember, there are countries like Croatia who have a population of 4 million? And that is their most popular sport. In the little teeny tiny state of New Hampshire where I'm at, we have 1 million people, bam, just like that. And I live in the woods. I literally live I'm surrounded by trees and shit. Like, bro,
you think that's a crazy stat, right? Wales, the Welsh rugby team is one of the greatest in the world, and they only pick their players from South Wales, right? 500,000 people.
Wow.
500,000 people in South Wales, and yet and basically the majority of the players come from about a 10-mile radius circle. And they are one of, if not the best, or they were the best team in world
New
rugby.
New Zealand have been a powerhouse in rugby for how many people live in New Zealand, bro? Like, you know what I'm saying? So I'm not worried about the popularity of it. My biggest there are two things that if we are to win a World Cup, two things need to happen: pay to play, bin it.
But don't you think as well, Steve, that one of the key things here is I'm not necessarily. I agree to this comment from Brun to a degree, not necessarily world class, but I feel like the USA's got a lot of good players.
Yeah.
You know, like if I look at, I really like Tyler Adams. I wouldn't mind Spurs taking Tyler Adams.
Brandon Harrison.
Moosa's good.
Yeah.
Aronson's good. Balogun looks like he's about to. You know,
he is. It's official. He is representing the US.
Do you have, or can you create in the next 15, 20 years that X factor of a player? A couple
Harry
of
Kane type of player,
the Harry Kanes, the Mbappe. You know, can you create those players? Because more often than not, teams that win World Cups, more often than not, they've got an X factor.
Freddie Adu.
Yeah, they do.
What happened to Freddie Adu?
Or even the Euros. Oh God, I have a Freddie Adu shirt. I have.
Do you know what?
I remember when he was 13 on Championship Manager back in the day. He was coming through the youth team and he had like £100 million or something release clause. It was madness back in the day. Everyone thought Freddie Adu was going to be the next big thing.
He was touted to be the next big thing. He completely flopped his career, didn't he? Really, but you know. What I've seen, right, is I don't think it's going to come anytime soon, right? But I think you've seen the development, right? I think what's the biggest thing about American like players coming out of America and the national team getting stronger as you can see the years have gone on. I think that's because of the growth of football globally in terms of how you see in America now that a lot of Americans know more about global football, like the Premier League, like the Bundesliga, like the Spanish league. And I think since it's become football's becoming more and more apparent in America as a sport that a lot of people want to follow, and the following has become bigger. I think kids growing up now in this era are now, you can see they're starting to see football as a proper sport in their country. And I think that it gives the kids more kind of the willingness to actually want to go and play football. And I think that's how I think is in the future generations to come. If they want to try and challenge at that level, they need to have more kids who are interested in football and actually want to kind of try and play football as a career, so that they can kind of break into those bigger kind of European leagues. And then you'll see more and more players come out of America, and then maybe you might just produce the type of Mbappe type of player, or the Harry Kane, or the Kevin De Bruyne kind of esque, or like an Eden Hazard or someone like that. But I don't think it's going to happen soon. Yeah,
Clint Dempsey, man.
I thought Clint Dempsey did a decent job for Spurs when we.
He led. What was it? The semifinal in the Europa League for Fulham, beat Juve and scored the winning goal, 2009ish, right?
Possibly. I mean, Fulham did get there. Yeah.
My favourite thing about Clint Dempsey, though, was the girl in the stands that was holding up the sign with his name on it, and she'd got the L and the I too close together.
That's brilliant.
Oh man!
Oh, you need to get that.
You gotta cross your T's and dot your I's.
Trust Kuva. I think it's interesting.
Well, it's true. It's a legit picture.
Let's talk about it then. The 10 best American players that have played in the Premier League.
Oh, Dempsey's got to be at the top.
Tim Howard.
Okay, so Howard, Dempsey, Brad Friedel.
Brad Friedel.
Yeah.
Brad Friedel.
Casey No, he played.
Hang on, I've got one. I'm pretty sure he's American. Depending on the age, depends if you remember this. Roy Wegerle.
I have to look that one up. Roy, how do you spell that?
Roy,
Wegerle.
Wegerle, maybe.
See if anyone else in the chat knows. If anyone else
someone's got to know Roy Wegerle.
No, I just couldn't remember if he was USA or
yes. Roy Wegerle is a former United States international soccer player.
Yeah, and who did he play for?
The national team 41 times. He was born and raised in South Africa, naturalized a U.S. citizen in 1991. He played for Tampa Bay Rowdies, Arcadia Shepherds, Tacoma Stars, Chelsea, Swindon Town on loan, Luton Town, QPR, Blackburn Rovers, Coventry City, Colorado Rapids, DC United, Mutiny, Tampa Bay. So you're right, yeah.
It's all up there, guys. It's all up there in this beautiful head of mine. Who else?
Landon
Steve is battered.
Landon.
Percy comes in with a comment.
Yeah.
Have you battered already, Steve? You've only got
yes.
22 hours and 7.5 minutes to go.
Bro, I'll be
can't wait to see
fine.
the end of it.
Fine, man.
The- The bottom row is football shirts. The top row is man buns, sexy beards, and lovely flat caps. So we're just.
I didn't realise, right?
Steve. Yeah. 2 questions for Steve quickly. First one is, if you live in an area where you're surrounded by trees, how come you don't have a forest shirt? And the second one, the second one, if you're drinking at that rate, have you ever heard of a tactical chunder?
Tactical chum bucket? What's that?
Chunder.
I've never heard of a what?
It's when you go hard too early, and then you've got a long session in front of you, so you go to the toilet and you put your fingers down your throat, you get it up, and then you start again.
Please.
We'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
Oh, God. Okay, I like that. Just remember, it's a charity stream. Just quickly talking to charity streams. Just quickly, we have now hit the 10% target on the Just Giving page. So we've raised £402 plus the super chats, which I can't work out just yet, but £402 of the 4,000 target. 22 people have donated. The recent people to do so are Paul Hancock. Thank you very much. He says, good luck, guys. Much respect. Martin Knightsbridge has said, good luck with the target. Perchy TV has said, another tenner. Let's have it. Thank you, Perchy. Santu has just said, big up. Brian Maguire has said, good luck. John Gray said, keep up the great work. I really enjoy your content. Sean Butler, Sean the Flat Cap Butler has whacked in 50 quid. Thank you, Sean. Much love for that. Aaron Dubb has stuck in some money as well. Didn't say anything, but much love, Aaron. Lee T has since stuck in some money and said, well done, all of you, for your hard work. Great cause. Coover as well has donated, plus the people I mentioned before. So, guys and girls, there's the first 400. Let's get to the £1,000 mark. Let's do it. There's 240 people. Stick in £1, stick in £2, whatever you can. Let's do it, people. And
I will be having some degenerate bets later on Betfair, and I've got I don't know, whatever I got in there. I put like 50 quid aside for some stupid bets on Korean table tennis or Slovenian women's third division volleyball. Any proceeds that come in will be going straight to your.
That's sick.
I'm up for the banner on that. That sounds quality.
Do you know what? I used to. This is no secret. Many years ago, I was just so into my betting, and I was with 888, and I literally I used to bet so much. I had my own account manager. I used to get invited to events and their company Christmas do and stuff.
I do
run
bad,
yeah, up in there.
And anyway, basically,
you take one look at the other people that get invited, and you go, "Fuck,
oh shit, yeah." But I got to a stage where
4 days.
It would be like 2 a.m. in the UK, and I'm looking at like games going on in leagues countries that I didn't know were countries. And I'm going, they've won their last 4 home games. Right, I'll stick 50 quid on them. They'd lose 2-0, and you'd be like, right, where can I get my money back? And I'm now betting on tennis in like Singapore or something, and I'm betting on who's gonna win the next serve. And oh my, like just anyway, needless to say, I don't bet anymore via apps. I bet with people, and I've won a few lately. I need to start cashing in. But anyway, moving on. Perchy, big up, welcome to the stream. How are you?
I'm good, mate. As I said, echo everything
What
you
shirt
said.
is that?
Espanol.
Espanol, baby.
Nice.
I mean,
Espanol.
That's a nice shirt.
Los Pericos.
Los
Pericos. Raúl de Tomás. Yeah, baby.
No, he plays for Vallecano now. Sergi Darder. But yeah, we got relegated. That's why I was miserable the other day on the.
Bro, and you know what? Those 2 games, the past 2 games for Espanyol against Atletico Madrid, they gave a fucking goal that was inconclusive, and then those fucking douchebag refs in the game against Valencia. The Valencia one was a horror show too.
I was at the Atletico Madrid game, and talking from a Tottenham fan,
let's drop the F words out. Let's drop the F words out, people. I cannot demonetize a charity stream, please. Can we just keep it?
My bad.
That's all right, man.
That was the best game of football I've watched all season. And I mean, the bar can't be as low as it can be, by the way, watching Tottenham. I can't remember one good game of the season, but yeah. I'm good,
Can
mate.
I ask you a question, guys? No, I know you want to move on to other things, but whilst we're talking about bad refereeing decisions and football, in the Europa League final, you know the penalty that was given in the late stages and then was overturned? Did anyone else get the vibe that when the referee Taylor was sent over to the video on the sideline, he was shown 3 different angles, all of which looked like it was a dive? He then overturned the decision, and then as soon as that happened, the referee was back on the pitch. They finally showed a fourth angle that was the best angle right behind, and it showed clear contact. Did anyone else see that?
Sean, can I be honest with you, man? I have to confess. This is I have to atone for my sins.
You can be dishonest as well if you want.
Look, listen. I talked to Alexander Cheferin, the president of UEFA, and I told him I can't have Roma win another Europa League. I can't have them win no more European trophies.
So you'd rather Villarreal win another one?
So what I did was I cashed apped him an undisclosed amount and I paid the ref. That's all.
Right.
That's okay. Well,
fair enough.
Can I be honest, Sean? To answer your question, I'll be honest. I've seen that played back so many times. I truly believe if that is given, that football is finished. I feel like there was minimal contact. Yeah. I don't think it was enough to make anyone fall over.
The point I'm making is not about whether it should or shouldn't have been a penalty, but I just think it was ridiculous that the referee was shown like 3 different angles that were all really weird angles from behind the post, like not close enough up. And then as soon as he made the decision, they then showed the 4th angle on the TV that they never showed the ref, and it was the best angle. I still don't know whether it's a pen or not, but I'm just saying like they didn't show him the angle that was the best view for me, and that view, for me at least, showed that there was contact. So I just think
I'm responsible for all of it.
Well, Steve.
For me, I just think for me it's another occasion that just shows that what VAR has been brought in to do is actually causing more and more controversy than it's actually helping. For me, back in the day, that would have just been the refs making that decision based on what he first sees. Some are given, some are not. You get up, you play on.
100%.
I hear what you're saying. I just think if we're going to
get rid of VAR, get rid of it altogether. Apart from goal line technology, get rid of it, because they even showed this. I saw on the We Are Tottenham TV. They showed a Premier League table.
Yeah,
how it would look if VAR wasn't in play. Yeah. And it basically looked exactly the same. So there's no need for VAR.
Can I debunk that? Can I debunk that whole this myth of like, oh, what the table would look like if the VAR decision was the correct one? First of all, some of this is subjective. From ref to ref is different rules for different fools, right? So you got that aspect to it. Some refs will let a physical game play out. Some refs in a derby match, whatever that is, they'll let even more physical play. And some refs in whatever league have like no tolerance. Casey Kelly, some refs have very low tolerance, and some refs in finals officiate different than a friendly, right? So that's the first thing I'd point out. The second thing is that even if the goal was given, you got to think about the butterfly effect, bro. This is deeper than rap, as Nas once said, because you got to think about like this. Just if a certain event doesn't happen, then the rest of history is altered forever because and it's the littlest things. It's the littlest thing.
It's the same as if Harry Kane didn't play for Spurs, we'd be 27 points worse off. We wouldn't. We wouldn't be 27 points worse off because other players.
You're right. It'd be 40.
Level, no, it wouldn't. This is the thing. We take too much in life that if something happens,
you pivot, don't you? You pivot.
Yeah. For some of those goals that would have been given or not given with those VAR decisions to alter league positions, something else happens in a game.
It's an entirely different reality line, yeah.
For example, if a team wins a game 1-0 and they score in the 80th minute and it's a dodgy VAR goal, if that VAR goal is not given, then in the next 10 minutes, the the team that scored, it might have been disallowed. They might then push on a bit more to still get that one goal. Do you know what I mean? Or the team who are losing might,
different game.
Or they push too much and then get countered.
Right, exactly. So I think we need to look at that aspect. I mean,
would Harry Kane be the player he is today if Soldado could hit the target?
Right, absolutely. See,
would Harry Kane be the same if he never went to Millwall and got that proper tough Millwall, gene inside of his heart and soul? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. As well, Tim Cahill was. Sorry. These are Australians, aren't they? Sorry. Yeah. So I've completely read that wrong. Yeah. There's been some good Australians in the league as well.
Viduka. Yeah.
Perchy.
Yes.
Perchy, welcome to the stream properly. I hear you've got some good things stored for us in the hours.
Games. I've got two sorts of games, but I'm thinking if we do one now and then do one later on, so we're not wasting the resources.
It's impossible.
Ooh, it is. Honestly, Steve, you're actually battered, aren't you?
Yeah, Steve, you've got to just relax, dude. You're coming in on no one else is getting. All right. Just take a water, whatever.
Yeah, it's your stream, so we can do one or two things. I've got 2 games prepared at the moment. I might prepare another one a bit later on. So I've got a bit of work, carry on, do some work. But I'm going to do. We've got 1, 2. So it's before an end. So that I can give you 2 clubs when they start their first team and their last / current team. So there's some that have retired, and then you've got to guess which player it is. The other one is guess the quote.
Sorry, I don't get. Sorry, I didn't understand that.
I'm hammered.
So, for example, I will give you 2 clubs. First will be the first club he played in a senior match, and then another club which will be his last one.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And you've got to guess which is the player.
Right.
Okay.
So it's testing your knowledge on players like things, and the other one is guess the quote. So I've got tons and tons of football quotes from players and managers. Some are funny, some are more serious. So it is up to you. Which one would you go for?
Let's do the
player.
Let's do the player before, and start and
let's
last.
do the player one, okay? Okay. So I'm just finishing that one off as we were speaking. So let me just do that one. So I've done a few.
If you haven't finished it, let's do the other one then.
No. I am done.
You haven't started the other one yet.
I've got 2 options. One of them's not ready. The other one I haven't even started.
The other one hasn't started yet.
Come on, hurry up! We're running out of time, for God's sake.
You sound like Tottenham Hotspur. We're going to win things, but we've got no plan in place, no team, no manager and director of football.
Okay, all right. Okay, I'll do an easy one. This one should be quite easy, and we should get this one. I started at Santos and finished at PSG.
Neymar.
So I mean that if that makes sense.
Okay, that type of thing. Okay.
So the second one, Ajax and Barnet.
Edgar Davids.
Damn it!
Edgar Davids, well done. Next one,
Barnet.
Atalanta and Tottenham.
Romero.
Golini.
Not Romero.
No. Spinazzola.
Spinazzola.
They play for Tottenham.
Spurs don't sign players like Spinazzola.
Romero.
Not Romero.
Davids and Sanchez.
God damn it.
No, not
just quickly. Big up to James Sherwood, one of my groomsmen at my wedding, a long time friend for 20 years.
It's not Golini.
Hang on. Just a second, please. Relax. Guys, we've got to relax or this is going to be
Steve gets battered everywhere.
You've got to get some water, my friend. Big up, James. One of my best friends in the whole world has always been there for me, saying, I'm here for Charlton Athletic Chat. Where's it gone? Laugh out loud. League One equals real football. So James does work. Hang on. Guys, please. Guys, come on, man. Come on, dude. Come on. Listen, don't worry. Move on. I'll do it later. The moment's gone. I'll come back to it, James. I'll move it on. Go on. Carry on. Kulusevski, yeah?
Kulusevski. And also, by the way, if anyone can think of others that are in this, I haven't fact-checked that. There could be other players in, but... So, Everton and Derby.
Everton and Derby.
Wayne
Rooney.
Yeah.
Okay.
Next one, Sporting Lisbon and Inter Milan.
Not Quaresma. Sporting Lisbon and Inter Milan. Do they currently play for this club, or it was just their last club?
This player is retired.
Okay. Oh gosh, Sporting Lisbon and Inter Milan. Could be anybody, couldn't it?
What's the nationality?
Well,
Do you want to clue the nationality?
Yeah.
Portuguese.
Portuguese. It's not someone like Fernando Couto, is it?
No.
What's going on?
Shit, I can't think of.
God.
I'll see if anyone. I'm going to keep it on the chat. If anyone's got in the chat.
Anyone in the chat?
People in the chat.
What's the question?
Only
What's the
Figo.
question?
Someone in
What's
the
the
chat has got
question?
it.
Figo. Was it Figo? Figo.
Figo, well
Goretzka?
done.
What's Figo?
I
Luis
don't remember
Figo.
him being at Inter Milan.
He finished his career at Inter Milan. He only played at one season there after he left there. Yeah, Figo. So a few people in the chat got it.
Figo, then.
Next one. This one should be relatively easy. Let's see if you get this one. Southampton and LAFC.
Gareth Bale.
Bale. Yeah.
Yeah, that was an easy one. So the next one's quite an interesting one. Ainz in France and Napoli.
Mainz?
Jesus.
Wait, what?
Mainz.
Mainz is in Germany.
No, Ainz. A-M. I can't say Aim.
Nîmes.
Ainz.
Olympic
Is that-
Nîmes.
No, not Olympic Nîmes. A-M-I-N-S. I can't pronounce it.
Amiens. Amiens.
Okay, Amiens. Oh, there you go. I mean, I can't speak French, so
I can't speak French either. I just know how to pronounce it.
yeah.
Uh,
And Napoli.
Right, so, and Napoli. Are these recent times, yeah?
Yeah. This player is still playing.
Victor Osimhen?
No.
He's still at Napoli.
Ndombele.
Oh, he cheated because you put it up on the thing at Ndombele.
Well,
didn't cheat, I just said it.
technically, he's not at Napoli, is he, Perchin?
He is. He's currently
Technically,
playing. He's still considered part of the Napoli
His
squad.
last
as of right now.
appearance.
All right.
His
all right.
latest.
Next question. Next one. Leeds and Liverpool.
Milner.
James Milner. I mean, that one was he technically has left as he'll be leaving in the next few.
But it was
weeks.
his latest appearance.
Yeah,
Steve,
yeah.
you're gonna have to get more drunk. That's the only way it's fair on the rest of us.
Here's another one.
Yeah.
Atletico Mineiro and Wolves.
Diego Costa.
Oh, honestly, how's he doing it while he's half cut? It's amazing. I'm impressed. Next one. West Ham and New York City FC.
Frank Lampard.
Nah, honestly, come on. Let someone else have a go. Yeah, it's Frank Lampard. Let's do
knowledge,
this one.
mate. You're showing off some good knowledge, though.
Yeah.
Sosho and Ivan Pe... Oh, I've just given it away. I'm a fucking idiot.
Oh,
Who's up now? Who's
Social
up now?
Spurs is Perisic.
It was okay. Monaco and New York Red Bulls.
Thierry Henry.
Yeah.
Henry.
Good Henry as well.
This is
more than
freaky.
that.
This is really freaky, Steve. How quickly they're coming.
Bro,
to
I'm
you.
on
Like,
the spectrum. I know football is literally the only.
Benfica and Manchester City.
Ruben Diaz.
That isn't on my name here, but I think that is actually correct as well.
He's got the wrong answer. He's got the right answer.
Cancelo.
No, it's not Cancelo.
That's insane.
Wow.
Is he still playing?
Yes.
Perch is asking the questions.
Annoyingly,
and he's even got the wrong
Ruben
answer.
Diaz does count, by the way.
Ederson.
Not Ederson.
Bernardo
It
Silva.
can't be Ederson. I'm not having that one.
It is
Bernardo-
Ederson because no, Ederson came from
Bernardo Silva.
Bernardo Silva is
Bernardo
one on my list,
Silva.
but Ruben Diaz does count on that one. And finally, okay, if he gets this one, by the way, I will donate 20 quid right away here. By the way,
Come
Barcelona,
on, Steve.
Barcelona and Doridos.
Who?
Doridos.
At least tell us the league that is. I mean, I've never heard of
Mexican.
it.
It's a Mexican team.
Oh, I know.
Giovanni
I know.
Dorados.
Giovanni
So
Dos
Maradona,
Santos.
not Maradona, not Maradona.
I
He
know
managed. He managed.
Dos
He
Santos.
managed.
I want
Yeah.
Steve.
Gio Dos
I want
Santos.
Steve to get it. No one else speaks. Steve's got to get this one. Otherwise, he's
Rafa
got every single
Marquez?
one right. Otherwise,
Rafa Marquez.
is that your final guess?
No, that's not your final guess. Is it?
Come on, we're doing this for charity. Come on.
I want to go with the answer Sean just gave.
Yeah.
I've gotten a
I didn't hear what
shitload
Paul said.
right. Just go for it.
Giovanni
No,
Dos
come on,
Santos.
Steve.
Yeah.
Steve, I want your final answer. Dun 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 dun. The pressure's on now, my friend.
It's not Carlos Vela because he played a Sociedad and LAFC.
Has anyone in the chat got it? No one in the chat has got it. So this one's a trick one.
Is it
At least
Pinto?
It's not
I've learned my
DeSantos.
limits on what to push for the next time.
It's
Is he
not-
retired? Does he retire?
Has retired, yes. From football,
Pinto?
yes, he has retired. That's a little bit of a clue.
Is it Pinto?
No.
It's
He
not Ugo.
retired.
It's not.
He
It's
went
not
to
Ugo
Mexico
Sanchez.
though, didn't he?
Hmm?
Oh, never mind.
Do you want another clue?
Yes.
Right.
Another team that you
Do you
played
want a
for.
clue? He's currently a manager.
God, so Barcelona to Mexico. Now where's he managing?
I'm not going to tell you the team he manages.
Silva?
No, I meant like a country.
I'll give you a couple of minutes to try and get this one. This one's quite a tricky one, but it's quite a good one actually.
Alpha Mark. It's not.
I didn't realise this player ended up at... No, it's not Marquez. It's not Milito.
Oh man.
Okay, now, Sava, do not stop clicking them because I'll just say someone in the chat has got it right, so don't put it in there.
I got my eyes covered anyway.
So no one cheating looking at the chat. Do not stop pinning chats now because few people have got it right now.
And he started at Barcelona.
He started his professional career at Barcelona.
Yeah, I know who it is.
When you say professional career, you mean like senior, not
Yeah,
as
so
a-
it doesn't. Haven't accounted for youth career. I've counted from when they started from their senior team.
Sloppy research. I thought you were talking about youth. That's why I was off. I would have got. All
I
the
mean,
answers
I'll be
right
honest.
if I'd known that.
They
Oh,
came-
hang on.
they-
They didn't come through the youth team at Barcelona.
No, I didn't say that. I'm saying that I'll be honest, this one player did come through the youth team, but I'm saying all my things haven't come from youth
I know
stuff.
who it
It's
is.
just from when they first started professionally.
So this guy did come through the youth team at
This one
Barcelona.
came through La Masia.
And he's gone to Dorados. I'm guessing
Dorados.
via other
He
class.
finished. No. He finished in Mexico.
His
I didn't say he
first
went there.
appearance in
His
professional
first appearance
football.
was at Barcelona. His
And
last
his
appearance
last.
was at Dorados in Mexico.
Dorados.
Yeah, I know who it is.
Dorados.
Best I have is Rafa Marquez, but I think his last appearance was for New York Red Bulls.
Come on. And as I said, he's currently a manager right now. That's the last clue. I can't give another clue because that would be very
Yeah,
hard.
you'll get it. You'll get it.
You'll get it straight away.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of La Liga players or Mexican players that have played at La Liga. I got Hugo Sanchez, but he played at Real Madrid.
He's not Mexican.
I know it is.
Okay,
If I get
Steve?
it, will you?
I'll put 20 quid if you shout it out now.
Pep Guardiola.
Finally, we got there. Pep Guardiola.
shit.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
you know, he also played for Roma.
Yeah, so big up Mohamed Riyad. He got it in there. Mr.
This is a
Post
fantastic
Office.
game.
I get it, Steve. You blocked him out because he played for Roma.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
I did not. I'll be honest. I forgot he played at Brescia, by the way, twice.
Yes.
Just quickly, are there more purchases at the end of that round?
I'll get a few. I'll do a few more.
Reload.
No worries. Okay.
It's a great game.
Okay. One second. Let's bring this back. Thank you very much. So more people have donated into the Just Giving page. Thank you very much. We are now at 11%, £472 of the £4,000 target. Thank you very much for Clive Richardson, who's just smashed in £50. Thank you so much, Clive. Much appreciated. Paul Hancock has also just put in some money as well. So thank you very much. There are some super chats as well that I will read out. So Stephen Owers, thank you very much. Great show. I feel like it could go south very, very quickly if Steve doesn't get lots of water inside of him. But thank you for the donation. No, stop talking. Right, Wolves, Finland. Thank you very much for your donation. Always appreciated, my friend. Thank you very much. Craig S has said, we'll come to this one last, and we'll ask this question. Trinidadian Deep, thank you for sharing this, and thank you for what you just shared. Bless me. Thank you for what you just shared. Thank you about your I believe you said your mum had passed away from heart failure. So condolences to you, and thank you so much for that. And thank you for sharing that. And then Umesh as well. Thank you so much. Just chuck some money in there. So thank you very much. So I make it all in all. If I convert dollars to pounds, I make it that we're probably about £650 at the moment, but that is me just converting dollars to pounds in my head. So
and I've just thrown another 20 in for you now.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for and Perchy, big up. Thank you very much. So please, everybody, I'm putting the link in the chat. Please do donate via the Just Giving page. You can do the super chats, but the Just Giving link is there. I do not want to be accused of being Bob Spur. I really don't. Guys, just quickly before, I've got a little quiz for us. That's some tough, deep thinking questions. Before we do, Craig S., thank you for the donation. Thank you for the donation, but I don't like you for bringing this to my attention in any way, shape, or form, Craig, and take that in the nicest possible way.
Before you run through it, I'm going to jump off for a little while. I'll come back on later on, okay?
Cool.
See you, Sean.
Much peace. Thanks for the donation. Cheers, mate. Bye-bye.
Come back on. See ya. Bye.
Yeah, no worries. Craig Esther said, with the news that... Did you just burp?
Yes, I said excuse me.
Dude, come on. Let's keep this. We're 2 hours in. Come on. Craig S. said, with the news that Ndombele is keen to revive his Spurs career for the third time, do you believe this is possible? Congrats, Savra and the team. Craig, I think you're, for the third time, I feel like this is, how many chances? Kuva, let me start with you. Ndombele, every single time, this guy, keeps getting, this could be his year. This could be his manager. Is he the guy we need to play in a double pivot, attacking role, blah, blah. What do you make of it, Kuva? You're on mute.
Rookie mistake.
You get rookie mistake. Probably just as well thinking about Ndombele that was on mute. You get given a massive opportunity to start with. There's no excuse why you don't take it the first time round. No. These footballers are blessed. They're getting insane amounts of money to do a sport they love. Millions and millions of people would love to be in their position, and they don't put in the effort. To be given a second chance is miraculous. To be given a third, no way. Not buying it whatsoever. Yeah. This bloke needs to be out of the club immediately.
Yeah, brutal, harsh truth. Danny, Ndombele clearly got lots of talent, but everything else needed, the psychological side, the fitness, the personality is not there, right? What do you make of it?
I think he's part of the mentality problem that we have at this club, and he only aids towards it because I'm sorry, but you can't have someone who's paid 200 grand a week to come and sit there and show everyone in training that he's the most amazing person in training in terms of his technical ability. But then when you come to playing, your attitude just fucking, sorry, F word, sorry there, Raz, but it absolutely stinks, right? You can't have someone as disgraceful as that playing football for your club, especially in the mess that we're in right now. I mean, you just can't, right? If we have someone like that, it's basically telling all the young players you can get big wages at this club, and you don't have to try. You can just do what you want, really. You can just be lazy. You don't have to put in an effort, and you'll get paid loads of money. That is the complete wrong message you're sending out to anyone in that football team who wants to play for the badge, who actually wants to be there to fight for the badge. It just shows that you come here for Tottenham for a payday, and I don't want that. And I think for me, that is the worst part of having someone like him in the squad. It's not even the fact that he's a bad footballer in terms of his attitude on the pitch, because we all know he's technically gifted, but it's the fact that he's an example to the youngsters that you can get paid well and you don't have to try hard, basically. And I don't want that mentality around the club. It's just we're in an absolute mess. So it's I don't know. What do you think, Perchy?
Oh, mate. If I hear another thing, and do you know what? It's not just Ndombele. I know the question was about Ndombele, but I feel the same about Lo Celso. I feel the same about a lot of our players, and Sav, we were chatting in a group chat about this, and people saying, "Oh," and I said I was just sort of pushed the sort of question to Lo Celso because that was what was being discussed in the group chat we were in, and people going, "Oh, but maybe he become good." I'll be honest, I'm at the stage that I don't want to see these players in a Spurs shirt anymore. Yeah. I think and I find it so ironic because everyone talks about Spurs. When are Spurs going to act like a big football club? Everyone tells me all this, but then we want to give players that have failed several times under other managers another chance. There's a reason why we let these players go out on loan, because they weren't good enough and they didn't have the right attitude at the football club. And this is where, for me at the moment, I want us to start acting like a proper football club. A proper football club doesn't go and say, let's use argument's sake for other players, by the way, at other clubs. The likes of Chelsea want to get rid of the likes of Lukaku. They don't want to keep a hold of him. Depending on what I think about it, they won't want to keep a hold of Lukaku because they want to get rid of him because of what he's done. Why are we such? And the thing is we go in circles. We say we want Daniel Levy to start doing this, that, and the other. But then we go, let's give Lo Celso, let's give Ndombele another chance. Surely that's exactly what Daniel Levy wants to do. So we can try and gain any sort of money for these players.
Well, here's one. And welcome, Soren. How you doing, mate? You all right?
Yeah, good, thank you.
Good. Soren, with a is that the amount of alcohol behind you that Steve has drunk already this morning? Is that what that is?
This is to get me through the next hour listening to you lot.
Oh, okay. Well, Soren, let me come to you on this. According to Benjamin, Ndombele is something none of our other midfielders have. Somebody fill in the rest of that sentence. Passion, heart, desire.
A trophy.
A trophy.
Mud weights on his boots. You know, who knows? I mean, the guy's got talent, but he's such a lazy.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I think Danny and Perchy, I only heard them two. So if anybody else has said anything else, I'm sorry, but I think them two summed it up perfectly. You know, what sort of thing does it show to the rest of our team if we bring him back? I do disagree with Lo Celso because I think he does at least try when he's on the pitch, but I'm not saying I want him back, but
yeah. I could say that about Harry Winks. Harry Winks tries on the pitch.
Well, I know, but what I mean is, though, I don't think he's a bad influence on the team like Ndombele is.
I get that side of things, but then if we use the try card, I mean, we could start giving chances for like the likes of Ryan Sessegnon. He tries. He's not a very good player, but he tries.
No, I know. And
that's we have to balance it right. I get what you're saying.
I do agree with you what you said, you know, that it's not great, but, you know, to me, comparing Ndombele to Lo Celso or any of the others, I think is like chalk and cheese. That guy has so much talent and you just want to shoot him. You really just want to shoot him and say, you know, what the hell are you doing? Because like you say, the money is on. Forget the money even, but it's a sacrilege. It's sacrilege. You know, it's.
Can I throw a wrench in all of this? What if you guys appoint Ange Postecoglou and everyone returns back on loan and he says, you know what? I talked with Ndombele, I talked with Lo Celso, I talked with these guys. Udoji's another guy that y'all got on loan. What if he says, you know what, those three, I named three guys. Let's say that those three guys, he's like, you know what, I want these guys to be a part of the squad. I don't know. What do y'all think of that? Basically, what do you think? Because I agree with you. I think Ndombele should move on from Spurs because it just hasn't worked out. He's very talented, but yeah, the attitude and all, I understand that. But what if Postecoglou's like, you know what, I talked with the guy.
Listen, let's be really, really honest. We're all football fans, right? Yeah. We don't make the decision. At the end of the day, we sit here, we discuss. It's the same thing when people are saying, like with Postecoglou, oh, if you want him, whether anyone wants him or not isn't the deciding factor on whether or not Daniel Levy's going to hire him. So,
I want Alex Morgan. That don't mean I get her.
Exactly. So for me, if any manager comes in and plays Ndombele and Lo Celso, what we don't have a say. I don't want them to. I don't see anything really in Lo Celso as a footballer. I think Ndombele, the shame is if he had the kind of passion and work rate of a Højbjerg, but with his ability, we're looking at an absolute superstar. But this is 4 years now. And I think I don't speak for all Spurs fans, but I think I speak for certain Spurs fans when I say I think we want to see the club go in a different direction now. With the new manager, new director of football, I don't want it to be a build with existing bricks. Do you know what I mean? I want it to see a build with new bricks and mortar, so to speak. But I don't know. Anyone else? Has anyone else? Will they get behind the Ndombele and Lo Celso if they come in and play for this new manager and we get behind
if the manager?
Yeah. Look, if the manager says he wants them to stay and they come on the pitch and they show some sort of passion, then we've got to get behind them. I mean, I think the comments on Udogie is a little bit different because obviously part of the deal was that we had to loan him back. It wasn't that we wanted to loan him back. So, I mean, we haven't seen him play in a Spurs shirt yet. But if whoever comes in and asks for Ndombele, asks for Lo Celso, and they come on the pitch and they show us what they actually are made of, then how can we not get behind them? I mean, I think they deserve a bit of a rough time to start with, but eventually you've got to get behind them because it's our team. Sure.
It's also kind of the theory of like a new manager comes in, clean slate. Because if I look at Newcastle, right, my guys, look at Newcastle. If you were to ask me 2 years ago, going into the 20 whatever the hell window under Mike Ashley, I would have been like, I don't really care who goes or stays. They all look rubbish. Besides Alain Saint-Maximin every once in a while, and Callum Wilson would get us like 10 goals. Other than that, Jacob Murphy, you can go. Longstaff, you can go. His other Longstaff, you can go. Fabian Schär, I've always loved, but like you can go. These kind of guys, Dubravka, But like a manager coming in can make the world of a difference.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's something that possibly could happen. I don't know. I just want to get your thoughts, your guys' thoughts on it.
I mean, I do get what you're trying to say, but I'm at that point where I've seen enough of these players now. I think for me, more Ndombele than Lo Celso, by the way, after him trudging off the pitch against Morecambe, I genuinely don't want to see that man in a Spurs shirt again, if I'm being honest. For me, that was just a complete and utter disrespect of the football club, and his attitude stinks. Lo Celso maybe, but again, I think what Sav is saying, what does he actually... I don't see him much as a number 10. I don't really see him as a centre midfielder. He's in a defensive midfielder. What is a Lo Celso? What role does he have at top?
Yeah, but Perchy, don't you want to add more winners to the dressing room? And can we put this into perspective for 1 minute? I think Ndombele across the entire season completed 290 minutes.
Yeah.
In an entire season, he was sub nearly every single game, played 5, 10, 15 minutes at the end of the games. Can we please not put this guy on a pedestal like he's gone to Napoli and was integral to their midfield in winning a title? For anyone that watches Napoli, he is not the main midfielder there.
No.
He is not that guy. So
he was a squad player.
Yeah.
I mean,
Napoli's midfield three was Stanislav Lobotka, Piotr Zielinski, and Andre Frank Zambo-Anguissa. Ndombele, what he would do is he would, for Napoli under Spalletti, the previous season, would come in. He'd be a physical presence. He would just take care of the ball. He would take care of the ball, just like how you see at the end of basketball games, guys are just trying to get fouls and stuff. Just hold on to the ball, make some simple passes and whatnot. Off the top of my head, I think he did score a goal for Napoli against LS Verona away. I mean, they're about to get they in a relegation battle right now with Spezia, but I think that's the only contribution he really made in terms of a goal. But I mean, he wasn't integral in that Napoli team. He was someone that could kill off the game and that at least was trusted to do that, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? I mean, guys, I want to move on from Tungai Ndombele because for me, I don't even consider him a Spurs
We wasted
player.
so much time.
I know he is, but
just rip his contract up.
I think so. I mean, you think it was 60 million to buy him. He's on 10 million pounds a year. So far, he's accumulated 40 million pounds in wages from Tottenham Hotspur. So as it stands, it's 100 million pounds for that guy. Plus, he's got 20 million left in 2 seasons left on his contract. 120 million and got absolutely nothing out of it. And still, I see people say, bring him back. He's a baller. Putting these compilations together of a couple of flicks and tricks that he's done. Guys, I want to go to some quiz questions if anyone fancies it.
Yes.
Before you do that one, Sava, can I just add one to Perchie's game from earlier?
Sure.
I've got beauty here. I'll have to I'll slowly make it more and more easy for you as it goes along because it's going to be tough otherwise. So we got the player that got his starting club, his first contract at a senior level and his last contract at a senior level.
Yep.
And the 2 clubs are To Law Tang is his first.
Sorry, who?
To Law Tang.
Yeah.
So Toe Mater, T-O-W.
T-O-W.
Yeah, Tolaw Town, yeah.
Yeah. And his final club is Hallam.
I mean,
right.
No, that's no. But are we able to get an era, or are they playing still now, or
are we able to find out where those clubs are based? Or
Tolaw Town is England.
Tolaw's in the UK.
First club is in County Durham.
Yeah.
And the final club is in Sheffield.
Kieran Clark.
A current player or retired?
It's a player that has played in the Premier League. And like I said, I'll make it gradually easier for it. And no, I'll start naming a few other clubs.
Can you just spell his name?
Yeah.
Not a clue.
All right. Start getting a bit easier. Do some of the other clubs he's played at. These won't be easy at first, but they'll get more easy.
Done.
Stocksbridge Park Steels.
Yep.
Glapwell. Worksop Town.
Chris Waddle.
Yeah, you got it.
Oh, well done.
Holy crap.
Well done.
As soon as you said Worksop.
36 years playing at non-legal professional level.
What, is Chris Waddle still playing?
He retired in 2014.
Sorry, I thought you said a current player. Sorry.
No. He has played in the Premiership, though.
Yeah.
Oh, I got one. I got one.
Go on, Steve.
See, I've created a great game here.
Oh, well done,
I love
Perchie.
it. I love it.
Perchie, go on Dragon's Den and see if you can make your millions from inventing this. What would you call it? First club, last club?
Yeah, that works.
First appearance, last appearance.
Copyright.
And then, so I've got a quick one, and it'll probably be quicker than everybody else's. Seeing as we're on serious questions, which is the best, the left Twix or the right Twix?
The left. Do you know why? I open my Twix from the right, and the first leg that I eat is the right, which means the last one you savor a bit more, so it's the left.
But does it matter which side you open it from, the top or the bottom?
I open it with my right hand, so the right one's always first because I cover the thing so I don't get chocolate on my fingers.
And also, what if life is the Matrix and everything you see is in reverse?
Honestly, you need to stop drinking.
Steve, drink some water, please.
I have a big Snoopy cup. It says, "You are so loved," and that's a message to Dyer. It's a message to Dyer. It's a message to
all right,
Saul
Steve.
Campbell.
All right,
Steve. Calm.
Relax. I don't think it was Soren. For me, I open it with the Twix sign facing me. Yeah, so if that was facing me, and then I'd tear that top right corner, that corner there, and then that's the leg I eat first,
Right, so, but if you open it that way, then you've obviously... And the other question was, is a Jaffa cake a cake or a biscuit?
We're doing the cakes and biscuits now.
Kuma's
It's
special.
way too early.
That's obviously a cake.
I was going to say, Soren, that's normally the 3 a.m. to 5 a.m. discussion when we're just
I'll be on
soldiering
about
through.
5 o'clock, so I'll bring it back then.
This is a good moment for me to say, please, keep donating. This is what it's here for. The link is in the chat. Let's not let that dry up, because the moment that dries up, then we're just a lot of people talking a lot of nonsense for no reason. Please, we are currently on £489 in the Just Giving page. We're trying to get to 4K across the 24 hours. So we're well on target. We're at 12%. Even if, by the way, there's 264 people in this chat. If everyone just donated £2, that's an extra 500. If everyone donated a £5, we've got an extra 1,250 or so. So please keep that going.
It's for an amazing cause as well.
It really is. I have missed a few. So Wolves F1, thank you so much. Wolves F1, Wolves Finland, another one. Thank you very much. Jimmy, Jimmy Costco, I have starred your point. We'll come to that in a conversation later. But here's a quiz question for everyone, and I'd like everyone to join in with this. Okay, but Steve, let other people discuss and debate. You know what I mean? Like there are 5 English managers that have taken clubs to the knockout stages of the Champions League. 5 English managers that have taken clubs to the knockout stages of the Champions League. When you think about it, before I get the answers, how ridiculous is that for this so-called massive football country that only 5 managers? Anyway, who are the 5 managers?
Harry Redknapp.
Graham Potter.
Graham Potter.
Harry Redknapp is 1. Graham Potter is 2.
Yep.
You say English?
Roy Hodgson?
English managers, not British. No.
Hodgson?
Roy Hodgson?
Yeah, Hodgson.
Hang on. One at a time, guys. One at a time.
Sorry.
Come on. Not Roy Hodgson.
He didn't, not even with like Inter or anyone. Okay.
Brendan Rodgers not English.
No, Brendan Rodgers is
English.
Irish.
Yeah,
Irish.
sorry.
Did
Kevin Keegan.
Oh, Brian Clough.
Not the Champions League.
Bobby Robson.
I was going to say Bobby
Are you
Robson.
talking about Champions League era?
Yeah, hence why the question was.
Okay.
Yeah,
Hence
not
why
the
the question was who took
European
them to the
Cup.
Yeah,
Champions
but
League.
it
knockout
was the
stages.
European Cup. It's the same trophy.
Okay, so yeah, so wait, so Bobby Robson didn't.
Scott Parker.
Bobby Robson didn't, by the way.
Good shout.
Yeah,
we
that's
got,
fine. So we saw him two.
in Switzerland, didn't he?
Bobby Robson didn't.
Scott Parker with Club Brugge.
Scott Parker is one of them. Good shout.
Great shout. That is.
So
very
you've
good
got
shout.
Parker, Redknapp, and Potter. Who were the other 2? And Mike Bassett is a great guess. He was more of an international manager, from my understanding. I'm seeing some. Yeah, okay.
No,
I was
going to say
Southgate.
Chelsea.
Did Frank Lampard for Chelsea?
Yes.
Or
Yes.
not?
Frank Lampard did, because that was the group with Lille, Valencia, and Ajax in 2019.
he got out.
20.
Frank Lampard won?
Yeah.
Frank
2018,
Lampard is the 4th one. There is one more to go.
Southgate.
Oh no, I don't think it is. Oh, maybe not actually. I was going to say Gerrard
Will
with Rangers,
Still.
but no.
Is it a caretaker manager?
Listen, I'm not giving up. I'm not here to give you clues.
We don't need hints like that. We can get this. I'm thinking
Michael Carrick.
No. It's not Carrick.
He was Inter Man United manager. That's why I guessed.
I'm just trying to think like Celtic managers that were English recently. Because
Garrett
finals.
There is one more.
No, it's
One
a
more.
knockout. It's just the knockouts, isn't it? So
Knockout stages.
Knockout stages of the
So
Champions
round
League.
of 16 minimum.
yeah.
David O'Leary, I hate to break the news to you, was not English.
I think he's Irish.
Oh, how about Oh no, it's too early. Is it for the Champions League? That I was thinking of Walker at Norwich.
No.
Wait, what? Norwich made the Champions League?
Well, they were in Europe when they was like Cup Winners' Cup or
19
UEFA Cup or something. Yeah.
It didn't in '93. Norwich finish like second or something stupid, third or something.
Hey, Steve, stop talking. I'm trying to think. It's so hard. Because I actually want to get this.
By the way, keep donating, people.
Keep donating.
Please do. Let's never forget where we are.
Keep wanting to say David O'Leary, but he's Irish.
That does throw a spanner in the works, doesn't it?
It's not David Moyes either because he's
I think I've got it.
Gerrard.
No, wait, hang on. Is it Craig Shakespeare for
Leicester?
Or Leicester?
It is Craig Shakespeare.
Oh, yes.
That's good, Perchy.
Oh, people were saying Shakespeare in the chat.
I was thinking of English teams that had and I was thinking Leicester, and then I kept thinking Ranieri. Then I realized he got sacked in the group stages.
Right.
They played Atletico Madrid, and then
they got that.
Sevilla.
They got knocked out, didn't they?
It's crazy to think, guys, isn't it, that only 5 have done it in the entire history of the Champions League.
Think about the actual managers that have done it. Like, that's even
I've got a good trivia question.
Go on, Steve.
God, I'm worried.
Who are the 3 Italians to score in each of his Who are the 3 Italians to score in each of his first 3 UEFA Champions League appearances? So 3. So let me explain.
Yeah, I got it. 3 Italians who scored in their first 3 appearances in the Champions League.
Yeah.
Cool. Got it.
Huh?
Vialli?
No.
Ravanelli?
Yes. That's one.
Mario
the first 3 Champions League appearances.
Were you going to say Balotelli, Soren?
Yeah.
Balotelli, no.
No.
Inzaghi, no.
Del Piero.
Oh,
one more.
Yes, good one.
There's one more. He's
Totti?
still playing.
Oh, he's still playing.
He did it this season.
Is it? Oh no, they wouldn't have been in it. So I was going to say.
Immobile?
I was going to say Immobile.
Not Ciro Immobile, no, because Lazio were in.
Not Immobile. Oh yeah, Lazio weren't in it, were they? Good point.
Fuck! It's on the tip of my tongue. Oh, what's his name?
In the Champions League. Just trying to think.
Is it a Napoli player? Isn't it? Yeah, I know who it is. I can't. No, I'm trying to think.
Someone said Paratici. He did it. Sorry, he did it this year.
This Champions League campaign.
No, I can't think. I know who it is.
I know who
it is.
I remember it coming up on the TV and then mentioning it. I can't remember the guy's name now.
Does he play for? He doesn't play for an Italian.
He plays for Napoli.
Napoli. I said it. Napoli. He's a Napoli player. Yeah.
Oh, is it Politano?
No.
Oh, what's their name?
Raspadori.
Raspadori.
That's it. Raspadori. Yeah, that's it. Raspadori.
Only got it because everyone in the chat is starting whacking it in. I only got it in the chat. Right.
I can think of another forward with a Z in it. I can't remember his name.
Okay.
I knew it was Napoli player.
People keep smashing in the donations, people.
Yeah, please donate, guys. Come on.
Up to, bear with me 1 second. Let me refresh. We are now up to £531. Thank you. Quez Ali has put to the call, said, I hope this helps people. Who's ringing me from America right now?
Me.
I hope this helps people who need it. How do you feel about the impact that managers like Pep and Enrique have had on football? Everyone, we'll talk about Pep and people like that a bit later on, but thank you for that. And the one before that was Perchy, so thank you very much. Don't know who is ringing me from America.
I've got another trivia question, by the way.
Okay, go for it.
Who are the only 3 players to have scored a goal in the UEFA Champions League for at least 4 different clubs?
Ibrahimovic.
Yeah. One.
He must have, right? He must have.
Yeah.
Two left for everyone.
Any sort of any level in the Champions League, right? From group to like league, not from the group stages onwards, right? Yeah. Okay.
Ronaldo.
No.
Sorry. What? Can you repeat the question again, please?
So, yeah. So basically, I'm looking for for example, Zlatan played for Ajax, AC Milan, Inter, Juve. List goes on at Manchester United, and so he scored a bunch of goals for at least 4 different clubs in the Champions League.
Right. Okay.
What about Ronaldinho?
Ronaldinho, no.
Anelka.
Say it again.
Anelka, no.
Beckham.
Say it again.
Beckham, no.
It's the 4 different teams.
Wait, say it again, Steve.
So
All right. Times do you need it?
I've scored players that have scored four
goals
for
four players that have scored for 4 different teams in the Champions League.
How about Giroud?
Giroud, no.
Seedorf,
no. There's 2 left.
4 different teams.
What about Fernando Torres?
No.
Oh, no. Michael Owen?
What about
Michael Owen? No.
Christian Vieri? Didn't he play for every team in the world?
Vieri, no.
It felt like that.
He felt like
I mean,
it
just
like it,
played for everyone. Right. So who have we got? We've got Ibrahimovic and
just Ibra. There's 2 left.
Ibra.
There's 2 more.
What about the real Ronaldo?
No,
I think someone said that.
No, there aren't.
There's only 3 clubs, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah,
I
was gonna say, because I was gonna say
this is a good
Figo. We
question.
play for 3 clubs.
This is a good question.
This is a very good one, actually. I like this one.
I reckon it's going to be someone. So Haaland would have done it for what, 3 by now?
3,
2? I don't know.
yes. Haaland would have done it
with
for
Mulder.
3. No,
weren't in the group.
They weren't in the Champions League when he was there.
Luis Suarez.
Suarez, no. Eto'o, no.
Hang on, Luis. Hang on. I'm going to query Luis Suarez. Hang on.
Cristiano Ronaldo.
Hang on. I'm querying Luis Suarez. Liverpool, Atletico Madrid, Barcelona, Ajax.
No,
surely
he didn't. No.
Nope.
I've got to Google. I'm googling him.
You can Google. That's fine.
I'm just googling him.
That's fine.
Have we said Thierry Henry?
Thierry Henry? No.
Henry was 2, wasn't it? I think. This is a great question.
Robin? Yeah, Robin.
Lewandowski?
Arjen Robben, no. Lewandowski, no.
No, it wouldn't be Lewandowski. Lewandowski's not bad.
Is it a striker? Are they strikers, both of them? Or one?
Yeah, that's a good question. Are they all? Oh, wait.
One of them played on the left.
One played on the left.
Not Frank Ribery.
14.
Ribery? No.
What about
Perisic?
Oh, that's not a bad shout.
That's a good shout. Yeah, that's a good shout.
Absolute
Very
stellar
good question.
Stellar question.
Um,
I'm querying.
You can look it up.
I'm querying this big time because are you telling me he scored every year for Ajax in Europe? Are you telling me they weren't in Champions League for 5 straight years? Same with Liverpool. Same with Barcelona.
Okay. Go to. All right.
No, it's all right. I'll take your word for it. It just feels right.
I'll go on. Hold on. I'll go on Transfermarkt.
That's
and
fine.
then it'll show me. It's not Luis Suarez.
I'm hoping I've gone. How about Lilian Thuram?
No.
He's been around a few clubs. Certainly been in the Champions League a lot.
Angel Di Maria.
No. Really good.
He's played for everyone as well.
It's a great shout. Di Maria is as well.
Lewandowski.
What about what's his name? The Ukrainian Shevchenko.
No.
We'll see Champions League.
One of them was a left winger. I'll reveal the other one after the next guess. The other's primary position they played.
Diego Forlan?
Forlan, no. So the next one, so it was a left winger.
Right.
Striker was the other one. This guy played as a striker.
Well, wait, so one plays a striker, one plays a winger.
Is this Champions League era, right?
Champions League era, so that's 1992-93 up until present day.
Okay.
I've got no idea.
Oh, this is a great question. I'm liking this.
Hold on. I'm just trying to see.
Veron?
No.
No, that's no left wing or striker. Forget it. No. Good question.
This is a great. I'm liking this.
Mate, does anyone want another clue?
Yeah.
No.
I don't know where this has come from. Like just in the middle of a charity stream, nothing to do with it. Okay.
Brilliant.
Sorry you feel that way.
Romero, incorrect.
Romero is incorrect. Jesus, this is a good question.
I like this one.
Edin Dzeko?
Dzeko? No.
And Anelka definitely didn't. I feel like he played for every team in the world as well.
Wait, what about? Oh wait, no.
Hold on,
Ronaldo? Cristiano Ronaldo?
No, not Cristiano.
Oh, did we? I was just thinking because he played Sporting.
He never played UEFA Champions League, to my knowledge, with Sporting Club.
Wait. Oh,
I've got no idea.
What about? I'm just trying to think of journeyman. Morata?
No,
that's what I thought. Yeah.
Oh, this is journeyman. I'm just thinking of like journeyman strikers now.
Yeah, that's the trouble.
I'll reveal. So the striker played at two of the clubs.
Right.
Two of the clubs. I'll give you three. I feel nice. AC Milan, Chelsea, Genoa. He didn't score the UCL goal with Genoa.
Genoa.
And then the left winger, the South American.
Milito didn't play for Chelsea, did he?
Milito, no.
South American for the winger.
Mm-hmm.
Edin Dzeko?
Dzeko is not South American.
Sorry,
Okay, all right. These next two players are South American.
Next to South, sorry, I didn't
One
know.
is still playing.
What's his name? Malouda,
no.
No, he said both are South American.
Both are South American. One of them is still playing today.
Whoa.
That's a really good question, man.
Jesus Christ. Well done, Steve.
Yeah, this is a top one, actually.
If I ever go on to like Eggheads, like a football special, Steve is coming with me. And his alcohol as well. All the Malibu's coming.
Wait, he played, and it was the striker that played for Chelsea, Milan, and Genoa, right?
Yeah.
Still playing now.
Chelsea.
Has one of them played in England?
The striker is retired. The left winger is still playing today.
And he played for four teams and scored in four different teams.
Has one of them played in England? Has one played in England?
Yeah,
both have played in England.
Yeah.
I've got one.
Go for it, Sav.
Saviola.
No.
Oh, good shot.
I am telling you for a fact it's Saviola. And if you would like to know how I know, my next quiz question is about
Crespo,
right,
yeah.
Carry on, as you were.
I reckon I know what the next quiz question will be.
What's the next quiz question?
Was it going to be, can you name the player that's represented the most clubs in the Champions League?
No, but just so you know, Saviola has scored for 6 different clubs in the Champions League, so he's definitely scored for 4.
Javier Saviola?
Yeah,
is that who you're referencing? Is that who you're referencing, Sava?
Saviola. Yeah, the Saviola. Javier Saviola.
Hold up. Let me investigate.
Oh, who gave you your answers to your quiz question, Steve?
I heard it on a broadcast once, and I wrote it down.
I'm not sure if Saviola scored for all of them. He certainly played for at least 6.
I'm varying Saviola, and Saviola scored for Barcelona, Monaco, Malaga, and Olympiacos in the Champions League.
Okay, then I'll give you Saviola. I didn't even have that one.
But I don't know if it just says Champions League. It doesn't say if it counted in the qualifiers. So I don't know where you're. That was all. It just says.
I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you.
Thank
I'll
you.
say it again because I don't think Alexis Sanchez.
Alexis Sanchez, yes.
Yeah.
One more. Because so Alexis Sanchez scored in the UCL for Inter,
Udinese.
Arsenal, yeah.
Marseille this year.
And
Manchester United.
That's it.
Yeah.
Now there's one more.
By the way, hang on,
It's
just so
not
you know.
Willian, is
So
it? Willian.
Saviola, for example, played for Barcelona, Monaco, Seville, Real Madrid, Benfica, Malaga, Olympiacos, and in every year he scored in European competition. So
he didn't
I'll give it
score
to you.
for
I'll give it
Benfica,
to
though,
you.
it says all round. He didn't score for Real Madrid or Benfica. It says on here.
I'm just saying. It just says here, who is the only player to score for 6 different teams in the Champions
I've got the
League?
other one. I think I've got the other one. Is it Cavani?
No.
Oh, good shout, Cavani. And wait,
He's
you
got-
said that. Did you say that? Wait. You said the striker wasn't playing anymore.
The striker is retired.
The striker's retired.
And he is from South America.
Yeah.
Batistuta.
No.
Crespo.
Crespo!
That's what I
Parma?
You said Crespo. I said Crespo.
I said
When did you
Crespo
say?
earlier.
I'm sorry. I'm hammer, bro. I'm sorry. You get all the glory.
I thought it was Crespo.
I've got
but
one
I
more
can't
killer question if you want.
remember. Go on, your killers are good, to be fair.
Okay.
Go on, Steve.
Falcao's a good
By
shot.
the way, Jose Mourinho's just been charged by UEFA for his behaviour.
Roma vaffanculo. That's all I have to say.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Who is the only player in Champions League history, so 1992-93 up until now, the only player in Champions League history to score a UEFA Champions League hat trick for three
Ronaldo.
different clubs?
I'm going to say Ronaldo, but different clubs.
Ibrahimovic.
I reckon it might be someone
Messi,
like
no.
I
It's
think
got
it
to be
might be
Messi.
someone
That's a
like
stupid question. Sorry.
Big
Zlatan.
Zlatan's got to be.
Zlatan, no.
Really?
But I think it's going to be quite one of those weirdly obscure ones that you don't. It'll be like.
Was it Dimitar Berbatov?
No.
So how many teams did he score hat tricks for?
Oh, no, it wasn't Berbatov. No.
Did you say
3.
for 3 teams? Okay.
No.
3 teams hat tricks he scored. What? Lewandowski.
Yes. Borussia Dortmund, Bayern München,
yeah.
Barca.
I knew he scored one for
Good shout.
Barcelona this year. That was all.
This year?
Yeah.
There you go.
See, that was easy for you, the chat guys. There we go.
Here's a quick one. Who is the first player
Love
to
it.
win a UEFA Champions League in the Champions League era, 92-93 to now, with 2 different clubs? The first player
Sorry,
to do this.
say that again. Slow it down. Say it again.
Who is the first player in the UEFA Champions League era, 92-93 up until now, to win the Champions League with
Current
2 different clubs? Seedorf, no.
Beckham.
No.
Beckham didn't win it twice with 2 different clubs.
But he won it Man U and Real, didn't he?
There was one before that.
Yeah, it's before that. He's the first person to. Kaka?
No.
What about Marcel Desailly?
Yes, Desailly.
Yeah.
He won it with Olympique de Marseille in
Marseille.
92-93.
Marseille
Then
and
with
Milan,
AC.
right?
AC Milan?
Marseille and AC
Yeah.
Milan.
Yeah.
Right, I've got some.
Savlon.
I've got some questions. I've got a few questions, some
Love it.
random ones, and then I'll actually get to what I was going to do with my quiz that I wrote down. But hey, listen. Right, where are we? So, can you name a footballer who has played in all 4 divisions in England and won the Champions League?
Robert Earnshaw.
Yeah, who did Robert Earnshaw win a
God
Champions League?
damn it.
He was part of Man United. Was he part of Man United?
No, Robert Earnshaw was not part of Man.
I don't. No. Like he was like a academy player. I was thinking. I'm just trying to.
Giggs. No, he's one club guy.
He played in all 4 divisions and won the Champions League.
In England, so that's League
he
One,
actually,
League Two.
I know
he
this
actually,
as well, by the
he
way.
actually played in the conference as well.
I know
He
this.
actually played for a club in the conference that are about 2 miles away from my house.
No, I know this. This is one of those pub questions that always seem to come up.
To take it further, he is the only player to have played in the World Cup, the Champions League, the UEFA Cup, the Intertoto Cup, all 4 levels of the English League, and the Football Conference.
Wow.
Oh no, this is
Was it a Chelsea player?
Is he Irish?
I'm not answering these sort of questions.
No. We don't. Oh, don't do that. I want to get this because this is those.
There's so many people guessing all these answers in the chat. I love it. So now I don't even know what the name is to which question, but hey, it's great. Good fun.
Oh, wait. This is...
No,
this is annoying.
Ooh, I'm thinking it's got to be a goalkeeper. It's got to be somebody with a very long
Scott
career.
Carson.
Oh, no. I know this one. Steve
Chris.
Finnan.
It is Steve Finnan.
I knew it.
Irish fullback.
It is Steve Finnan. Yes. Absolutely. Big up, Chris. How you doing, mate? You all right?
I'm not too bad. Can you hear me all right?
I can.
Yeah,
I love the
here,
glasses that are going on. I don't know what that will do for Steve's drunken state, but I love the glasses that are going on. Mate. That's superb.
Yeah. I'm actually working, but I'm taking an hour off in the middle of the day. But
isn't everyone actually working? Yeah, I get it. Another quiz question on the back of this. Who is the only player to have been sent off 4 times in the Champions League era?
Ooh.
Oh, it's got to be
Pepe.
Gattuso.
Suarez.
It's got to be a Real Madrid, hasn't it? The big fellow.
Ramos.
Yeah. Oh, the defender Ramos.
Yeah.
It's not Ramos. It's not Pepe.
They're like the go-tos. They've been sent off 4 times.
Balotelli.
It's not Balotelli.
Casemiro.
Not Casemiro.
Ibrahimovic.
It is Zlatan Ibrahimovic. 4 times he's been sent off. That man's got anger issues, hasn't he?
Yeah,
anyway, look.
Proper anger issues. Yeah.
I want to get to the actual quiz question that I wrote down. So this one's a bit of a longer-winded question. Right. Now, you're going to get loads of names put in the chat, but I'm not going to look at the chat for the moment. I'm going to focus on you guys for the minute. And please keep donating. The donations have dried up a tiny little bit in the Just Giving page. We are currently at, where are we? Why is my computer frozen? There we go. We are currently, we're still on 531. Guys and girls, there's 240 people in the chat. If everyone just donated £1 or £2, come on. This is what it's for. I'm putting the link in the comments now. £1, £2. Everyone, if you can afford it, please do it. Please do it. Right. This question is as follows. There have been 13 players with a BAME background. So a black, African, I'll tell you what.
Minority ethnic.
Sorry, black. This is bad, isn't it? Does everyone know what BAME is? Can someone tell me what it is? I've completely forgotten the actual acronym for it.
Black African.
Is this the villain in Batman?
No,
Bane?
no, Steve, stop. No. So black, African, what is it, Chris?
Minority ethnic. Then you work in recruitment. I'm sure you should know this.
It just went out of my head. It just completely went out of my head. Who keeps trying to ring me from the USA?
It's Bane. Bane is trying to ring you.
Alex, Mr. Box Office is trying to ring me when he knows fully well I'm on the stream. Should we call him back?
Yeah.
Should we call him back? Let's call him back. Let's see what Alex wants.
My mistake, by the way.
Oh, you didn't mean to call me.
And I'm sorry, I was texting you. That was it, and it just came to call you. No, I'll be back. Working in it. So I'll be back.
All right, mate. You come back. We need you. Bye-bye.
Tell him to donate.
Yeah, I'll be back.
Bye-bye.
So it's
I thought he was ringing to tell me off that I didn't know what BAME meant. That's what I thought he was telling me. Right. So there are 13 BAME players that have got 50 or more caps for the England national team. 50 caps or more.
Ooh. John Barnes.
John Barnes got to be up.
Danny Rose.
Well, hang on. Can we not? Hang on. Just take a second before everyone just goes mental. Like John Barnes, yes, has 79 England caps.
Ashley Cole.
Ashley Cole is top of the pile with 107 England caps.
Daniel
Raheem
Sturridge.
Sterling.
Hang on, one at a time, guys. I can't hear. I didn't hear either of those.
I said Sturridge. Daniel Sturridge.
It's not Daniel Sturridge. He's never been fit enough to play more than 50 games in his career.
Sterling?
Yeah, Sterling.
Raheem Sterling. You're getting the easy ones. Raheem Sterling is second on the list with 82 caps.
David James.
David James. He is at the bottom of the list. Well, second to bottom with 53 England caps.
Good shot.
Titus Bramble.
Definitely not Titus Bramble.
Is Viv Anderson on there, mate?
No, that was my first guess when I heard this last week. No, Viv Anderson is not on this list.
Paul
Ince.
Oh yeah, Paul Ince.
Paul Ince has 53 England caps as well.
Colton Palmer.
Not Colton Palmer. And if he did have 53 England caps, England should not be allowed to play in international competitions.
Jermaine Defoe.
Jermaine Defoe has 57 England caps.
Oh, yeah, good shout.
I don't think Des Walker played enough, did he?
Kyle Walker.
Des Walker.
Kyle Walker might be a shout.
Des Walker had 59 England caps. And you know what they say, Chris? You'll never beat Des Walker, if you remember.
Yeah.
And thank you, Des, for scoring the winning goal for Spurs in our last proper trophy win. Thank you for that.
What about
if you don't know
Rio
what I
Ferdinand?
mean, get to know.
Rio Ferdinand,
Rio Ferdinand, 81 England caps. Steve said Carl Walker, 75 England caps.
Rashford.
That's a shout. Rashford's a shout.
Oh, God.
Marcus
That's
Rashford.
a really bad name.
Marcus Rashford has 51. Yes.
Judas.
Sol Campbell has 73 England caps. There is one more that we need
Bukayo
to get.
Saka.
It's not Bukayo Saka.
Les Ferdinand.
It's not
Tyrone
Les
Mings.
Ferdinand.
Good shout.
Tyrone Mings.
Tyrone Mings.
Not
Ian
Tyrone
Wright.
Mings. Not Ian Wright.
Glenn Johnson.
What a shout.
Kieran Dyer.
Sorry, there were two more for you to get. Glenn Johnson is one of them on
That's a great shout, Glenn Johnson.
54 caps.
What's another
There's
one?
one more.
No, did he really
What
get that
about
many?
how many did Ian Wright get? Did he get a lot?
Don't
Ian
look
Wright?
at the chat because people have clearly Googled it that they've written all 13 in the right order in a row, which ruins everything.
Yeah, I'm not looking at the chat.
There's one more.
Femi Martins.
Okay, Steve.
No, serious.
What are you talking about?
Oh,
Drink water.
Water.
now. Finish it. Come on.
You are so loved. Look, it's Snoopy.
Okay, I'm
You
trying.
guys
This
know
is
what
tough, this
Snoopy
one.
is?
I can top a fake dog with a real dog. There you go. Hey, buddy.
Can you read out the ones we've got so far?
You've got so far Ashley Cole. This is in order of the number of caps. Ashley Cole, Raheem Sterling, Rio Ferdinand, John Barnes, Carl Walker, Sol Campbell, everyone's favourite player, Blank, Des Walker, Jermaine Defoe, Glenn Johnson, Paul Ince, David James, and Marcus Rashford.
So he's like a middle of the pile one. So I'm just thinking. So you said he's blank. So he's had more than Sol Campbell, right?
He's
Andy
had
Cole. Andy Cole.
not Andy Cole. This guy has had 62 caps for England. So he's sandwiched in between Des Walker and Sol Campbell.
62 caps.
Henry Wright TV. Henry Wright.
Heskey?
Jesus Christ. Yes, it is Emil Heskey. Yes.
Oh.
Emil Heskey.
Come on.
Emil Heskey was 62.
How did he get more than 50 caps? Just how?
I was just thinking of the player that we always used to see in the fucking tournaments, and he's always was there. Heskey was always there all the time.
Guys, I'll keep asking. We have not had a donation for a very, very long time now. The last donation was 38 minutes ago. People, please remember, as much as we're having a laugh talking football, we're here to raise money.
I was going to say there's a couple more that have just flown in, mate.
Hang on, let me finish my sentences, please. It really helps. Please donate. This is a really good cause. It's going to be 24 hours of this. So please, even if you can afford a pound, £2, forget who you support. Forget if you hate me. If you like health and you like people getting the treatment they need, please donate. I'm putting the link back in again. Please
I just donated.
Do donate. Thank you very much, Steve. That is much appreciated. Are you ready for the next question?
Yeah.
This one, I think, is a little bit easier. Well, we'll say that. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 players that have scored over 30 goals in a Premier League season. Please don't all shout out 30 goals in a Premier League season, and only one player who has scored over 30 goals 3 times.
Okay.
Can you name the 10 players, and can you name the one that scored 30 more than 3 times?
I'm going to start with Harry Kane.
Kane.
Okay, so we'll start with Harry Kane, who has scored 30.
Haaland, obviously.
Haaland's got 36.
Thierry
Henry got 30.
Kevin Phillips.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, that was my banker for people getting stuck, Hoover. Kevin Phillips has got 30 goals, yes.
Didn't Mo
Alan
Salah
Shearer.
get 30?
Mo Salah got 32.
Yeah.
Alan Shearer.
Alan Shearer got 34, 31, and 31.
Yeah.
Ronaldo?
Oh, yeah, I was going to say Ronaldo was going to be my next one.
Cristiano Ronaldo got 31.
Van Nistelrooy?
Ooh.
No.
No, he never
Have we
got
done
more than
Rooney yet?
25.
Rooney never did it.
No, I was
No,
gonna say,
never
Ronaldo.
did, no.
Did Andy Cole do it?
Oh, no.
And Andy Cole is second on the list behind Haaland with 34.
Okay.
So
What
there's 2
about
more to get.
Suarez?
Luis Suarez, yeah.
Luis Suarez scored 31. There's 1 more player.
Robin Van Persie.
Oh, that was
Robin
mine.
Van Persie.
Yeah.
Well, that went very quickly. When I was writing that question down, I thought, oh, this will take people a while to get. And then you realise there's a panel of about 7 people. All right, next question.
Go on.
Of all the players to score 100 or more Premier League goals. Now, what I want you to do for this, do not shout out. What I want you to do you all know how to change your name on your...
Yeah.
You've all
That's
done
a
this
good way to
before.
do it.
Right. So please do not shout out your answer. Please type it in your... edit your name, change it, and then when I ask you to reveal it.
Bring up a comment so it covers our names.
Yeah.
Sorry?
If you bring up a comment, our names disappear.
There we go.
There we go.
And this isn't the answer to the question, by the way, of the next question. Of all the players to score 100 or more Premier League goals, can you name who has the best goals to games ratio, so the best goal scoring percentage? And I will chuck in £50 right now. I will chuck in £100 right now if anyone gets the top 5 in the right order. So, i.e., a goal percentage of 0.81%. By the way, no one has got a goal percentage of 0.81%, but you get the drift. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
In order. Oh, we can get a ton for charity.
Over
guys. Come on.
100 goals.
Over 100 Premier League goals. So you've only got, I think there's 30 players to pick from. So I need who's top of that list, the highest goal scoring percentage, and then the 5 in order.
Okay.
Oh, God.
I think I've
Who do you think?
That's tough, man.
Of course it's tough. I'm not going to offer up £100 for nothing.
Of course.
I'm too drunk to understand that question.
Oh my Steve, why don't you go and have a nap?
Nah, man.
I'm all good.
If it helps, it's not Obafemi Martins. I'll give you that.
It's Chris, bang on, well done. I'll put £1 in for that, Chris.
Thanks. Cheers.
I'll tell you what I'll do as well, just while you guys are thinking that, I'll tell you what I'll do. There's 230 people in the chat. If between the 230 people in the chat, if in the next 10 minutes I get £230 of donations, even if it's £1 each, I will match that £230 with my own money, making it nearly £500 in 10 minutes. I can't say fairer than that. That's £1 each for anyone in the chat,
this is tough, man.
Right. So we're on 500 at the moment. We are on £542. If that number by 3:30, so it's nearly 20 past, says 700, and if we get to 750 plus in the next 13 minutes, £750 plus, I will match it and put my own I'll match whatever is put in above that number. Is that fair?
Yeah.
That's very fair. Come on, get donating, people.
All is fair in love and war, Sava.
Get donating, people.
Whatever that means.
Oh, man.
Okay, let me know when you've written it out so I can bring your answers back.
I'm trying to get one more.
Yeah.
I think
you're good. Are we good?
I think.
Wait. I gotta hold on.
Oh, this is a great question, by the way. Well done on this one. This one's makes you think.
I think it's that.
Can people please stop Googling the answer and put it in the chat? Please.
I'm not looking at the
that.
chat. No worries.
People are blatantly Googling the answer.
I've got
losers.
mine on chat, so I can't see any.
Otherwise, I'll just turn the comments off because too many people are getting the exact answer in the right order, and this is a tough question.
I think I've got the 5, but I don't know if I've got them in order.
Yeah, order's the bit that's I've
order's the killer.
redone the order about 6 times.
That's the hardest bit.
I'm sticking with what I've got, but I'm not sure.
Come on, people, keep donating. I mean, in the 3 minutes since I asked that question, no one has. Let's donate. Let's get these numbers up.
I've got my answer typed.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. I'm gonna remove this comment. Have you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Aguero, Kane, Shearer, Salah, Omri, Kane, Aguero, Shearer, Son. Oh, that's such a Spurs answer. That's such a biased Spurs answer. He's nowhere near it.
But he's got a very good ratio, man.
No, he has not compared to the others. He's nowhere near it, mate. Salah, Kane, no. Gregor's Raziak, the only answer for Chris. Aguero, Kane. So the answer is this. Let's see. So Thierry Henry is top of the pile with a goal scoring ratio of 0.68 goals per game.
That's insane.
In joint second, so I'll take this in either way, but neither of you got it, is Kane and Aguero with 0.67. So they're 0.1 behind Henry.
Aguero third.
Salah is on 0.59. Sorry, no, he's not. 0.60. Shearer is on 0.59. And Mr. Ian Wright is 0.53.
Nice.
So all my answers were wrong.
All your answers were wrong.
All right. It's not Richarlison, PK.
I was close.
No.
It's incredible that one of the players hasn't played a Premier League game in yours, which was incredible.
Simone Zaza played a game for West Ham.
I'm not about Gerard Piqué, to be fair.
Oh yeah. Right.
Actually, no, he didn't. He played Man United, didn't he? Sorry, that's
Man United.
People, 10 minutes. Keep donating. Since I've asked, we've had £25. Come on, people, dig deep. It's £1. £1 each. That's all we're asking for. 50p each. £1.
I donated.
Not you, Steve. Not you. I'm talking to the crowd. Jesus Christ, Steve. The next question I was going to ask was going to be one easy. Right. So, guys and girls, just quickly, completely off topic, and then I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 subjects I've written down that we're going to talk about are all to do with best players or best right back, best this, that, the other. So I'm going to come to someone in a minute and ask them for a number between 1 and 17, and then that's what we're going to discuss. And I'm sure it'll be fiery, and I'm sure there'll be arguments, and people in the chat will want to get involved. It's noticeable as well that since I asked for more donations, we've gone from 30 in the chat to 204. Thank you very much to those people. Guys, just quickly, I know a short, sharp answer, but Jesse Lingard has just left Nottingham Forest and is on a free transfer. Is anyone taking him at Tottenham Hotspur? And do we think this is Daniel Levy's type of signing.
Yes.
Oh yeah, without doubt.
Definitely his type of signing.
If it's free, it's for me. That's what Daniel Levy has written on like one of those. It's like
he does, whoever it is.
you know where it's. I don't know if this is in the UK or wherever the hell, but like we got these corny ass signs in some people's houses where it's like home is where the heart is. But this family is all about love and all this crap. I bet Levy's house is like, if it's free, it's for me. That's probably the motto. That's probably the motto.
It's probably stuck above his bed, so when he wakes up, it's the first thing he sees in the morning.
Yeah.
Can I ask you guys then, would anyone before this year, after the spell he had at West Ham, would anyone have taken him on a free?
No.
No?
No.
Yeah,
okay,
maybe.
I'm just asking. Just asking.
Maybe.
The problem then, though, Sava, was look, if he joined us, he'd be our best central attacking midfielder, right? Because we don't have any.
So worrying. So worrying.
Back then, we wouldn't have used him, would we? Because we had Conte and whatever. So.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Why buy a player you need for a position when you can go out and get another left winger?
True.
Or right back.
Or another right back. Yeah. Okay, guys and girls, please, people, please keep donating if you can. Who we've got? Strasbourg Steve has put in the chat. Thank you, Steve. Beers for fears. I mean, yeah, sure. He's come in again and said teams like Millwall, okay. Wolves, Finland again with another super chat. Thank you very much. And Stressful Steve this time has just run out of things to say. And thank you very much. Please, people, keep donating this. Look, as much as we're having a laugh, as much as it's all fun and games, this is to raise money. We're now at 14% of our target after, where are we? We are 3.5 hours in, 14% of our target's not bad. I need to get to 33% by 8 p.m. Guys and girls, if anyone needs to jump, I think Perchi, was that you that said you need to jump?
I need to jump shortly. Do you want me to pick a number for you and you can discuss it and I can piss off politely?
I mean, if that will make your day better, then of course we can do that.
Number 7.
Sure.
I will be back. I'll pick number 7 as your topic. I've got to shoot because I've got to finish some work off. But keep it up, guys, and everyone in the chat, just chuck in whatever you can. If it's a quid, if it's a couple of quid, just help out because it's an amazing cause. I will be back later for with some more games. So peace out, guys.
You'll have it ready then.
Yeah.
I'll have it ready by then. I will. Speak to you guys
Love
later.
the Espanol shirt, man. See you, Perchy, bro. Love you, man.
See you guys.
So,
wait a minute. I don't think we can allow him to come in here, dump his number on us, and then scarp up. I think we should have a vote for a different number.
Should we go for a different number? Should we just sod off Perchi?
Yeah.
We'll sod off Perchi. Okay. I will. Chris, you're the newest person to the panel. A number from 1 to 17.
I'll go with 13. Unlucky.
13.
Good choice. My lucky number, that is.
This wasn't Freddie Adu's lucky number. This was definitely not his lucky number.
Right. Okay. Number 13. What I want you to do, again, I'll bring up a comment, any old comment. John Joe Shelby wants that for us.
Freddie Adu, that's the Wonder Kid from back in the 80s, isn't it?
No, early 2000s.
Oh,
He debuted for DC United, and before he even made his debut at 14 or something stupid, he had a Gatorade commercial with Pele.
Just quickly, Super Chat, we are now at £596. If we can get this to 730, I will match the £200. So £130 in 5 minutes, £1 each, 50p each. Donations have come in from Anonymous, who's just put YNWA. You'll never walk alone. Thank you so much. Paul Hancock again. Santu again. Phil P has come in and said me again. Huge love to the panel and the chat. Thank you, Phil. Dennis Tunshik as well. Stuart Such has come in and said, great show as always. Whilst I agree with most of what you often say, you will never speak as much truth as Mr. Box Office, the master of truth and entertainment. That's it. I'm done. Back to you, Sava. Absolutely. So please keep digging in. Oh my God. Somebody's just made me have to pay £200, haven't they? Because somebody, and I'm going to show you my screen. I'm going to show you my screen. It hasn't come up who yet, but I just said we were on £596, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to show you my screen. Here we are. Can you see that?
Not yet.
Somebody has just donated £200 in one go, which now means that I'm going to have to jump onto my own page. And I tell you what, we'll do this live so people can see that there is no
Bob spurring going on.
There's no Bob spurring. There we go. Can everyone see this?
Yeah.
£200. Continue. Hopefully my bank details don't come up. Let's just hope my.
As long as you're not on the dark
my bank
web.
details are going to come up. Right. Okay. I'm going to pop off of that, but you'll all see it very, very shortly. Sorry.
As long as you're not on the dark web, Sava, it never happened. That's the advice you gotta live by. You know what I'm saying? ExpressVPN, those also help. You know what I'm saying, man?
I hear you, man. I don't know what you're talking about, but I hear you. Right. So we are now
big up for the super chats as well, just coming in.
Yeah. I will get to them. I haven't seen them. I'm currently back. I was going to say backdoor, but Coover would have had a field day with that comment. And now I've said it anyway. He's going to do it. Okay, so if I refresh my Just Giving screen, that means after we are on £1,001. Whoever is anonymous and put in £200, thank you so much. Well done to Richard Sava. Thank you to that guy. Very good-looking guy. Lovely beard. Good sense of humour. Knows everything.
Saviola donated.
Yeah,
we were just talking.
Super chats. Here we go. Big up to my man Gav North. I love Gav. Gav and I used to hate each other. We sorted out our differences, and now he loves me. No, I love you too, Gav. Thank you so much. A really nice donation. Thank you very much. And all the money in the super chats will get transferred over in at the end of June when YouTube pay me out, or I can put my own money in. But guys, sorry, I know I've laboured this point, but we're at 1,000. We're at 25% of our target, and we're only 3.5 hours in. Thank you to everyone. Thank you for Joy DeBoy. Thank you so much. Who is Chelsea? Apparently, money doesn't matter when it comes to charity. Your team doesn't matter. And Staffy, big up Staffy. Hope you're well over there in the States. Said big up the good work, Sava. Much respect. Steve, stop drinking. It's 10 a.m. FFS. Steve, I feel like you might have a problem. Guys and girls, thank you, everyone. Much love so far. Chris, you pick number 13. The question I'm going to ask you, please edit your names again. I'm going to ask you this question. Do not shout out. I want you to put the name into your box, and then we will have a debate about this. And I want everyone to have a minute as to why their player should be that player. Yeah? And then everyone in the chat will go mental. Question 13 is, who is the best player to have ever played football? Ever. The best player ever. Not Premier League. Ever. Let me know when you have put stuff in. Thank you as well to Ngoni Kutsawa, who's just donated as well. Thank you very much. Ross P has donated as well. Thank you very much. That is very kind. We are now sitting on £1,001. Let's keep that going. Let's see if we can get to that 4K. It's 1,001 plus in StreamYard in the YouTube. There's $354, which is I don't know, 260 quid, maybe something like that. I don't know what the conversion is at the moment. So thank you so much to everyone. Have you all picked a player?
No, not yet.
Oh my God, Steve, how long do you need?
Right now I'm done.
You've done it?
I was going to say.
Yeah.
Right. Has everyone done it?
I'm going to change mine to something a little bit more interesting.
Oh, jeez.
There we go.
Right, everyone done?
No.
Okay. There we go. So we have got, hang on. I'm absolutely outraged. Only one Lionel Messi, and that's me.
I was going to put Messi.
Yeah.
To be honest with you, but
it was between Messi or Pele for me.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Right. Okay. Okay. What I love about this is I think we've all gone for someone different. We'll ignore Steve for the moment because the Malibu really is kicking in. Okay. Chris, give us everyone in the chat, please put your who's the best player the world has ever seen. Obviously, this is probably going to be subjective to age, but Chris, give us a Cristiano Ronaldo, the greatest player of all time. Why?
Well, my starting point is I can only go people I've seen, so I don't have a balanced view on Pele or even to some extent Maradona. Like, I was very young when he was at his best, and by the time he got to the '94 World Cup, he was a drug-addled, poorer version of the Maradona that was at his peak. So coming forward to the modern game, toss up a coin really. Messi, Ronaldo. I just lean slightly to Ronaldo, ignoring his petulance, but just you could argue for either of them. But for me, the fact he's done it in different leagues, I'd like to see Messi challenge himself a bit more, going to somewhere else. But he's done.
You're going to hate what I have to say, then, Chris. You're going to hate what I have to say.
I mean, he's done it in 4 different leagues, right? So at least, well, I'm not including the Saudi league, but yeah, I'm open to everyone's points, but for me, really hard to pick one, but I just went for him.
Let's go. Who said Maradona? Let's go to Soren, and just before we do, Soren, here's what Mark Cousins thinks of your choice.
Maradona's a cheating chap, I think that was.
Yeah, absolutely. Soren, Diego Armando Maradona.
Yeah, it was very close between him and Messi. I think Messi's still playing, so that's why I didn't really pick him until he's finished his game. But Maradona was. It was just everything that you wanted in a football player. And he played at White Hart Lane. And he wore a Spurs shirt. So that's why he just tipped it over. He did it at club level. He did it at international level. Messi's done it at international, but only just sort of thing. Maradona was 3 or 4 finals. Yes, the latter end of his career was disgraceful. But as a football player, he had everything. So that's why I went for him in the end.
No one picked Beyonce, like the hater of the Glazer. Beyonce's the best thing that's performed at the stadium this year.
I have heard her ball juggling skills are pretty good, but
been talking to Jay-Z, have you? All right, so that's Ronaldo, Cristiano Ronaldo, and Maradona down. No one's picked the real Ronaldo, as I call him. Pele, the Brazilian wonder that is Pele, who sadly passed away in the last year? I think he passed away.
Yeah, last year.
Go on, Danny. Give us a cry for Pele.
I just think what he's achieved, no one has achieved, and no one I don't think will ever achieve, which is winning 3 World Cups. Right? I know he's played in some of the best Brazilian teams, if not, people would argue some of the best football teams they've ever seen. Right? But what he did in those teams, he was the star of those teams. He at every World Cup that he played in, every single tournament, even at 17, he was the star. He was just a phenomenal player. I've watched the games back. I've watched a lot of documentary, watched a lot of Pele, and the people I speak to who have seen him play from older generations, they say that as much as Maradona was the flair player, Maradona and Messi's a different kind of ball game because they've done it in the modern era, and it's so hard to compare between Messi, Maradona, and you could even put in there people like Johan Cruyff and I think revolutionized football in so many ways. But I think what Pele did in those tournaments, if you actually go back and watch some of those games, it's insane. It's actually insane the way that Pele was able to achieve what he achieved when, especially in those days, refereeing wasn't really refereeing. they used to try and break your legs like it was for fun. And the intelligence level of this player, I don't think I've ever seen in any footballer since him. I know I never got the chance to watch him live or be around at that age, but what I have seen, he's what you call pure footballing genius, in my opinion. And there's always that debate that people will say he never went to Europe, but I don't think a player like that, if he did challenge himself in Europe, I think he would have graced it like it was nothing to him. He was that good, in my opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, listen, I don't think there's any right or wrong answers apart from they're all wrong other than mine. Kuva, you've gone for the wonder that is Ronaldinho, the man that played with a smile on his face the whole time. Talk to us about Ronaldinho.
Well, first of all, my first thought was Pele. Just the icon for the sport for decades, for good reason. And the way his fellow professionals talked about him was just amazing. Yeah. But for me, what's the game most about? It's about sporting gestures. It's about entertainment. It's about putting smiles on faces. It's about being wowed by magical bits of skill and just enjoying the moment and living the game. And he was all of that and more. Everybody around the world just loved this bloke. He could destroy Real Madrid at the Bernabeu and just get applause from the home fans. They just loved it. They appreciate what a wondrous player he was. And he was so humble with it as well. I think he made gestures like he's not the only one to do it, but if I remember rightly, he even bent his knee in front of Messi to show respect, despite the fact there's the Brazilian-Argentinian rivalry. I think he might have even bent down a shot tying opponent's shoelace, just he's making millions, and he does that against a sort of unheard of player, just to show it's all about the football stuff. For me, I would fly if I had the money. I'd pay to go and fly just to watch this bloke every week. It is just an amazing player. I could never get enough of watching him play. I think at his peak at Barcelona, for me, it's football perfection. At that point, I could not ask any more from a player. It's just magical. Almost brings tears to your eyes how good he was. Ball skills are incredible. And just with that huge, goofy smile on his face, absolutely loved the bloke. It was just entertainment value all over. That's what football's all about. That's what we're so far from at this club of ours at the moment.
Absolutely. Top player. Steve, you've gone. Go on, Chris.
Before we move on from that, I've got one thing in common with Ronaldinho. If anyone wants to have a guess,
I'd love to know.
It's not that exciting, mate, but we were born on exactly the same day, me and Ronaldinho. I have to reflect on who's had the more successful career today.
You're practically related.
Yeah. Well, listen, I don't know where to go from that. Gav, I don't know anything about cricket, unfortunately, so I couldn't really. I mean, is that good? 502 for 2? Is this good?
Very.
Oh, good. Well done, England. Well done. I don't even know what they're playing. I don't know anything about it. Steve, would you like to give us a reason as to why Jordi Cruyff, who had a turn named after him, is the greatest player of all time?
Well, not only was he playing in a similar era to Pele, and I'm surprised no one mentioned this. I'm watching right now Cruyff. I'm looking at the pitch. I'm looking at the players, the physicality, the balls that they use, the boots, the it's a different. It literally looks different, bro, compared to football nowadays. I mean, just for this alone. I mean, there's so much, but for like this alone, I guess in terms of Ajax were so damn good. I think they were the second team to go three-peat European Cup winners, or double, or 2 in a row, 3 in a row. Correct me if I'm wrong. So he was a part of that. And then so he was absolutely dominant throughout. English teams actually didn't compete in the early editions of the European Cup because they did not want to play against team, because Cruyff literally, this brother was he literally told managers how he wanted to play, and then they got on to win stuff. I mean, like, I just think I honestly, football is completely different as a sport, in every walk of it, like in terms of management, tactics. Barcelona are not who Barcelona are. Messi is not who Messi is, arguably. Cruyff turn. I mean, the stuff he did as a manager. I mean, like, just over his whole entire life, he was like insane for just football, and he was a brilliant player. Obviously, I mean, like, during the 60s and 70s, this guy is just. He's literally just tearing it up. I don't know why anybody's saying I have a good point. I'm so hammered, but bro, I just, for me, Cruyff, I don't know. There's just something about Cruyff that, like, he's so influential. He is so influential, and the fact that he was already in that era a top player. I mean, like, bro, it'd literally be a different game. It would literally
Can anybody remember the question?
Yeah, I don't know. Come on, who's the greatest player of all time? I get it. Okay, I get it. Just quickly before what, Steve?
One more thing. He was the first ever player to force a move through a contract, and he hired an agent to do so. So he was the first ever footballer to hire an agent to negotiate a move away from Ajax.
Okay, well, moving on. Before I go to my guy, just quickly, anyone who had any hopes of signing Rafa Leao for their football club, those hopes are dead. He's just signed on the dotted line for a new contract with AC Milan with a 175 million buyout clause. And in other news, Daniel Farke has just left his job which I believe was Borussia Mönchengladbach, which means he will soon be entering the race for the vacant Tottenham Hotspur manager job. And when we get him over Postecoglou, I hope those people are happy. I can't look past, I think everyone knows that I can't look past Lionel Messi. I think the most Ballon d'Ors ever, the number of goals, he's won more trophies than anybody else in living history. When he was 30, him and Alves, he's got one to go, right? He's got one to go to overtake him. Yeah. Taking that Argentinian squad, which is a decent Argentinian squad, but carrying them to win that whole thing. Everyone doubting him at the age of 35, then pops up and is player of the tournament at the World Cup, where they finished second as well. So he's taken them to 2 finals. I've never seen anything like it. His control, best passer of a ball I've ever seen. The way he caresses his shots into the net rather than rifling them in. His free kicks are spectacular. His dribbling, people kicking him. And the one thing I would say is this whole thing, and this is where I'll go against Chris, this whole thing of Ronaldo did it in more leagues. I just don't think it matters, because on the top stage, when it mattered, Messi absolutely obliterated every team in Europe. It didn't matter who he was playing against. For me, it's got to be Lionel for me.
I think the difference between Messi and Ronaldo, though, was that Messi was a better all-round player.
Yeah.
But
for sure.
I mean, if you remember, though, Ronaldo said in an interview one day that God put him on this planet to play football. Yeah. And Messi turned around and said, "I don't remember saying that."
Exactly. Yeah. And move, as we move on from that, we're going to play a little game. But just before we do, I think the thing is with Lionel Messi and Ronaldo, this is where I'll give them both props over so many of the other players mentioned. Their longevity of doing it as well. For me, when we can talk about the Brazilian Ronaldo, who was absolutely phenomenal, but again, it was always injured, not a long enough career. Same with George Best. Possibly we can say the same with someone like Paul Gascoigne. Maradona had all those issues. When I look at these two from the age of 17 through to now, still Messi winning World Cups at the age of 35, I I don't know. I'm scared for when these two retire, especially Messi. I'm scared because I don't think. There was a comment in the chat saying, "Do we think Mbappe can reach those levels?" Does anyone think he can? Because for me, I just don't think he's a patch on Messi. I don't see him in any way, shape, or form the footballer Lionel Messi was.
When Messi loses his pace, he's still going to be a genius. Can you say that about Mbappe?
You saw it at the World Cup. He played in that central attacking role, and he basically dictated. The team was built around him, so he dictated the whole game, and everything ran through him. He didn't use his pace, and that's how they won the World Cup. It was unbelievable.
For me, about Ronaldo, CR7, it's like I find him the go-between stage between comparing Messi with Haaland. Haaland's like the goal machine. You wouldn't say he's got, he's not got magical talent or anything. Ronaldo's got more natural ability, but Messi's the other end of the scale, where it's all about magical technical ability, genius level, and he can't header a ball. Just imagine if he was big as well and had the ability to header a ball like Ronaldo or Haaland. How many more goals?
The thing is, with Messi, once he does retire, then I think everybody will jump on and say he's the best that's ever been. But because he's kind of still playing, you're still waiting for him to do more, to become that, you don't look at what he's done and think nobody will ever match him because he's still doing it. So, there isn't a lot between them. But I will say, Sava, I've got to jump because I'm about to go out. The wife's taking me out for our wedding anniversary. So,
congratulations.
Right.
Yeah, 30 years. So,
nice.
Cheers to that.
So nice. I'll jump back on in the morning, Sava, before I go to work. So probably about 4 or 5 o'clock.
I have no perception of time for the next 24 hours. So whenever you jump on, just jump on, mate. But thank you very much for giving up your time. Thank you.
Big up to everybody else. Thank you very much for letting me on.
Thanks, Soren. I mean, Kuva, I think you make a great point there. For me, I think if you could look at the difference between Messi and Ronaldo here, and I don't want to make this a massive Messi-Ronaldo debate, but I always think if you take goals away from Ronaldo, I think he has very little impact on any football game in terms of he's up front, he's wandering around, doesn't really do a lot. If I watch Messi in a game of football, he can float about midfield, out wide. He drops to be a playmaker. He scores goals, he assists. I just think I've never seen anything like him.
A selfish player. He just wants the ball played to him and give him the ball and he'll score kind of thing. Whereas Messi also creates things as well. He's not as selfish as Ronaldo is. He's selfish in a different way, but you saw it. You've seen it over the years with Ronaldo. It's like everyone has to play it through him. That's it. And it's not the same level. Do you know how I see it?
I did just Google. He's got 268 assists in his career, Ronaldo.
Yeah, I'm not doubting it, but I mean, how many's Lionel Messi got?
Yeah,
I don't know the answer to that.
I mean, I just watch one. For me, what I've seen throughout my career is when in dangerous areas, Messi will always give the right pass for the team. I always feel Ronaldo will have an attempt at goal, like even if he's not in the best position. I'm not knocking Ronaldo. He's probably the greatest goal scorer out and out I've seen. But for me, Messi's just got a few more strings to his bow. And what he'll always have over Ronaldo is the World Cup now.
Yeah, he's no John Carew, though, is he?
No, I mean, but who is John Carew? Come on, who is John Carew? I'll tell you what I really wanted to put down as my greatest player of all time.
John Carew.
It was this guy. It was David. Oh God, I love that man so much. We'll play a quick game, and everyone in the chat, thank you for chipping in. I think it was much the same names. A couple of names mentioned that we hadn't mentioned were people like Gaza. There was some shouts for Glenn Hoddle. I saw some shouts. Who do we have? I think there were a lot of people that we didn't mention, but I think mainly it was Gaza and Glenn Hoddle. Chris, if you need to jump, mate, honestly, feel free. If you have to go at whatever point, and I really do appreciate you jumping on. You're always welcome back on at any point.
Yeah, I'll be back later, mate. We'll talk some refereeing or betting or whatever.
Yeah, why not?
I'll stay on for a couple of minutes, but then I'll jump shortly.
No worries. Guys, please go to edit your names, please, again. And I would like you to guess, because I preempted that my answer to that question was going to be Lionel Messi. I don't know how I knew. I just knew it was going to be Messi. And I found 8 amazing quotes about Lionel Messi from former players and managers. And I'm going to tell you the quote, and I would like you to guess who said what. Okay? So this could be either this is either a player, a manager, ex-player, ex-manager, just somebody in the world of football has said this about Lionel Messi. Okay, so the first one is, to watch Messi is a pleasure. It's like having an orgasm. Who said that? It's like having an orgasm.
Sol Campbell.
Sol Campbell. It wasn't Sol Campbell. Who said that?
Was that Pep Guardiola?
Hang on, listen, have you not understood the rules of the game?
No. Sorry.
That is who I've put as my answer, by the way.
Yeah, I think.
I was actually going to say this.
Have you all written something in? And if it is Pep, you've got a chance to change your mind.
I'm changing mine.
One sec.
While you're doing that, let me just say, party after party, thank you very much. I know we have our ding-dong battles in here, but thank you for the super chat. And he said, I love Kuva99. What more? I bring you eye candy, and, what more do you need? And Kakuris, we also go head-to-head, but it's good to see we're putting all this aside. Thank you so much. Thank you.
There was never any fallout, though, was there, mate?
What, with Ant?
Oh, maybe you. No, I'm not.
No.
I'm Coover, innit? I'm fine with everyone.
No, I just meant that we have some battles in the chats. That's all.
And yeah, of course.
James Sweeney, thank you very much. He said, Ange is a football manager on steroids. I don't know what that means, but yes, why not? Let's get him in, get his steroids into the club. Right, have you all picked someone?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to remove this comment to see who you picked. Conte, Jason Dezelle, Ron Jeremy, Zlatan Ibrahimovic.
Ron Jeremy.
Just Ron Jeremy. I mean, if you don't get the answers, I'm going to give you clues until you get the answer. 1 second. Let me just change my name back to what I am. 1 second. Right. Okay. It wasn't any of those. This player played for Portugal. Is your first clue.
Right.
Not the best clue. The second clue is this guy played for Real Madrid.
Oh, it's okay, yeah.
Go on. You can shout out now. You don't have to type it in the chat.
Luis Figo.
It is Luis Figo.
Yeah.
He said, to watch Messi is a pleasure. It's like having an orgasm. I mean, each to their own.
I've changed my answer as well.
Huh?
I changed my answer as well.
Yeah, what did you change it to?
Ronaldo Jeremy.
Ronaldo Jeremy. Oh, good God. Good God. The next one is this. Please change your names.
Yep.
I'll just leave Pat Butcher up there for a second. Messi is the best player in the world. The second best player in the world is Lionel Messi when he's injured. This person is Argentinian.
Yeah.
There's the clue. So Messi is the best player in the world. The second best player in the world is Messi when he's injured. You got it? I'm changing over. You done, Kuva? You good?
Okay.
So Lionel Messi's mum, Doris Messi, that famous Messi, Poch, Pat Butcher, and Ozzy Ardiles. I mean, Ozzy Ardiles is the closest. I'll give you a clue. This person has, where should we go with? This person has managed Real Madrid and Valencia. Feel free to shout out if you know. This person has managed Real Madrid and Valencia. They're Argentinian.
Solari.
It's not Solari. They've also managed Tenerife.
Dos Santos.
And he won La Liga in 1994 to 1995. And he won the World Cup with Argentina as a player in 1986.
Mario Kempes.
Not Mario Kempes.
You never managed Real
16.
Madrid.
Oh God, what's his name?
Exactly. As a player, he played for News Old Boys, Real Madrid, and for Real Madrid he won two UEFA Cups, a cup, and 2 La Ligas, and he was La Liga Foreign Player of the Year in 85-86.
The only one I can think of from around then, massive stab in the dark, Roberto Sensini.
Not Roberto Sensini.
I'm done then.
This is
Alfredo Di Stefano.
No.
Shoot.
Who else was in that team?
He was a striker.
Yeah, Di Stefano was a striker.
Either.
Anybody in the chat? Has anybody got there in the chat? Let's have a look, see if anyone's got the right answer.
Oh, Christ.
Anyone in the chat? Philip Schofield is not the correct answer. It's not Passarella. It's not Kempes.
It's not Jimmy Seville. No.
Oh, no one's got it in the chat either. No one has got it in the chat. I'm running out of clues. Let's have a look. So he managed Real Madrid in 94 to 96.
Yeah, I thought it was Stellari.
He's currently according to his wiki page, he is currently a commentator for BN Sports, and his nickname is the Philosopher of Football.
Marcus Rojo.
Marcus Rojo wasn't winning Champions Leagues in 1980s with Real Madrid.
In the Matrix, he did.
I'm sure he did.
What's his name?
Somebody has now got it.
Valdano.
It is Valdano. It is Jorge Valdano. What a good question. Well done. See how we've got one quiz that leads into another. Right. Get your.
I have a confession to make. I was trying to look up the spelling of the player I was thinking of,
and this guy came up.
I thought, oh no, wait, it's him.
Okay. Next one. No, Chris, if you need to jump, yeah.
Yeah, no worries. I'll
Take care, mate. Take care, mate. Right, you three. Okay, this next one. Okay, this one's I think a bit easier. So play along in the chat as well. You ready to change your names?
Oh, yeah.
Sure.
Messi is a footballer from a PlayStation game. I think this one's easy. Messi is a footballer from a PlayStation game.
I don't know, man. It's not Einstein. I know that.
Messi is a footballer from a PlayStation game. Okay, are you ready?
Alexander Hleb.
Dele Alli, Mr. Post Office TV, and Clive Allen. Anybody know in the chat? Right, okay. To give you a clue, this guy said it famously after Lionel Messi destroyed his team.
I'll stick with my answer.
Dele Alli. This guy was a manager in the Premier League, France, and another country.
Wenger.
It was Arsene Wenger. It was.
Yeah.
I was going to say Japan. I thought it would give it away, but then you got it anyway. Arsene Wenger. Right.
Damn.
You ready? Joe. Arsene is correct. It wasn't actually. It was Arsene. Yeah, Paul, to be fair, they have, but this guy said it after, if anyone remembers, this was after Messi got 4 goals against Arsenal.
I remember.
There was an article on BBC Sport earlier that day. I can't remember who it was from, claiming that Lionel Messi wouldn't do it in the Premier League and would struggle against English opposition.
I still remember just being so much in awe when he destroyed us as well.
I was at that game. Unbelievable.
Ridiculous. Next one. Okay, the next one is, although you might not think he is a human, it's good that Lionel thinks he is. Although you might not think he is a human, it's good that Lionel thinks he is. Or Lionel, sorry.
Ooh.
Who said that? And it wasn't Barry Scott from Sillet Bang, but I do like that answer. That's good. I like that. I like that.
Barry Scott.
And it wasn't Obi-Wan Kenobi.
It wasn't Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Or Darth Maul.
Party after party just wants us to know that Poch is better than Wenger. I mean, I don't think we should have that as a debate. That would be rather embarrassing. But sure. Have you all got an answer? Have you all written an answer down?
No, I haven't. Hold on.
Not yet.
Yeah, you've all written an answer down?
Hold on.
I've got no idea who it is.
Okay. This one, the clue is in the way he says Lionel. But I say that's not a clue at all. I'm going to be not a clue at all. Pennywise, Mr. Post Office again. I mean, you didn't even try a funnier, different answer. And Zaha. Okay, this player has played in the Spanish League and the Premier League. He can play central midfield or central defence.
Xabi Alonso?
Not Xabi Alonso.
Oh, that's me out then.
He played
Central defence.
In the Premier League. He played for West Ham and Liverpool.
Adrian.
No. In Spain, he played for Barcelona. In the same team as Lionel Messi.
I know who this is.
Mascherano.
Mascherano.
Oh, yeah.
It is Xavier Mascherano. Yeah. It's crazy to think he started at West Ham when he came over to the Premier League.
Yeah. Him and Tevez at the same time.
They had
Wasn't that the Tevez
agent
double signing? Tevez.
Yeah.
That was
okay.
like
it wasn't that one.
Dealies and
it wasn't Cat Kicker Zuma. No, it wasn't. Next one, it wasn't Trent Alexander-Arnold. It was Dave from Southend might have said it. I don't think Dave from Southend knows him well enough to call him Lionel. But right, next one. Get ready to edit your names. There are 4 left. Messi is a joke. The best joke my eyes have ever seen. Messi is a joke. The best joke my eyes has ever seen. Let's just have a quick check on the Just Giving page. Let's see what's going on. We are currently on 1,033 people. Please don't stop just because we got to the 1,000 mark. Please don't stop. Haven't had a donation now for the last 30 minutes. Get those donations in. That's the reason we're here. I'm putting the link back in the chat. You can either put a super chat or you could go directly to the Just Giving page, which is what I recommend. That way you can be rest assured that I'm not having any of the money. I'm not going to have any of the money anyway. I've put the receipts up over the last few days to show that the money doesn't stay with me. I do give it. So please, the link is in the chat. And please do keep giving, even if everyone just gave £1 or £2 or something. If you're all given a name?
Yeah.
Okay. So the quote was, Messi is a joke, the best joke my eyes have ever seen.
Oh, I think I know who this is. Yeah.
And you've got Mourinho, Bilbo Baggins, and Richarlison's career. I mean, he's not lying, is he? He's not lying. He's not lying. Everyone in the chat, no one know who that was. No one know who that was.
Cavani celebration.
Okay, no one's got it. So
Stevie Wonder.
The weird thing is, I can actually hear Mourinho saying it when I think.
Yeah, so can I. Yeah. That's what I pictured.
Right.
What about Stevie Wonder, Cuba?
This player.
Yeah, I was going to put that.
This player played in the Premier League and he played for England. That narrows it down, doesn't it?
Paulo Di Canio.
This player was a forward who sort of reverted to more of a midfield role as he got older.
So I wasn't right.
Oh,
Okay.
is this? I know who this is. Is this? Yeah, Rooney.
Whoops.
Yeah.
Oh, damn it! Wasn't hidden, was it?
It
Never mind.
was Wayne Rooney did say that. He said, Messi is a joke, the best joke my eyes have ever seen. The
I thought it was
next
his
one.
hairline.
Foxy got it with Wazza. The next one is this. He's put the best, easy, Messi. That's all he said. 4 words.
Sounds like
The best,
Jose.
easy, Messi.
What?
So he said the best as though somebody said to him, who's the best? He said the best, easy, Messi. So basically 2 words.
That does sound like Jose. But then would he say?
I'll give you a clue to make your answer somewhat relevant. He's Italian. He's Italian. Get the answers in, people. People in the chat. People put Pep. No, it's not Pep. It's not Pele. It's not Poch. It's not Messi's wife. I'm sure she does agree with that. Have you all written something?
Ancelotti.
Have you written something?
Yeah.
I wrote something.
Okay, we've gone with Antonio, Adam and Eve, and Bilbo Baggins again. I mean, Danny is Ancelotti. Yeah. No. Oh, God, I can give you the same clues over and over again. Think of more Italian managers.
I don't know, some bum like Capello?
It's this guy's not a bum. He's definitely won a lot. And
so Stellini.
His name should be on the tip of your tongue.
Roberto De Zerbi.
It should be on the tip of your tongue. That's the clue.
Spalletti.
It should be on the tip of your tongue. What's at the tip of your tongue?
A tongue.
Depends what I'm doing.
Right now, what's the tip? What's the tip of my tongue on?
Your lip. Oh, what's his name?
Nose?
Yeah, I've got now. I've got it in my head.
Old Lippy Buffon.
Oh, Marcello Lippi.
Yeah.
So 2 to go. Now this next one's going to throw you, right? That next one's going to throw you. Kuva was not the answer, and I don't think Kuva's Italian, but hey.
I thought he was.
Yeah, I am to some.
On a Friday, anyway.
The next one. Edit as you go. So, I wear the number 10 jersey for the US national team in honor of the greatest athlete I have ever seen, Messi. I'll read that again. It's I wear the number 10 jersey for the US national team in honor of the greatest athlete I have ever seen, Messi. Greatest athlete ever.
I'm actually taking this seriously, yo. Oh my god.
Let's just quickly go to the donations, just to quickly have a look. I think we've had another one come in. So we were on 1,033. We're now on 1,038. Thank you very much for whoever donated. We've had Abdi donate. Santu's put in a couple of donations. Dan H as well. Thank you to everyone. Please, people in the chat, come on. £1, £2, £5, £10, whatever you can afford. Let's make this worthwhile for the whole 24 hours. And for my body clock being a complete mess for the next week. Okay, are you ready, guys?
Welcome to my world.
Are you ready? So the answer is Pulisic, Cole Pilkington, and Landon Donovan. Okay, let me give you a clue. This guy doesn't play football.
LeBron James.
Ooh.
It's not LeBron James.
Son of a Snickers.
It's not son of a Snickers.
Shit.
This guy is one of the greatest basketball players of all time. Somebody in the chat has got it.
It's not Michael
Few people
Jordan.
in the chat have got
Jordan is 23.
I can only name about 3, and I'm struggling with 2 of them.
It's basketball.
This man unfortunately lost his life recently.
Huh?
Kobe Bryant.
It was.
I didn't actually know that. That's the reason why he used the number 10 jersey. Wow, that's impressive.
Kobe
Yeah.
actually lived a bit of his life in Italy. Actually, he really.
That's why he said it. That's why he said it.
Yeah,
and then the last
Wow.
one. Let me just Kobe. Big up Kobe. Big up to the 181 people in here. Also, please smash that like button. If you haven't subscribed, do subscribe. Why not? Why not? Give it a go. Please, more important than any of that, get those donations in, whether it's a super chat, whether it's via the link, which I'm putting in the chat again. Please help us.
Look at how much water I drank, by the way. Look at this. It's a big ass cup. It's as big as my effing head. And look how much of it's gone.
Good.
Malibu's that color as well.
Guys, the last one is simple. It says, what debate? Messi is the best player, period. What debate? Messi is the best player, period. And this is a football person.
Such a generic quote.
I'm going for it on this one.
Go for it.
It's a bit out there.
It does say, yes. I mean, I would say something like this, but it wasn't me, Jonas. It wasn't me. It wasn't Pep Guardiola. I think what Pep Guardiola actually said about Messi was he said something along the lines of stop trying to talk about him and just watch him or something like that. I don't know. It was just something Pep-like. It wasn't Cantona. Cantona only comes out with quotes about seagulls. Have you guys got something written down?
Yeah.
Let's do it.
I don't even know.
Pele, still Lampard and Oliver Skip's ego. This person is a pundit in the United Kingdom.
Davinson Sanchez.
Oh, I think I might know who it is.
He's a pundit. He was a very hard bastard when he played, but a top player.
Jonathan Woodgate?
It wasn't Jonathan Woodgate. It was not Roy Keane. It was
Steve
not
Watson?
Roy Keane. Steve Watson. It's not Steve Watson.
Philippe Albert?
This guy started his career at
Liverpool player.
Spurs,
but
found fame at
Souness.
Liverpool. It is Graham
Souness.
It's not Dwight Gale. Damn it.
It's not Dwight Gale. It's not Dwight Gale. It's not
so
Dwight
frustrating.
Gale.
This is the only way we can beat Steve at football trivia is if you go
because quotes are stupid.
we need stuff from the 1980s.
Come on, man.
Oh, dearie me. Oh, how we laugh. Right, everybody. Right, we've got if anybody is up for it, everyone in the chat as well. Please, and you can keep your own scores. We have got a full-on Premier League quiz with 23 questions. If everybody is up for it. And we are 4 hours, 14 minutes into the stream, which means there's less than 20 to go. So big up to us so far. Thank you for everyone being with me so far. Thank you, Kuva. Thank you, Danny. Thank you, Steve. Thank you to, I'm seeing people in the chat that have been here the whole time. Fair play to them. We've not dipped below 150 people the whole time that we've been in here. Please keep smashing in those donations. We are now sitting on £1,043 plus, I think, a couple of £100 or whatever it works out to in the super chats. So please, please.
Having a quick away from keyboard. I'll be right back.
Okay, fair enough. So we'll wait for Kuva before we start the quiz. Any questions people want to get in as well? Any topics people want to discuss? Part of being a 24-hour stream is we can talk about absolutely anything. And when we get a few more people on later, we'll dip into those 17 subjects. That bloody fly that won't get out of my house forever.
Ask me a personal question in the chat.
No, you go. No, Steve, I do not want to.
No, personal, like something stupid and gimmicky.
No.
Like, why does Steve look green?
No, Steve, that's not the route we want to go down. Let's have a look. Danny, let's start with this. Amy Kakatera has said, what will happen to Sarr and Skip? What do you make of it, mate? I mean, Skip, I think, will survive because of the homegrown quota. Papa Sarr, I feel really hard. I think could feel quite hard done by that he's not had more minutes this year. What's going to happen to them this year?
It's interesting. It depends on who the manager comes in. I think it depends on who they want to play. If it is Ange Postecoglou, I actually think Sarr would benefit from him a lot. I think the way that when you watch Postecoglou's tactics and his kind of you do your research about him, he likes midfielders who have got an engine, and I think Sarr's got much more of an engine than someone like Skip. I think Skip is a bit too one-dimensional. I don't think he's got. I think he just reminds me of another type of Winks type of player, just a bit more aggressive than say a Winks type of player, a bit more defensive than him. But he's a similar type of player, I think. I think someone like Skip needs to go out on loan. I think he really needs to go out on loan and play football at a good level consistently in the Premier League. I would rather stick with Sarr and try and give him a chance next season, just because I think it is going to be Ange coming in, and I think that he would suit Ange's system a lot more. And I think Ange will benefit from. I think Sarr will benefit from someone like Ange because he plays possession-based football, and I think he in the long run, I think I would rather try and develop Sarr than develop Skip, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. I'll be honest, Danny. I've never been a fan of Skip. No. Listen, I'm not knocking his work rate. I know he's one of us. I think he tries hard, but I just watch him and think to myself, no, none of the teams anywhere near us or around us have an Oliver Skip in midfield. No. None of them have someone with that little quality playing. And he's one of those, famously, as I always say, Danny, if he played for one of our rivals, we would all be laughing about how bad he was for the Premier League. Steve, what do you make of?
That's harsh.
No, I don't think it's harsh. I think he's a poor footballer, Kuva. I'll come to you in a minute. I don't know what he does. I feel like he runs around a lot, clatters into people. I don't think he's got good passing. He's not a goal threat. He doesn't create. I don't know what he does. But Steve, from somebody who doesn't support Spurs, Sarr and Skip, what do you think of these two players? What's going to happen to them, do you think?
Well, with Pape Matar Sarr, obviously, Liga is my favorite league to watch. And so I've been watching it for years. And when he first broke out of FC Metz, who I don't like because they're Strasbourg's main rivals. So Metz, that's for you. Shit little club. Anyways, no, but to be fair, he was really good at Metz when he first came in. He was super, super young when he made his debut in a terrible team. But he was definitely one of those standout players, along with Ibrahim Nian and just bums like that. He was a good player, and there's a lot of potential there with Sarr. I think definitely keep him. I think Skip could help out Wrexham get promoted. That's all I'm gonna say, really.
So we're talking about Skip going to Wrexham.
Why not?
I mean, he's not. Listen, as much as I've said, I don't think he's Premier League. I don't feel like he's going to drop down that many leagues, is he?
Oh, why not? You at least get to hang out with Deadpool. That's kind of chill.
Just quickly, guys, if you don't change your names back at the back stream, when you type into the
I realize
I don't know who it is.
Yeah, it's me.
Is that you? Okay, mate, if you need to jump out and come back, mate, feel free. I appreciate your time. Cool. I really do.
Everyone, also, before I'll be back later on, Sav, but before I do go, just please, everyone, make sure you keep donating because this is for a brilliant cause. And there's a lot more stuff coming on later on the show. And I'm sure it's gonna get more funny and more messy later on as the night goes on. And as Kuva gets hungrier and hungrier, you'll see the beast that will come out. So I'm sure everyone's going to enjoy seeing that. So
absolutely. No, cheers, Danny. Thanks for giving us so many hours of your time, and we'll see you later. We'll see you later. Cheers, mate.
See you, Danny, man.
Kuva's eating, so I can't really ask Kuva about this question.
I've got to, mate. I've got to.
What are you eating? What you got?
Leftover pizza from yesterday, pepperoni.
Oh, okay. Oh God, I'm on a diet, Kuva. I would kill for something like that. The next question, Lewis has said, bless Lewis, has said, would you sell Dyer on a free transfer? I think the problem that we've got, Lewis, is I don't think his contract runs out for, is it a year or 2 years? One of the two. And lots of reports are saying that that he's going to get a new contract. But I would happily sell him. It won't be a free transfer yet, but I'd happily sell him, Lewis. Steve, what do you think of Eric Dyer?
Well, first, before I give my intellectual football perspective on Eric Diarrhea, I first saw about the whole donation thing, right? So the first football match I'm walking today is just kicked off. It's in the Belarusian Premier League between Slavia Mozir and Naftan Novoplotsk. So
good.
If there are goals in the game, I'm going to donate $1 for every goal. If it's goalless, nothing.
Lovely. Okay, well, let's all put an alert on that game. I'm going to put an alert on it. So it's the Belarusian league, did you say?
Yeah.
Let's have a look in my app. So if I go to, does my app, so it's, yes, Slavia Mosavi Naftan, yeah?
Yeah.
And so this is Slavia.
Slavia Mozir got a sick logo.
So Slavia are 5th and Naftan are 11th. So, right, I put an alert and we'll see what happens. Okay, Eric Dyer. Steve, Eric Dyer, talk to me about him.
He belongs at Slavia Mozir or Neftan Novoplotsk. That's where he belongs. Or Wrexham or on LA Galaxy's bench. Mm-hmm. No, but all right. Real talk. He's just terrible. Honestly, when was the last time he played as like a midfielder? I know he's not a good midfielder, but I don't know if y'all agree with this. Is he far less worse in midfield than he is a center back? Far less worse.
I mean, I think the difficulty with that, Steve, it's been a number of years since we've actually seen him in midfield. But as a general footballer, I think I don't think you'll find any Spurs fan that would champion the idea of seeing him pushed into midfield. I don't feel like anyone wants to see him in a Spurs shirt again. Dyer. I mean, we don't really want to see him anywhere on the pitch, do we?
There's only one use I can see for him, and that's if you bring him on and play him up front and tell him to defend their goal.
Yeah, I agree.
You could get a goal.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Maybe one.
Just quickly, Philly 2109 said, Steve, who is that striker Mets sold that was linked to Spurs?
If you're talking about Georges Mikaladze, the Georgian guy who can play off the right and striker. So in Ligue 2 this year, I think he has 23 goals and 35 or something. I don't think Metz have sold him, but I believe Mikaladze is linked with AC Milan, if I'm not mistaken. Mm-hmm. I don't think they've sold him yet, but he's fantastic. And about Georgia as a nation, real quick, their golden generation coming up is frightening. It's frightening because they have honestly Eastern Europe and like that kind of area. The talent is there. It's whether you go and send out the proper scouting to go and look for it and the proper academies and whatnot. There is loads of talent, loads and loads of talent. So I mean, yeah, Mikaladze, good player, absolutely. Man.
Yeah, let's go to some of the questions. People are putting questions in before Kuva finishes his food and we go into a full-on quiz, a proper quiz that I didn't write, by the way. Let's have a look. Some of the points. I should quickly go through these super chats as well, actually, while we're here. So we've got Bobby K. Big up Bobby K. Absolutely love man like Bobby. Man like Bobby said, I love Kuva more. Big up all of you lovely panelists and all in the chat at work. So just a quick pop in to show some support, donate, every bit helps. Thank you, Bobby. Yes, even if it's £1, people, even if it's £1, please do donate. It's 24 hours, by the way, is a hell of an effort, if I do say so, as the person doing it. It's a lot of hours to stay awake, let alone staying awake. You're not just sitting on the sofa zoning out. You're doing this, and there's lights and there's cameras and, and
Belarusian football.
And Belarusian football. So thank you for that, Bobby. Jonas, who is a channel member, said, come on, you Spurs. Daniel, come on, you Spurs, absolutely. And hopefully Daniel wasn't about Daniel Levy. But thank you so much for that. And Morton Barley, big up, one of my favourites, has said, Skip, not good enough for Wrexham. We're going up. Fair enough. And talking about this, it's so funny when you look at football fans' opinions, right? How wildly varied they can be. Now, you would always think with an opinion that it's always going to be somewhere in the middle, right? Like, so if I turn around and say, this player's the greatest ever, and Kuva says he's the worst ever, you'd like to think there'd be someone like you, Steve, that go, yeah, they're good. Like, they're okay. Now, I'll tell you what I mean by that. So you've got people saying this, harsh of me to write off a 22-year-old called Oliver Skip, right? Now, first and foremost, I would say, and welcome back, Mia, to the stream. First and foremost, what's up, Mia? You good?
What's up?
Yeah, I thought I'd just jump back in since I was watching you anyway, so I thought I might as well come in.
Well, we've got lovely faces to watch, so absolutely.
I was just listening, to be fair. I wasn't looking at your actual faces.
Fair enough. But Mia, remind me if I ever need to be uplifted, not to come to you for compliments or anything nice.
But if you want me just to be honest, then come to me, because I'm a very honest person.
I am too when I drink and just normal.
I don't know about
that. So we've got this comment saying, so harsh to write off a 22-year-old. And then this comment saying, Skip isn't good enough for Wrexham. Now, where are we with this? Because, Mia, let me come to you. I just feel that Skip is one of those players that if he didn't play for Spurs, we'd all go, oh, no, I don't want to buy him. But because he's come through the youth team, I feel like he gets championed a bit more than he should. Where are you with Skip?
Do you know what? I kind of get where you're coming from, but I do think that he is, like, when we talk about young players, we always say that they do have to, maybe not be chucked in, maybe like Skip. And because he was next to Højbjerg, who's very similar, I don't think they did well together. I think both of them together just made each other look the worst. So I do think that is part of it. I'm not saying he's the greatest, don't get me wrong. I'm with you. I would like to see Sarr more. Every time we got a game, I was always championing Sarr. I was like, if it was me, I would put Sarr in there because I really like Sarr. I think he's a really good player. So I just think him and Højbjerg are just too similar, so they don't bring out the best in each other. So maybe if he has someone who was a bit more, like a bit different to him, maybe he would be better and maybe not be played as much as well, because he has just been chucked in, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, Steve, Skip from, would you take him as a squad player at Newcastle? I'm guessing the answer is a categorical no.
No, you know what Oliver Skip is? Here's exactly what Oliver Skip is. I don't know the height, but I think Sean Longstaff is taller. Sean Longstaff has an engine. Sean Longstaff makes runs into the boxes. Sean Longstaff will score a few goals. Sean Longstaff can pass a ball every once in a while. Sean Longstaff has less of an ugly, hideous touch than Skip. Sean Longstaff is more yeah. So basically Longstaff minus Skip, it's like, bro, Skip. I look. I don't know what to say. He's just average. I don't know.
You never mentioned. Why did you not mention Longstaff and your greatest of all time thing?
Absolutely. But look, I listen. I know it can come across a bit harsh, but I feel like if we want to be considered as a top team, and if we want to be considered for a team that are pushing and building something to move forward, I then don't see at the same time how so many fans rate this guy. I mean, he can't run. I think he's really clumsy on the ball. For me, I think Norwich, when he played in the Championship and everyone went, oh my God, look how good he was. I think that's his level. I'll be honest, I think Championship is his level, if I'm honest. Kuva, is that harsh?
Yeah, I think it's harsh because just have to give example A, Harry Kane. I heard all these things about him, championship level at best. He'll never make it in the Premier League. No way is he good enough for the first team. Heard all of that. When does he finally get into the team? He's about 23 or something like that, isn't he?
Hang on, Coover. But isn't the difference that Kane wasn't already in the first team and people were saying that? We've seen Skip for a number of years in the first team, and I've never seen him do anything that makes me think you've got it.
Who's he got around him to help him develop?
Yeah,
who's he modelling his game on? It's chop and change.
Who's Declan Rice got around him to help him develop? Look how good he is at the same age.
Yeah, he's rubbish. He's no Sean Longstaff, is he?
No, he's no one is Sean Longstaff. We've got to take that into consideration. But the problem is, for me, we seem to say this now about every one of our players, right? This is the problem. Every one of our players, the conversation seems to be, yeah, but who have they got around them? That can't apply if we're saying it about all of them. Some of them have got to be good, right? Like,
absolutely. Yeah, I think the thing is with Skip, it's the same as anybody else, any other player that age. You need to give them a decent run out in a team, see what they can do, see how they develop along. I think his career, it's been, he's been at Norwich, then he's had a long injury layoff. It's sort of sporadic appearances. We just don't know really what we've got there. Perhaps he's missed the boat. It might be that might be the case. Perhaps he doesn't develop into anything.
Could it just be that he's not that good?
Categorically, that he can't is a bit harsh.
Okay, so someone give me, out of the three of you, somebody give me what are the positives to what is Oliver Skip good at?
He is proper Spurs.
Okay, other than he's come through the youth team and he's one of us, what are his standout features for a central midfielder?
He's got a great little wink and smile when he turns at players sometimes and something's happened that's funny.
So you could put Harry Styles in midfield and you do the same damn thing. All right.
That's Harry Winks, isn't it?
No, Styles, the One Direction.
Same person.
Harry Styles be wearing a dress while he's doing it as well. Interesting.
So like Dominic Calvert-Lewin. There you go, man. Nice.
See, I would rather Stambouli than Skip, Jones. I'll be honest. I think Skip is. I watch him and I just think, God, what are we? A relegation team? Like, are we a? Don't answer that, Coover. I think to myself, what are we? A team that's just got promoted when you've got Ollie Skip in central midfield.
Personally, when compared to Pape Matar Sarr, I would keep Sarr.
Yeah, I would keep Sarr.
So is anyone then a bit confused as to why for the last half of this season we've seen Skip game in, game out, and Sarr never gets a run out?
Yeah.
That is extremely confusing, and it probably has to do with a Davinson Sanchez situation where his parents paid the club to get in.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Yeah. I mean, party after party said he had talent from the loans. The groin injuries affected him. Dyer, Sanchez, Lloris, and many bums must go before Skip. Listen, I don't think Skip will go. I think his nationality will keep him at Tottenham Hotspur, if I'm brutally honest. I think that will keep him. Also, I don't know who will buy him.
Here's a question. Would you rather keep Skip or Højbjerg if we had to sell one?
I'd rather keep Højbjerg all day, every day, and I don't even rate Højbjerg.
Wow.
What about you? Keep Skip, but the same reasons.
I'd rather keep Skip.
Oh, what the? No. I mean, at least Højbjerg offers you a goal every now and then. And no. Oh, God, they're both so bad.
He's just a bit good at pointing, isn't he, Højbjerg? Looking like he really loves it. Like, that's all he does at the moment. That's what.
Do you know who else is good at pointing, Mia?
Eric Dyer.
There he is. It's as though it was ready. It was there. Look, and if anyone, there it is. Eric Dyer pointing.
This is a symbolization. That image. Pull up the image again. Let me get some commentary. This is Eric Dyer in a symbolic sense, pointing. Get the hell out if you want to win trophies. I'm talking to you. In Ndombele. I'm talking to you, Brian Hill. I'm talking to you, Eric Lamela. I'm talking to you, Jose Mourinho. I'm talking to everyone who left Spurs and then gone on to win a trophy. And Dyer's like, I don't like trophies, so if you do want to win a trophy, you can just leave, bro. That's what Eric Dyer is pointing at.
By the way, when someone's saying, if you dissing Skip, what about our Viking? I mean, yeah, listen, we could talk about Højbjerg all day. The question from somebody in the chat was about Skip and Sarr. It wasn't about Højbjerg. This wasn't me just going.
Sorry, Stavro, I've got to pull you up there.
Go on.
You said we can talk about Højbjerg all day long. I guarantee you we can't.
I don't want. What?
2 minutes tops.
I mean, all right. Let's talk about Højbjerg. Let's talk about Højbjerg. Why, Mia? Let me come to you. Why has Højbjerg got this kind of cult following that think he's this Viking leader, top central midfielder in the Premier League? Why?
I don't know. People just have this weird affinity, don't they, to players? And then I find, see, I'm a very honest person, so you're not going to like this, but I'm a bit of a Romero fan, as in I like the way he looks as well. So I'm a massive fan of Romero. But also, if he's doing things that aren't right, like I said in the group chat when we were talking about Romero, I'm very honest about him. But a lot of people get this thing with players where they're so overprotective, they won't ever criticise him. And they get this really crazy thing that if anyone like says anything bad, they go like tenfold on the whole "we love Højbjerg" thing.
Yeah,
and it's a bit weird. Like, I don't understand it myself, to be honest with you.
I think that's a great point, Mia. Sometimes if you say something, not you, I mean the royal you, or if we say something about a footballer, rather than people just going, oh, I think he's a bit better than that, they go completely other end, don't they? And, oh, my God, what are you talking about? They are amazing. And I know we may disagree on Romero, but that's my feelings on Romero, is that everyone just go, I say he's okay, like he does a job, but I don't see anything special in him. And people go, oh, my God, this guy's class, Sava. Are you kidding me? Serie A Defender of the Year. He's won a World Cup. Blah, blah, blah. But I feel we go from one extreme to the other. But Højbjerg just baffles me as a footballer. Another one that can't run.
Yeah. You know why people like Pierre-Emile Højbjerg, hockey, whatever.
Højbjerg.
Whatever. Yeah, that guy. You know why they like him? Because he scored away at Marseille away, which is probably the scariest place on planet Earth. That's probably the only reason why.
Well, I mean, listen, the
That's
love's been
probably
going
the
on
only
for him.
reason why.
No, the love's been going on for him for a lot longer than that, Steve. I think it's because he's one of them. I think it's because he beats his chest. Kuva, he celebrates tackles. I think fans love that, and I'm not knocking his passion and his work rate, but I mean, I'd be happy to never see him in a Spurs shirt again. What about you?
Same. Talk about work rate and putting in tackles and things like that. He's not even a Scotty Parker, let alone some of the midfield generals we've had in the past, the Dave Mackays, the Graham Roberts type players. He's nowhere in their league. Not even a shred of them is he worth. I think he's massively overrated. And I always make the joke about for him to arrive on the pitch in time, he has to set off the night before in the players' tunnel. He's one of the slowest players I've ever seen. It's like he's wading through treacle at best, and at other times he'll go missing entirely in games when we need somebody to do exactly what his reputation suggests he should be doing. We need it, and he isn't there. In that respect, I actually find Skip turns up more in those games than he does.
Yeah, we're going to get in the net because Ellie's in the chat. But what I will say, she always puts in the stats. You say Højbjerg's name 3 times and she turns up. So for me, she will give a stat about how he's done this pass or whatever. But I do find that as well, Kuva, that you find sometimes he's just completely missing for the whole game. Like, he really is just missing. And that's his problem. I think we've missed Bentancur massively. Like, for me, Basuma, Bentancur and Sarr, they're exciting players. They're exciting. But with Skippy and Højbjerg together, they're just too samey and really a bit boring, aren't they?
I agree, Mia. When I look at both Skip and Højbjerg, that bloody fly that I cannot get rid of for about a week now, he's just living in my streaming area. Yeah.
What did they say about what's flies attracted to again? Hold on a sec.
Oh, hang on. Here she is. I'll tell you what, if Højbjerg moved like this fly does, I wouldn't have any problem getting it out. The thing for me is, guys, when I watch Højbjerg, I always look and think, that's the sort of bloke I expect at a club that have just been promoted. Do you know what I mean? I expect that's a guy that plays in a midfield for a Huddersfield. I know they've not been, do you know what I mean? I feel like Sheffield United, I just can't have from the midfielders I've seen at this club over the years, I'm sure you guys all have as well, I just can't have that this guy gets the praise he gets when he's so painfully average at passing, running. I mean, I see him fall over so much. Like, I don't know. I'm not a fan. Not a fan.
Who is better?
Go on.
Or less worse? Højbjerg or Bentaleb?
I mean, Bentaleb could pass a football, no doubt about it, but he's another one that came through our academy, like Skip, like Winks, like Mason, like Livermore, like Tommy Carroll, that all pass the ball 5 yards sideways, don't have particularly good engines, don't score goals, don't really create, don't have that X factor. Tell me, I mean, Mia.
There was a match when Bentaleb had to fill in at left back, and he played really, really well. And we suddenly thought, wow, this bloke's got a bit of footballing brain about him. And then it's like it went to his head, and he just became terrible. Had to get rid of him, and he's not returned since. But for that one season, Pochettino got a cheap tune out of him. Him and Mason in midfield, they did okay, not great, but they did okay.
Yeah, they did. They did okay, but yeah, I think they did better than what I've seen Skip and Højbjerg do the back end of this year. I'm just putting it out there. I am. I'm not a fan of either. If you couldn't tell, I'm not a fan of either of them.
For the record, by the way, the worst Newcastle United player I've ever seen with my eyes, like as a fan watching the whole season and all that, was Bentaleb on loan. That was the worst, most atrocious crap footballer I've ever seen in my life. You know, the only thing he did, he got yellow cards. That's it.
By the way, I wasn't saying Ellie didn't criticise Højbjerg. I was saying fans in general, just so Ellie knows. I wasn't saying it personally to you, Ellie. I was saying that you bring out the stats, but I disagree with those stats. That's all.
I know. But there's some people just love certain players, and you can't help them. It's like, I mean, lately I've just been having the Romero battle the whole time. But hey, it is what it is.
Leave my Romero alone. It's just because he's better looking than you. That's all that is. It's because he's a good looking guy.
Is he better? Is he a good looking guy?
Yeah.
Fabian Schär is the most attractive man in the Premier League.
Oh no! I'll tell you the most attractive one we've had is Gazzaniga.
That guy.
No, Gazzaniga was
what, better looking than this guy?
Yeah, I love Shinola, but he's a bit old, like a bit older, isn't he?
But there's positive. Look, life is all about looking at. It's like a pie chart. You got the positives, negatives in the middle. With Ginola being old, that means he's got a lot of experience, a lot of miles on the tank. He's reliable. He's got a moment of magic.
But he's also want to go to bed at 7 o'clock, so he put his slippers and he's like, you know what I mean, cup of tea and stuff, you know.
God, he's not that old.
So you still have how many hours in the day to get to business?
Just quickly before we move on, we'll move on to the next subject. Big up Q7, thank you very much. Always a big supporter of the channel. Who has said, just popping in to show some love until I can watch later. Great cause, Sava. Hope you hit your goal. Dyer, Højbjerg, Cess, Richarlison, Royal, Lloris, everyone on loan. Sell them all. And Sava, remember Rogers pending. Listen, it looks like we're heading that way at this rate, my friend. But thank you so much. People, the Just Giving link is in the chat. The donations have dried up. Let's keep getting them in there, people. We've just gone over the £1,000 mark. Let's keep it going. We're just entering into the second 4 hours of the first third. So please get them in, and the link is in the chat. Someone's putting a question here, guys. I want to talk about this. Someone I think we can agree is a much better than midfielder than the three we've just mentioned. I'll start with you, Mia. I mean, even whether it's Postecoglou or whoever comes in.
Hang on. While we're on the subject, just for Steve, there was just one question I wanted to know. You said Bentaleb's the worst you've ever seen in a Newcastle shirt?
Since 17-18.
Since 17-18?
No. So, all right. I've been a Newcastle fan since 2017-18, which is Rafa Benitez.
Fair enough.
Kuva thought you meant 17-18 as in the year he was born.
No, I was just thinking it's because I remember this. I just remember one of our most hated players. You remember when Sol Campbell went up to Newcastle? Sam?
Oh, he was terrible. Absolutely. I've talked to loads of people about Sol Campbell at Newcastle. He was dreadful.
I've heard Newcastle fans saying it's the worst performance they've seen for a player at any club, including non-league.
At least he's not Michael Owen.
I forgot they were playing that particular game. I think it was like away to Stoke.
We have had some clangers. Mike Ranger was awful.
Listen, if I could get back to the question about not about me getting fly spray, but from Luan, always a big supporter of the channel. Thank you, Luan. I hope you are well. He's a Man United fan. Mia, forget Postecoglou for the moment. Whoever comes in, are you excited to see a fully fit Basuma in a formation that might suit him a bit more than the two-man midfield?
Yeah, really excited because we saw what he can do when he was at Brighton. So I think whoever comes in, if they use him correctly, I think you've got one hell of a player. And also he could be coached to even be better than what we saw as well at Brighton. You just don't know who might come in and actually get the best out of him as too. So yeah, man, I'll be really excited to see him. Really excited.
Yeah, I mean, Kuva, it's a shame, isn't it? He got that injury. Let's be honest, in terms of a two-man midfield in a wing-back formation, it doesn't really suit Basuma. I feel like when I watched him at Brighton and he had more of a three-man midfield, he was allowed to be that box-to-box guy that would drive forward when need be, link up play. I'm excited, again, mate.
If we had a couple of central defenders that could actually defend, and he had a good partner alongside him in those holding roles, he could have got forward, but we just didn't have it, did we? So, yeah, I'm excited for it. I think it's not just the idea of Postecoglou arriving. It's what goes with it. Are we going to be actually getting in a few exciting players to put into this team? Because if we're doing nothing and just using what we got, could be in for a lot of disappointment again. Basuma, though, is surely one of the ones we've got to pin our hopes on. Hopefully, Bentancur can actually come back fit and show his old form. I think those two would be the way forward with the players we got currently.
Sorry, I've just got a wrap brought to me because I'm on a diet. So it's a chicken and cucumber wrap with no sauce or anything. So I'm sorry. Yeah, no, I agree with you, Kuva. I think we definitely need to see. I think we need to get something Mr. Box Office always talks about really well. We need to get the partnerships right. And for me, I still feel we need to bring in two central midfielders. The reason being is with Bentancur, we know he's a good player, but we just don't know when he's going to be back because of that injury. There's always setbacks. And is he going to come back the same player that we had before? So for me, I feel we need to get two players in alongside Basuma, one that's more of a defensive midfielder out and out that can sit and protect the back four, and also a more attacking player in the ilk of a James Maddison. I don't know if we'll get him, but in that ilk. Would you guys agree with that? And I'm just going to turn my camera off while I eat.
Yeah, just grab ourselves another Moussa Dembele. That'll do nicely.
Yeah, it would do, wouldn't it?
I was going to ask you guys, speaking about this concern with Bentancur, what was a player that you guys have seen at Spurs throughout your life that a player broke out? It could be a youth guy, it could be a guy that you bought, whatever. He was really, really good, like a Bentancur level. He got a long-term injury and was never the same after that. Who was a player that basically at Spurs started out real good, but then an injury came and it was like the guy was just.
For me, I'll go way back. We had a young fullback called Dean Austin, and
what year?
This is going back in the 90s, yeah. And he was really good, aggressive fullback, really tough tackling fullback. It was great at getting forward as well. But then he got a horrible broken leg, or it was a severe leg injury of some sort. I'm pretty sure it's broken, and he just struggled to ever get the full fitness back again. He did move on and do quite well. I forgot where he went afterwards.
Broken leg against Oldham. Sorry to cut you off, but yeah, I just looked it up.
Yeah,
broken leg against Oldham in the 90s.
It just hampered his career so much because he was so promising before that. We bought him and Justin Edinburgh at the same time from Southend as two couple of wing. Yeah, and he was basically a wing back before they were popular for us. Same as Stephen Carr was. But injuries tend to be the ones that really wreck a career, aren't they? Some players are just never the same.
Someone in the chat said Wanyama after the knee.
Yeah, Wanyama definitely.
Wanyama still plays for my MLS club, Montreal Impact. And he actually, I love Wanyama, bro.
And also, when you think about Ledley King, his injuries, really, he was immense. But imagine how much better he would have been, man, if he didn't have like those injuries.
Modric broke his leg at Spurs and still recovered his best form, led to Madrid. So that's a good sign. Yeah.
Can I just say the thing is with the Ledley King one, absolutely agree. But I do feel that's the only reason why we had him his whole career. I truly believe if Ledley King's knees had both worked, that we wouldn't have seen him. He would have been off to listen, I'm not saying he would have done a Sol Campbell, but he would have been off to a Madrid. He would have been off to a United, a Chelsea. So he would have been, because he was that good. Sorry, going back to my rap.
Minerals is saying winks.
Oh, Minerals, get back in the woods, mate. You're far from Starbucks, fella.
Bro, Harry Winks and Sampdoria are in the woods in City B, bro. They're chilling in the woods. Andy Turner was to Spurs at 11:52 a.m. Andy Turner was to be the next Darren Anderton. He had loads of injuries too and wrecked his game. I don't know who that is, but Andy Turner, I guess. Fair enough. Someone else said Willem Korsten. Maybe wasn't great, but he scored 2 goals against Manchester United in a 3-1 win under Hoddle. And I'm pretty sure that was the last ever game he played.
Yeah,
it was a career-ending injury.
Yeah, it happens. Some players just fall off the edge of the map. Really do. Good one from Ellie as well. Sandro. Love Sandro. A Brazilian defensive midfielder for us. He used to love nothing better than tackling the opposition. He preferred it over scoring goals. We're talking the sort of Harry Redknapp era and Gascoigne. Well, he certainly recovered from his knee. How much better would he have been if he didn't have the injury? That's the question.
Sandro Ranier. Oh, okay. So you bought him from Internacional in Brazil. Made 81 appearances for you guys, 3 goals. Huh.
Yeah, he was out and out defensive midfielder. Used to play the guitar as well. He was just well known for that. Bit of a cult hero.
He made his Champions League debut for Spurs on February 15, 2011 at the San Siro against AC Milan. Receiving special praise from Redknapp in his side's 1-0 win. He was good that game. Oh, well. Cool.
Yep, absolutely.
Interesting.
Other than that, the ones that come back from injuries, the serious injuries, are always the sort of special cases, aren't they? Again, if you're not talking Spurs, look at some of the players we're linked with and all that. People umming and ahhing about them getting linked with Zaniolo because he's had horrific injuries, but what a player he was to start with.
Yeah, and it's been in decline ever since. That's why he's at Galatasaray and he's not even playing.
Yeah.
Because I think he did his ACL. I think he did, if I remember correctly.
Both knees, isn't it? If I remember rightly.
Good. Yeah, bro. That's tough to come back from. And it's not like his game even relied on pace. The problem is if you got too needy, bro, if you step the wrong way, if you're running in stride and oh man. And you gotta think about this too, when you have that kind of injury, the mental things it does to you. You can't go full throttle.
Yeah.
Because as soon as you want to, you may be able to, but your brain is like, no. Because remember what happened, blah, yeah.
Yeah, I remember damaging knee ligaments in my right leg and right ankle at the same time. I had an accident, and when I came back to playing, I kept getting injuries on my left leg, the one where I had the injury sustained, it's because I worked out it's because I was overcompensating, putting more weight on my left as a natural thing. So I was putting more strain on hamstrings and knee joint there, and it's very difficult to avoid doing it because your body learns to adjust as you're going through the phases of the injury. So to retrain yourself to get your balance back perfectly takes a bit of doing. You can get away with it if you're not playing sport, but you notice it on these when you are. It's a tough one. Injuries are such a cruel part of the game.
Yeah. Who's Christian Zieg? Apparently, Ziga. He almost had his leg amputated, according to Adam. Jeez, what the hell happened there?
Horror tackle. It's another one of these players. Was playing really, really well for us. Take your pick. There's so many you can pick from. Not just, like I said, not just Spurs, but all over the place. You think they're never coming back from that injury. Gabriel Cisse, was it? The playing for Liverpool, had a horrendous. I've forgotten this. Gabriel. I've forgotten the first name. It's Cisse, but
Puppies. No, Puppies played for Newcastle.
But there's Greg Spurs. He said bike crash. Yes, it was, mate.
Ooh, yeah, those are.
Yeah, it's a long-term injury. Basically, finished me doing anything worthwhile with football anyway.
Do you know what happened actually, Cleveland? My dad, he went over a car when he was on his motorbike when he was younger, flipped over, broke his leg from top to bottom.
So it's a dangerous old hobby, is having a motorbike. That's for sure.
I've told my boys they're never getting motorbikes. I've told them.
Yeah, doesn't matter how good a rider you are. You're relying on other people being good drivers in cars. Doesn't always happen.
Well, no, and that's the thing, man. That's the thing. Like, you could be the sickest motorcycle, motorbike, whatever you call them in the UK, but it just takes one moron to miss a turn or go through a red light or something, or just bump into you on accident. It's crazy, man.
Do you know how many times you see the accidents when they're on like the motorways and stuff like the A roads, and you see a lorry, they literally wiped by a cat. They like slide literally underneath the lorry, man. It's dangerous.
Yeah.
So that's nice subject to get on to, though.
Yeah, hold on. I literally had a list of stuff that I was gonna bring up.
Here's another one as well. Jack Wilshere.
Oh, Wilshere.
Owen.
Michael Owen.
If we take our rose-tinted glasses off, we have to say Jack Wilshere did have some talent.
Yes.
It's just all went. It's just constant injuries. Weetabix ankles. We're always making fun of him for everything. But if it had been for any other team, we would have had some sympathy for him. But nah.
Oh, well.
Santi Cazorla, another one who could have had like an even better career. That 2014-15 was the first full Premier League season I watched as a neutral, and I think Cazorla was at Arsenal. Bro, unreal. Cazorla. They still haven't replaced him. They still have to replace Santi Cazorla. And then I think he won a Europa League with Villarreal as well, bro. Oh,
he's one of those players I wish he'd played for Spurs rather than Arsenal, because we would have just loved him. He's just a likable sort of character.
Yeah.
Talking about likable characters, because I've no idea what you've been talking about. I was just eating my wrap and then freshening up. Likable characters. Anybody that gives a donation. We've stalled. We haven't had a donation now for 48 minutes. Come on, people. You are on a charity string where we're trying to raise as much money as possible for the British Heart Foundation, even if it's £1, £5, £2, whatever it may be. I'm putting the link in the chat again right now. You can leave a super chat. You've got the link directly to the Just Giving British Heart Foundation page if you don't trust me, so that you can do that. Come on, guys. We've just hit the 5-hour mark right this second, 5 hours and 24 seconds. Please help us keep going. And I know this sounds really cheesy, but seeing the donations come in, and I can only speak for myself, it really does help us keep going. Thank you, Steve. Thank you. It really does help me keep going. And Cougar, I think you'll agree from when we did it before that it gives you that kind of spur and the point of doing it. Right?
Visual energy drink, isn't it?
Visual energy, yeah. So come on, guys. We're on £1,051. We've been stuck there for 48 minutes. Let's see if we can get that to 1,200 as quickly as possible. It's £1, £2 each. What were you talking about? What did I miss?
We were talking about players that injuries. Like I started out with because we're all. I mean, I am worried as someone who likes Bentancur, or just a human in general. Like his injury is a bad one, right? Because it's like a 7-monther or something stupid like that. And how worrying it is. Like, will we see the same Bentancur? And I was like, what Spurs player in the past had a real bad injury, like a long-termish one, like Bentancur, and he was so like it was good injury, and then after it was like your worst nightmare. Like
Dean Austin. Did anyone go with Dean Austin?
That was the first one that Kuba said.
I liked good old Dean. I like good old Dean Austin.
Fantastic, wasn't he?
Someone else said Ledley King, Zieg, Sandro, yeah, Sandro was I liked Sandro. Someone else said Stefan Iverson.
Yes,
not fully.
I think Stefan Iverson is still player manager somewhere right now, if I'm not wrong, or he was until recently. I'm just going to Google it.
You're right. He was. I think he was at. Or was he at Mulder? No. I'm trying to think.
How old is he now then?
Here you go. Stefan Iverson is 46. Stefan Iverson is a Norwegian footballer who is player manager for Norwegian 4th division side Trig Larder as a striker.
I bet he's making £475,000 a week.
He's got. Let's see how many goals he's got this season, shall we? He's. They've stopped
14.
giving stats, but listen, this is a guy. He got 21 goals for Norway. Not quite as good as this man, because no one is, as we know, no one is as good as John Carew. But yeah, Stefan Iverson was another player, always injured, right? I remember, like a good player, but always injured, and it seems to be a bit of a theme, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But
sucks.
Hey, it is.
Y'all want to play the game that I was dominating in, but I'll ask the questions for it. Like I'll come up with players like first club appearance. Last club appearance.
I've just come back with 20 more, my friend.
Perchy's arrived. Perchy's arrived with information, and if anybody did notice, Perchy's had a wardrobe change, as had Steve. I feel really left out that I haven't had a wardrobe change.
Oh no, I'm every time I come in and out, there'll be a new shirt. There'll be a new shirt displayed.
That's lovely. Yeah. I'm gonna change my shirt every 8 hours when the new stream starts for the new StreamYard. But other than that, I can't be bothered. Perchy, have you got more questions? Have you?
I've got 20 more players with the first club and their last club. Who wants to play, guys?
Yes. Let's do this.
And I've tried to make them a little bit harder. Some were quite easy. There were some hard ones, but I've tried to. And then I will go away and I'll come back with some more.
Perchy, but before you do that, Perchy, can you tell everyone how bad it is that we haven't had a donation for 52 minutes?
No, we just got a super chat.
Yeah, that's. I just mean in general in the Just Giving page. 52 minutes.
Can't stress enough. Okay, what we'll do now? Let's do this here. Here we go. We will do a question once the next person's donated, even if it's just a quid. I'll have your way and put a quid in now. Come on, guys. Listen, this is such an amazing thing.
I'll stick in a quid. I'll stick in a £5 right now. There you go.
Okay, there you go.
Now,
guys, come on. Listen, this is the call's amazing. We're going for 5 hours. Listen, like we're here trying. And I know you guys in the chat. I think we try and repeat this all the time. Like doing this, I think it's easy. We're just having a chat, but bear in mind there's 5 hours worth of stuff being done, and obviously, Kuva, you've been in from minute one. Obviously, Sava has, and Steve, you've been here for a very long time. I'm shocked you're still capable for talking. But seriously, like again, you help out to the cause because it's such an amazing cause, and it's not easy. Like trying to keep morale going when you do these streams, if that makes sense.
So I've just stuck in another £5, so
Come on.
To be honest,
Sorry,
I think the problem is going to be trying to keep Steve quiet, to be fair.
Oh, no.
You can literally fill me up with like 7 of these bottles and I'm still
guys,
like...
I'm gonna put this out in the chat. Okay, so Savvy, you know what the total is right now. What's the total right now?
On Just Giving, it is 1,056. And I tell you what, let's just hang on, Perchy, just for... I just want to be really, really clear, people. I feel like after events, I need to be completely transparent with people.
Yeah.
There we go. Can you see it?
Okay. Yep, we do. I'm going to put it out to you guys in the chat, and this is going to be a great one. So we're at 1,056. So if we can get 44 more pounds, we get to 1,100 before I've completed all 20 players. We get to mute Steve's mic for 20 minutes.
Oh.
But he has to stay in the he has to stay on stream muted. Okay.
Oh, we should insult all of his teams, and he can't come off mute.
Yeah.
Much fun.
Yeah.
So £44 in the next 20 questions. Steve's mic is muted for 20 minutes. Come on, guys, let's do this.
Sod it. We've already hit that. So we've already just gone up to 1,093. If we get it to 1,250 by the time these questions are finished, Steve's mic's got to be muted and he has to sit there in pain watching us.
I mean, I don't care. I'll just watch Slavia Mozir versus whatever.
Exactly. Right. So
Ben Salah's got a great one, by the way. Okay, the next target is if we get to 1,500, Kuva's got to sing a song. Yes. I like that one.
Yes.
If we get to 1,500, we've got to hear a Kuva song.
Kuva is charity.
I cannot.
Kuva for charity.
I literally cannot sing.
Neither can most of the pop stars.
I can sing.
They're still making money from it.
No,
Steve.
Steve.
Can I sing a Queen song?
No. We're going to be muted, mate. When we get to that
no, Steve. No. Right. Okay. So here it is. If we get, I'll tell you what, it's 5:10 in the United Kingdom, right? 5:10. By 5:30, if we can get to 1,250, and I'll show you where we're at. If we can get to 1,250, then we will mute Steve's mic for 20 minutes and slag off all his teams and he can't do anything about it.
Yep.
If we get to 1,500, Kuva will give us a song of something. Just a verse, just a small bit of singing.
Something.
Come on, Kuva.
Come on, guys. Everyone in the chat.
Come on, Kuva.
Sing some Celine Dion.
You could sing Glory, Glory, Tottenham Hotspur.
You sing whatever you want.
No, I can't sing anything. I mean
that's the beauty. And guys,
there's people that can't hold a note. I can't find one.
Okay.
My singing voice is my talking voice, but a little bit louder.
Big up to Jonas, who's just put in some money. Rob Belcher stuck in some money. Thank you so much. Santu has put in more money. Whoever Santu is keeps putting in money. Thank you very much. Come on, guys and girls. Everyone in the chat, if you all stuck in £2, we'd have 300 quid in a couple of minutes. Right, Perchy, let's go.
Okay.
Oh, hang on, that's a good one. If it gets to 2,000, Steve has to burn that horrible JVC top behind him live on camera.
I'll put 15. I'll put 100
Steve,
in
come
there
on.
for that.
I'll tell you what, Steve. If you agree to that, I'll buy you a new one. Live on camera, Steve, burning your Arsenal shirt. Come on.
I think it's so sick, though. Do you know how much? I'm not even gonna say how much.
I'm only joking. Don't be silly. Right, Perchy, should we get going?
$2,000 and I will take off my shirt and talk about how Skip is a generational talent and how Højbjerg is the greatest Danish player of all time and that Michael Laudrup is he's just terrible.
Right, just before Perchy gets going, a user, thank you very much. Much appreciated.
I could do.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, go on.
Hang on. Blue Collar Sports TV, thank you very much. Says, as a United fan, the Hargreaves injury hit us hard. Yeah, that was a bad injury.
1,109. Oh, my God.
Blue Collar Sports TV said, change shirt. We're waiting for a shirtless Sava. I do not think that's ever going to happen. No one needs to see me shirtless.
Why are people so scared, bro? Like, what?
Because, Steve, I'm not of the age where I look like a pigeon. I've put on some...
I look like a pigeon?
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh God.
Okay, cool. All right, go.
With
Richarlison.
Steve, we're trying to retain viewers here.
And Simon Davis has said, here's a tenner Sava. Let's get this quiz started. Thanks, Simon. And Perchy, let's kick this off.
Okay.
And let's remember this moment. We are on 1,109. So whoever's just donated massively, thank you very much.
141, and we mute Steve's mic.
Do you guys like my Richarlison shirt?
Anyway, Perchy, start the quiz, Perchy.
Okay.
Start the quiz.
So we did this a bit earlier, so we know the rules now, right? I think everyone knows the rules, right? So we've got a player, and it's the first club and the last club, their first appearance and their last appearance. Okay,
got it.
Fair enough. We all get it. First one: Manchester City and Newcastle.
Joey Barton.
Milner. No.
It's not Joey Barton.
Manchester City and Newcastle. God, that is. Is he still playing?
He is still playing.
Oh.
It's an easy one. I thought this was an easy one.
Trippier.
Kieran Trippier. Well done. Okay. The next one. RC Lens and Manchester United.
Is he still playing?
Varane.
Well done. It is Varane.
Jesus Christ, what is wrong with you? You're like an
You're an
encyclopedia.
animal, by the way. He's trying to answer him quickly so he doesn't get muted. So, guys, I'm going to keep putting money into the stream. Keep putting money into the charity. Come on.
Hey, keep asking questions.
Next one. Liverpool and Chelsea.
Is he still playing?
I'm not answering that anymore because I feel
Torres.
Sterling.
Raheem Sterling. Well done.
Damn, Kuva, nice.
I thought that was a bit of a trick one because he came from QPR, but he never made an appearance there. The next one, Club America and Wolves.
Raul Jimenez.
Jesus Christ!
Well done.
How do you like this is mental?
I told you, football is life.
Okay, how about this one? If he doesn't get this one right, then he can't answer the one after. I think that's fair. CSKA Sofia and Curler Blasters.
Oh, what? Who are the Curler Blasters?
They are
an Indian team.
They're a team in India. It's a little clue.
Indian team.
What? What was the clue?
The clue was Curler Blasters is a team in India.
The first team was, you said CSKA Sofia. CSKA Sofia.
Hadji.
Nope.
Stoichkov.
Berbatov. Well done.
Berbatov played in India.
He ended his career in India.
I was just going to go through the list of Bulgarian players I could think of.
Here's one for you. They started at Club Nacional and finished at Club Nacional.
Sandro.
No.
Is that Brazilian, right?
Colombian.
No, I believe they are Uruguayan.
There's so many nationals in South America.
Started there and finished.
Wait, hold on. The logo. Hold on.
No, he's Max. Do
you know what the logo is? The logo green and white?
I believe so.
I'm serious. There are so many Club Nacional.
Yeah, there's so many, but I believe it is the green and white one.
Leandro is that meant to be Leandro Demau? The answer to every quiz question for Spurs fans for the last 15 transfer windows.
Spurs' next signing.
Yeah.
Stop looking at the chat. Stop cheating.
I don't have a clue who's played for Nacional.
Yeah. Okay. If you're talking about the Uruguayan one,
is it Luis Suarez?
Yeah, Luis Suarez.
Everyone's saying it in the chat, so I just followed with that.
He went.
Don't look at the chat.
That's what I said. Stop looking at the chat.
I was bringing up comments just for because I'm interactive. Come on, guys.
Okay, next one. Rosario Central and Juventus.
Tevez.
Not Tevez.
Angel Di Maria.
It is Angel Di Maria. Well done, sir.
I was going to say Paredes.
Boom, Angel Di Maria.
The next one. Newcastle United and Boston United.
Woodgate.
Nope.
Peter Beardsley.
Nope.
Oh. Newcastle United. Steve Howie.
Nope.
Oh, that was a good guess. Damn. Warren Barton?
Nope.
No, Warren Barton came from somewhere down south. Wasn't he Wimbledon?
I love that. Yedelin. It's not
Yedlin.
Well, I have a Yedlin jersey.
I mean, he's probably exactly.
What was the last club?
Last club was Boston United.
Glenn Roeder.
Boston goals.
Is it Gaza?
It is Paul Gascoigne. Well done.
I can't take credit. I can't take credit.
You cheated. Look to the chat. Next one. Malmo and AC Milan.
Ibrahimovic.
It is Ibrahimovic. That's an easy one, I think. That one. Next one. Shrewsbury Town and Celtic.
Callum McGregor.
Nope.
Joe Hart.
Joe Hart. Well done.
Jesus.
Well done. Next
You're
one.
like Rain Man.
He is. He really is, isn't he?
To be fair, I've been on a cold streak the past 4.
And Coover's your Tom Cruise.
Next, here we go. Here's another one. Dynamo Zagreb and Rangers.
I mean, that could be anyone. Rangers sign like 1 million foreigners a season, don't they?
Zlatko Dalic? Zlatko Dalic?
No.
Haji, as in the famous Haji's son.
No.
Oh.
Hang on. Dynamo Zagreb are what? They're Russian?
Dinamo Zagreb is Croatian.
Oh, that Croatian bloke that played for them.
Striker.
No.
The striker, wasn't it?
You want a clue?
Hang on, did he play for Spurs?
No.
I'm not saying anything.
I want to say I might be completely wrong here, but I've just got Vojkovic in my mind or something, or Vajkovic or right there you
Freddie
go.
Who did you say again?
Bobac?
There's one I'm thinking of.
Freddie.
Basic.
No.
The one I'm thinking of it's got a really weird spelling. Like there's a vowel missing where you think there should be one.
I'm gonna say no. I'll say this. This is the clue. You all know who it is. It's not like a completely random player. You'll know who it is.
Borna Barisic.
No.
Why do you shout when you get the answer right or wrong?
I don't know.
That's what my missus does when we go to a quiz. If she thinks she's got the answer, she goes, "Arr!" I'm like, all right, relax. It's just a game. Yeah, go on.
They have retired is the first clue.
Nico.
It is Nico Cranshaw.
I once had got two.
Son.
I once got 2 kittens, Perchy. This is very relevant.
Yeah.
And it was an ex gave me the duty of naming them, and I called one Ledley and one Nico. Just thought I'd share that.
Lovely, brilliant.
There you go. No one cares about that story. It was as bad as Cougars.
Here's a great story, bro.
Here's a great one. Dulwich
You're
Hamlet
welcome, Mia.
and Burnley.
Dave McEwen.
Nope.
Oh.
Jack Cork.
Nope.
Does he still play?
No.
Sorry, Dulwich Hamlet and
Burnley.
Paul Barnes. No, he's
Nope.
still playing, isn't he?
Aaron
God,
Lennon.
David Bardsley.
Nope.
David Bardsley. God, where'd you pluck that name from?
He's just been around ages, hasn't he?
Someone in the chat. That's a good guess. I don't know if it's right. Clark Carlisle.
Nope.
Oh, I need another clue. I don't know about everyone else.
Brady.
They're in the 100 club.
No.
Oh Christ! Oh yeah,
They're in the 100
Chris
club.
Wood.
No.
Chris Wood?
Oh God, what's his name?
They're in the 100 club, as in goals in the Premier League.
100 club, correct.
Matt
Defoe.
No, it can't be Matt Letizia, can it?
Nope.
No. Oh, come on. Think.
Oh, I've got it.
Who?
Ian Wright.
Nope, not Ian Wright.
No.
Oh my God, it's on the tip of my tongue. I just can't think of it.
Ashley Barnes?
No.
It's not Ashley Barnes.
No.
He's in the 100 club.
He's in the 100 club.
He scored the majority of those 100 for a different team, though, didn't he?
Yes and no. I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, he did score them over several clubs.
Yeah, oh God.
It can't be Peter Crouch, can it?
It's
Peter Crouch.
It is. Yeah.
What?
It is Peter
It's not
Crouch.
what I was thinking
Remember
of.
the rule. Remember the rules, guys. This was a little bit of a trick one. He made his first professional. He may have came through Spurs' academy, but he went on loan to Dulwich Hamlet in his first senior game.
I just don't remember him playing for Burnley.
I do.
He finished his career at
2014
Burnley under Sean Dyche.
All right, Ray man. Jesus Christ.
Was it 2014?
January the 19th. Home to Watford.
No, I don't think it was. It wasn't that long ago. It was relatively recent.
2017, maybe.
I want to say it was more like 2020. I could be wrong though.
No,
I
guys,
can tell you though.
We need £130 more to mute Steve's mic. To mute Steve's mic, £130.
Do you all want to feel terrible for a moment? I'm on the autism spectrum.
That doesn't make me feel awful at all, Steve, at all.
No. Good.
It makes zero difference, Steve. My son's autistic, and I'm really
I know. I was just joking.
In this case, it's a massive advantage.
It was and the rule was he scored 145 goals in his career, and it was 2019 when he retired at Burnley. He played 6 games.
Wow.
Okay, the next one. I started at Northampton Town, and my last game was for Brentford.
Ivan Toney.
Oh, you're an actual nerd. Get a grip. Matt, get a grip.
No, Joe, what that is ASD traits. They pick up stuff like mad, like proper, like my son's like that. You can ask him certain questions about certain things, and he knows everything about it. It's just
By the way,
crazy.
I'm this automatic with flags too. National flags. So if you
I am a bit of a flag nerd as well.
I'm a vexologist.
It's a bit weird. Here's one. Here's a good one. If you get this one, by the way, I'm either saying that you're a cheater or you have you're mad, because I would absolutely respect you if you get this one. I will put in £50, and I mean like your first guess. I will put £50 in if your first guess is the right answer without cheating. He started at FC Hebros and finished at DC United.
So a Swedish club. That is Ola Kamara.
Wrong. Thank God. Save me 50 quid. That one did. If anyone can get that one.
Örebro is a Swedish club.
I'll give you a clue. He's wrong. The first club is not a Swedish club.
Norwegian.
Henrik Larsson? No,
it's not Henrik Larsson.
Sorry, what was the name of the first club?
FC Hebros.
Spell it.
Hebros.
Hebros and his last.
Sounds like it might be Greek or something.
I'll give you. I'll make it easier. The first is a Bulgarian club.
Oh, is it? Well,
What was the last club?
That should help you out a little bit.
Stoichkov.
What was the last club?
It is. Nah, you're a nerd. It is Stoichkov. How's he got
that? He played for Chicago Fire.
How's he got that? Sorry, what? How have you got Stoichkov? That's
Stoichkov went to MLS. His first MLS club was Chicago Fire. Then he went to DC United. This is like in 2009 or something.
Nah, you're hacking. You're doing some sort of mental gymnastics. Okay, next one.
Mm-hmm.
Vålerenga and West Ham United.
I certainly know where Vålerenga is.
Where is that, Kova?
Norway.
Yeah.
Norway.
John Carew.
Nice.
Well done.
Mr. Box Office's idol.
There he is, the man himself. The man that is better than Haaland, or just a little bit better.
Naked.
Amazing. Next one. Hellas Verona and Napoli.
Giovanni Simeone.
Wrong.
Oh, Steve getting a bit cocky over there, is he?
However,
Di Lorenzo.
However, I might add that might actually be right, by the way, but I'm not 100% sure. But it's not on my answer sheet. It could be right on that one. It'll annoy me.
I like this approach to quizzes. It's wrong, but it might be right.
Yeah. You're categorically wrong. However, I could be wrong. So who knows? Hang on. Do they still play?
They do.
Di Lorenzo?
No.
I just copied
Raspadori.
Yeah, you're wrong on Simeone, by the way. You are wrong. So I will categorically say you're wrong. It's not Raspadori.
No.
God, who else?
Politano.
It's not Politano.
Who have they got left as Italian? I'm trying to think.
I don't know. Giuseppe Rossi.
And Guisa isn't.
Alex Meret.
Wrong.
God, who have they got? Have they even got any other? So who have they got at the back? They've got Kim Min-jae at the back. Di Lorenzo.
Rarahmani. Kosovo, center back. No.
Jesus Christ.
Hellas Verona to Napoli.
His first game was at Hellas Verona. His last game was at Napoli.
I can't think of any other Italian players.
Oh my God, it's on the tip of my tongue. It's on the tip of my tongue. It is on the tip of my tongue. Oh my God. Luca Toni?
It's not Luca Toni. He finished at Hellas Verona, I believe.
Yes, that's what I'm thinking of.
Oh, is it Galini?
Mr. DJ Galini. Or is he the rapper? Sorry, he's a rapper.
He's the rapper.
Yes, it is Galini, correct.
So did Galini get a league medal this year?
He did. He played enough games, I believe. I think he played 6 games, I believe.
So he's another one.
Another.
By the way, I'm gonna call out a cheater in the chat. There's one cheater, Mr. Post Office. You are a cheater. I'm calling it now. You have got every single one right, spot on with one guess. I'm not having it. You have to be cheating. I'm watching the chat go, and every single one he seems to get. He got Stoichkov immediately. I was like, not having that one. So I'm calling
just to put Galini's winners' medal into perspective. I made the joke about his stay at Tottenham is he was the only player on the books that couldn't catch COVID.
I mean, it's ironic with his name. He literally was not the best goalie, is he? With Golini.
Goal.
Here's okay. I've got I think a few more.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this one is quite. This one should be relatively easy. Leicester City and Nagoya Gimpus.
Of course.
Okazaki.
No.
Luan, I will add that to the list of about the 30 players I put the other day that have left Spurs and won a trophy in the last 2 decades. Sorry, what were the clubs?
So Leicester City and Nagoya Grampus.
Cambiasso?
Nope.
Steve Wolf.
Bear in mind, he started at Leicester. His first game was at Leicester.
Yeah.
His last game was at Nagoya.
Gary Lineker.
Gary Lineker.
Of course.
Wow. I didn't know that.
I've got a couple more.
After that, I've got an official Premier League quiz, so we're good. But we are on 1,134.
Come on. We're so close. Please, I just want to mute him for 20 minutes. It'll be great for us all. No offense, Steve. I love you, mate. I love you. I do love you, mate. You're a legend. No. Next one. I'll give you a couple more. Independiente Medellin. I think I pronounced that right. And Rangers.
Alfredo Morelos.
Yeah.
Morelos. Done.
I can't even think of how to pronounce the name as faster than you say it.
It's Independiente Medellin.
Thank you.
Good, because I'm going to use that in many conversations in the next week or so.
Hamburg and Spurs.
Hamburg
and Spurs.
I can think of somebody that's played for both, but
Hamburg and Spurs. It wouldn't be Van der Vaart, would it?
No, Van der Vaart didn't finish his career at Spurs, did he? We sold him.
Oh, I don't know. Didn't he hit his missus or something and then...
He went to Real Betis, I believe, after us.
Playing.
Real Betis.
And he finished at Hamburg, I want to say. I might be wrong.
Hong-Min's son?
It is Heung-Min Son. Well done.
The Mr. Post Office got that for me. He's got everything right.
Of course, he's been incredible. I respect. You're either basically Steve but in the chat, or
was Hamburg really his first club?
Yes, and then he went to Leverkusen.
Yeah, then went to Leverkusen and Spurs signed him from there.
Wow.
FC Basel and Arsenal.
Xhaka.
Yeah, it's Granit Xhaka. Well done. Well done, everybody. I will get some more for later on in the later.
Just think
on
of random ones. How hard is it? Just think of random ones.
Have I thought?
No. Hang on. I've got a full-on quiz.
All right.
We'll do more of these later. These
do more.
20 at a time. It's fun.
I've got a full-on quiz, so we can either go through all the questions and then answers at the end, or we can answer them one by one. What do you prefer?
One by one.
I'll drink whatever we do.
Hang on, my screen is freezing. Give me a second, guys. My screen is freezing.
Just like Harry Kane in the World Cup and the penalty just froze.
Oh, you can't say that to a room full of Spurs fans. Right, everybody in the chat, are you ready? Are you ready to
rumble? Yes.
Mia, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm just not very good at quizzes, so I'm not quick. Like when it comes to things like that, my brain, I've got too many other things. Do you know what it is, right? Steve's all right because he's young. I've had children. My brain doesn't work as well anymore. Yeah, like I can't remember every single bloody thing. I have to remember hundreds of things in my life, so I can't. I've got no space for everything.
I hear you. And by the way, if two people would like to subscribe, I'm 2 away from 5,400. So if two people would like to just go over there and press subscribe, right? Everybody, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll ask the questions and then we'll do the answers at the end. All right?
Interesting.
We'll ask it. So if everyone's
hang on, seriously, could I just do one more to add to
go for it, Kova. Of course you can.
Right.
Of course you can. We're not
Starting
running out of
club
time.
and ending club.
Yep.
Milan.
Oh, that was both.
Maldini.
Oh, Maldini, yeah.
Not Maldini.
Baresi.
I mean, that is a right answer, no?
Baresi. Yeah.
Oh.
There you go.
Okay.
It was just quick.
Okay, right. So if everybody wants to play in the chat, grab yourself. I don't know if everyone's got a pen and a paper. Have you got, Kuv, you got some pen and paper? Steve?
I haven't written anything since like 2017, bro.
I love Kuva.
I went through pretty much all of my.
Okay, people in the chat, you can put your answers in, but we'll give the final answers at the end. Okay, so I'll go through the questions. So they are multiple choice questions. Okay.
Okay.
So, question 1: what links the 5 teams that finished 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th? Don't shout out anything, by the way. Is it A, their names all start with the same letter? B, they are all London clubs? C, they all won the same number of points? Or D, they have all been managed by Sam Allardyce? Could be true, couldn't it? It could be true. So A, B, C, or D. So it's...
what were they again? The A, B, C, and D?
So it's either they all start with the same letter, they're all London clubs, they all got the same points, or they've all been managed by Big Sam Long Ball Allardyce.
Okay.
All right? All right. Question 2. Let me just make sure I've got the right answer. Which team stayed up after being bottom of the table on Christmas Day? Was it Bournemouth, Wolves, Forest, or Everton? So which team stayed up after being bottom of the table on Christmas Day? So that's Wolves, Nottingham Forest, Bournemouth, or Everton. Question 3. What happened this season for the first time in Premier League history? The 3 promoted clubs all stayed up. The 3 bottom clubs all won more than 40 points. The top 10 teams in the top half had a positive goal difference, and the 10 in the bottom half had a negative goal difference. Or all of the clubs in the bottom half of the final table sacked their managers.
Ooh.
So that's all stayed up, all got more than 40 points. The 10 teams in the top half had positive goal difference. The top teams in the bottom half had negative, or all of the clubs in the bottom half sacked their manager.
It's A, B, C, D, right? There's 4 options.
Yeah.
Right?
You can write down the actual answer, or A, B, C, D is fine. Don't worry, Ryan. We're nearly a quarter of the way through, if my maths works.
Yeah.
4 times 5 is 20.
Yeah, but I'm nearly at 6, so 6
When we
times
get 6,000, we're a quarter of the way done.
Right, next question. Erling Haaland scored 4 hat-tricks in his debut season in the Premier League. Can you name every single one of those finishes? No, not really. That's not the question. That is not the question.
Yeah.
Erling Haaland scored 4 hat-tricks in his debut season in the Premier League. But which other City player scored a hat-trick this season? Was it Alvarez, De Bruyne, Foden, or Mahrez? That's Alvarez, De Bruyne, Foden, or Mahrez. Remember, this is a Premier League quiz. And I am on 5399 for subs. One more, we get to 5,400.
Bloody pen doesn't work.
And guys, keep the donations coming in. We got to 134 and we stopped. Let's keep the donations coming in, people. I'll put the link in the chat. And in 2 hours, we need to change to the different StreamYard link. Right, next question. There were only 30 red cards this season, the lowest since 93-94. But which team had 6 players sent off? Was it Chelsea, Leeds, Tottenham, Wolves? So which team had 6 players sent off? Chelsea, Leeds, Tottenham, Wolves.
What a question. Damn.
I'll just let you know now. Spurs don't have enough fight in them to get 6 players sent off in a season. So
yeah,
it's not
true.
us.
You could be tricking us.
I'm not tricking you. It's not my quiz, by the way. It's not my quiz.
Oliver Skip's ego.
Stuart Sutch said.
I just seen it.
Stuart Sutch said Romero got 29 of them.
Yeah, true.
Right. Question 6. Who was the only outfield player to feature in every minute of his team's 38 games?
Ooh,
so that's every minute of his team's 38 games. The answers are, the
options.
That's the word I was looking for. The options are Harry Kane, Alex Iwobi, Declan Rice, or James Tarkowski. So that's Kane.
A great question.
Kane, Iwobi, Rice, Tarkowski. It sounds like a really convoluted menu, that.
I think it's that.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going with that.
All right. Question 7. Which of these teams scored the same number of goals this season? Was it Man City and Liverpool, Villa and Leicester, Newcastle and Leeds, or Arsenal and Tottenham?
Scored the same amount of goals.
So which of these teams scored the same amount of goals? You've got City and Liverpool, Villa and Leicester, Newcastle, Leeds, Arsenal, Spurs.
So what number was Villa and Leicester?
City, Liverpool is A, Villa, Leicester is B, Newcastle, Leeds is C, Arsenal and Tottenham are D.
Yeah, that's what I think is. I could be wrong.
Okay, question 8. The season lasted 297 days. For how many of them were Arsenal top of the league? Was it 162, 204, 248, or 282? So that's 162, 204, 248, 282.
And the season was how many games?
The season was 297.
Yeah.
Oh, if only it had been 296.
On the last day of the season.
282. Sorry.
282 is option D. All right. By the way, people in the chat, smash those like buttons. Smash the likes. Let's let people know we're doing a charity stream. Let's get the donations in,
guys.
Come on, people. Let's be kind. Right. Question 9. All 3 promoted clubs, Bournemouth, Fulham, and Forest, stayed up. In the previous 30 Premier League seasons, how many times did this happen? Is it never, once, 3 times, 5 times? So all 3 promoted clubs stayed up. How many times in the last 30 years has that happened? Never, once, 3 times, or 5 times? It's a proper quiz, isn't it?
This is a good one. I like it. This is good. I think I've got this one.
It's made me change another answer, though.
Oh,
I know exactly what you mean. I know exactly what you mean. Yeah. Question 10. Manchester City, sorry, that was nearly a word. Manchester City have won the top flight 3 times in a row. Who were the first team to achieve this feat? Was it Arsenal, Preston North End, Huddersfield Town, Liverpool? So that's Arsenal, Preston.
The top flight, that is obviously.
So they win the top flight for 3 years in a row. Was it Arsenal, Preston, Huddersfield, Liverpool?
Oh, that's a tough one. That is.
So this isn't just Premier League. This is English football.
English football's top division.
Since 1889 or whatever. Okay.
That's a really. Right. I don't know that one actually. I'm
Question 11. Man United set a Premier League record in 1995 that has been equalled 3 times by Leicester in 2019, by United again in 2021, and by which team this season? So that's Man U set a Premier League record in 95 that has been equalled 3 times by Leicester in 2019, United in 21, and by which team this season? Was it Man City, Liverpool, Arsenal, Fulham? Man City, Liverpool, Arsenal, Fulham. Question 12. Which player made 15 appearances this season, working under 3 different managers, scoring a goal and being sent off, yet he didn't start a single game?
What a question.
That's a great question, and I've got the answer. Which player made 15 appearances this season, working under 3 different managers, scoring a goal and being sent off, yet didn't start a single game? That's a mental question. Lewis, I'll let you on in a bit, mate. You keep asking. I'm in the middle of a quiz, my friend. Let me get through the quiz.
So, do we not? Are we not even getting picks for this one?
Not getting what?
We're not getting options. Well, you're not giving us options for this one at all.
Oh God! So sorry. Yeah, I didn't give you any options, did I?
I thought you were going to.
Sorry. I didn't give you any options. Was it James Milner, Diego Costa? Sorry, should I do these in order? Sorry, I've gone out of order. Was it Conor Gallagher, Diego Costa, Lucas Moura, or James Milner?
Oh, I got it now.
Yeah, I just feel that. I felt like that gave it away really easily, and it didn't without the clue.
I was gonna say Somerville for Leeds.
I think he started.
It's not.
He scored away to Anfield. No,
I think he started against us. Right,
yeah.
Here we go. Which player scored in 26 games this season? A record he now shares with Andrew Cole, who did the same in 1993-1994 whilst at Newcastle. Was it A, Ivan Toney, B, Erling Haaland, C, Marcus Rashford, or D, Harold Edward Kane? So which player scored in 26 games this season? A record he now shares with Andy Cole, who did the same in 93-94 while at Newcastle. That's Toney, Haaland, Rashford, Kane.
If it's Toney, do I have to put a bet on it?
Well done.
Only if you donate the money to charity.
Yeah.
Tony, Haaland, Kane, Rashford?
Rashford.
Yeah, Rashford's the other one. Yeah. Okay, question 14. I like this question. Jamie Carragher did it in 99. Michael Proctor did it in 2003. And Jonathan Walters did it in 2013. Who did it this season? Was it Cesar Azpilicueta? Was it Hugo I Can't Catch a Ball Lloris? Was it Lewis Dunk or Wout Faes? So Jamie Carragher did it in 1999. Michael Proctor did it in 2003. And Jonathan Walters in 2013. Who did it this season? Azpilicueta, Lloris, Dunk or Faes?
And we have to get a bonus point if we can say what it is.
I mean, I don't know what prize you think you're winning, but yeah, sure. Why not? Yeah, go for it. Yeah, go on. All the points in the world, Perchy.
How about your bonus point if you can say who it is, what it looked like,
and in how many minutes?
Oh,
yeah.
All right. Okay.
Extra credit is for wankers, anyways.
Here we go. Which club scored the fewest goals in the division but still stayed up? Oh, this is interesting.
Oh, God. I know the answer.
Is it A, Wolves, B, Everton, C, Bournemouth, or D, Chelsea? Ooh.
Wait, what was the question again?
Which club scored the fewest goals in the division but still stayed up? Is it Wolves, Everton, Bournemouth, or Chelsea?
Oh, it's one of two.
No, it's one of four.
Someone in the chat has said, whenever in doubt, just say Wolves.
That's a great.
Whenever in doubt, say Wolves.
Next time we have a debate on the Spurs review, someone goes, who do you think we should sign this year? Wolves. It's on it. All of the Wolves team.
You wouldn't. I reckon you wouldn't finish without points if you did that.
Yeah, absolutely. Right. 16. Hopefully everyone's on question 16.
How many questions are there?
104. No, there's not. There's 23. There's 23. 23.
Just hold my phone like this.
Question 16. What was the average attendance at Premier League games this season? Was it A, 35,888? Was it B, 40,232? C, 45,624? Or D, 50,910? And guys and girls, keep those donations coming in. We've stopped. It's stopped completely. It's dried up. Keep putting in. Keep putting in.
If you want the American to shut up, then donate to help save people's lives.
Or Coover to sing.
The best thing you said all day. Sorry, I love you, mate.
Right. Question 17. Which team put out a starting 11 made up of entirely British players? Was it Bournemouth, Newcastle, Palace, Forest? So that's Bournemouth, Newcastle, Palace, Forest, an 11 of entirely British players.
British, you said British. Okay.
I did. It's a different word to English, if that's what you're trying to infer.
No, I was just because I thought you said initially. I thought you said English. Sorry.
How the goddamn hell is Dyche not in?
And yes, like Daniel Cena said, all donate. 176 people. If you all donated £2, we're laughing. Right. Question 18.
Wait.
Go on.
What? Wait, never mind. That's all good. I remember the options, and I just picked one.
Okay.
Oh, a goal for Slavia Mozir. Let me donate.
Superb. Do they have VAR in the Belarusian league?
Why are you watching Belarusian football?
Because every goal that's scored, he'll donate $1.
So I'm gonna be watching. I'm gonna be watching while I'm on the stream and the two other ones. I watch football. That's what I was gonna do today, and then I did this stream. And so my thing was like, I'm gonna be watching a hell of a lot of football. Probably about 25 games in the next 24 hours. I bet. Because remember, I got a bunch of screens, so I'm watching Belarusian football right now.
I rate that. Fair play.
So yeah, man.
Right. Where are we? We are on question 18. Who missed 4 penalties this season? The most ever missed in a single Premier League season. He also scored 4. So he missed 4 and he scored 4. Is it Wilf Zaha, Alexander Mitrovic, Riyad Mahrez, or Alexis McAllister? So who missed 4 penalties this season? Zaha, Mitrovic, Mahrez, McAllister.
I knew this one before the question. Answers came. I'm proud of myself.
Okay, question 19. This is a good question. In which fixture was there a 43-year gap? Sorry, let me start that again. I've started, so I'll start again. That's not it, is it?
Got it.
Okay. In which fixture was there a 43-year age gap between the two managers? Was it Arsenal v Leicester, Tottenham v Palace, Bournemouth v Leeds, or Southampton v West Ham, or Kuva versus Sava on YouTube?
Ooh.
Can you say the options again, but slow?
Oh, that's harsh.
What do you mean? Kuva's 43 years younger than me. What do you mean?
No, it's not. Stop yourself. You're not that young.
So in which fixture was there a 43-year age gap between the two managers? Arsenal v Leicester, Tottenham v Palace, Bournemouth v Leeds, Southampton versus West Ham.
Leon Felix Cooper, Wolves. I love it. That's the answer to every question.
Wolves.
Brilliant.
1 point to Leon Felix Cooper. Is that your actual name, Leon? Is that are you like double barreled, or is that your middle name, or just made up? Or
that is a great name, by the way. I like that.
It's just come up on my app that Slavia Moitsia have scored. And if anyone wondered who got the goal, it was Panyakov, who's a 28-year-old forward from Russia. And it was his third goal of the season. So there you go. In case anyone
Spurs will be linked with them tomorrow.
Spurs will be buying him. Yeah, Daniel Levy will be buying him tomorrow.
He scored 2 goals.
Leon Felix Cooper, by the way. Leon Felix Cooper, good film, good cat food, good rock star.
What?
Leon Bailey, Joao Felix, Liam Cooper. That's what I thought, but fair enough.
What did you go with, Cooper?
Oh, I see. Yeah, I see you've done that. That's quite good.
Good film, good cat food, good rock star.
Got it. Not a fan of Felix, but yeah, I know what you mean. Not that I have a cat.
Don't knock it till you try it.
do you know what? Completely changing it. We've changed our dog's food lately, and humans can eat it as well. It's from Butterbox or Butternut Box or whatever it's called. Just thought I'd share that.
It's had to be
God, you're bougie,
for a long time, yeah.
How bougie are you? Your dogs have got that food, man. Mine just have Lily's kitchen, mate. I ain't giving them no posh stuff.
It's not posh. Honestly. It's not posh. But my dogs have both got allergies, so there's only certain foods I can give them. They're like divas.
Yeah, no, you're like me. You've got a pug and a French in it, so
yeah. If I put down like, I don't know, if I went for what's a normal brand like Pedigree Chum, they would look at it and then look at me as if to say, what is this? Like they would literally. Anyway, question 20. Who set a new record for the most left-footed goals in Premier League history, overtaking Robbie Fowler's previous record of 105? Is it Harry Kane, Mo Salah, Riyad Mahrez, or Raheem Sterling? So who set a new record for the most left-footed goals in Premier League history, overtaking Robbie Fowler's previous record of 105?
Can I ask a question about that one?
Yeah.
What number is Wolves?
E. They're the bonus option.
Wolves.
Okay. Wolves have scored 105 left-footed goals in Premier League history. Right.
Have they got that many goals?
I don't know.
So what were the answers? The 4 answers?
Kane, Salah, Mahrez, Sterling.
Okay, I think I got it.
Okay, question 21. Who was the only player to be sent off twice in the league this season? Was it Kalidou Koulibaly? No, I've just murdered that name. Kalidou Koulibaly, Casemiro, Diego Costa, or João Paulinho? So Kalidou Koulibaly, Casemiro, Diego Costa, João Paulinho.
Or E. Christian Romero.
It's not Romero.
You didn't want to put Romero in just in case you got slandered. I see what you did there.
Right, the last 3 questions.
Thank God.
Which striker was caught offside more than anyone else and was caught offside more times, 29, than he had shots, 28? So that's offside more than anyone else, and he had 29 offsides this year versus 28 shots.
I think I know the answer to this
and the answers are Jamie Vardy, Wout Weghorst, Kai Havertz, or Patrick Bamford.
Oh, I thought it was going to be Richarlison.
I thought it was going to be Richarlison as well.
Yeah, just one game.
So what were the 4 options?
Jesus, Percy. 4 options.
I was so adamant it
Vardy,
was Richarlison.
Vardy, Weghorst, Havertz, Bamford.
Mm-hmm.
Bamford is dreadful.
Bamford is dreadful. Right, 2 to go. Which team won a game while having just 18% possession? Sounds like Conte, doesn't it? Which team won a game while having just 18% possession? Was it West Ham, Everton, Brentford, or Forest? So West Ham, Everton, Brentford, Forest.
Ooh. Yeah. I think it was them.
I think it was Wolves.
It was Wolves.
Probably.
Right. That is the end of the quiz. We will go through the answers. I've seen a lot of incorrect answers and a lot of correct answers all in the chat. Let's go through it. Are you ready, guys? You tell me your answers and then we'll go through it, right?
Can I just check how many questions were there in total?
23.
Oh, thank God for that. I thought I'd gone drastically wrong somewhere.
I mean, Kuvi, you've gone drastically wrong, just not in this quiz, mate. Just not in this quiz. It is what it is, mate.
Turning up on the show, really.
Yay! Well, in 40 seconds, we'll have reached the quarter stage of the stream. We've done 6 hours and it's flown by. It's 6 p.m. And look, it's still absolutely lovely outside. It's absolutely lovely here, nice and sunny.
Yeah, should we go outside for the other bit?
Yeah, let's do that. And there is motion at my garden. Oh, it's my dog. Why did I think it would be anything other than my dog?
Don't want to know anything about your dog's motions.
Because it's London.
Because it's London. Jesus, it's not that bad where I live. Right. Right, let's go. It's
the gentle glow of the Middlesbrough Chernobyl, isn't it?
Right. You ready? Yes, it
Sunderland.
is. That's where I really live, Kuva. Right. What links the 5 teams that finished 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th? What answer did you have, everybody?
B.
I went B.
Yeah, I said
Anybody
B.
else? B.
B.
I said London.
They were London clubs.
The answer is, of course, they're all London clubs.
1 point.
Question 2. Which team stayed up after being bottom of the table on Christmas Day? Was it Bournemouth, Wolves, Forest or Everton?
I've gone Wolves.
I said Wolves.
Everton.
Always Wolves.
Everton.
The answer is Wolves. Of course the answer's
God damn
Wolves.
it.
The answer
It's
to
always
everything.
Wolves.
It's always Wolves.
Question 3. What happened this season for the first time in Premier League history? The 3 clubs stayed up. The 3 bottom clubs all got 40 points. One more than 40 points. The top 10 had a positive goal difference. The bottom 10 had a negative. Or all of the clubs in the bottom half sacked their managers. Which one?
I've gone C.
I had gone for A, but I changed the answer and I didn't know what the options were then. So I put C, wank.
I think it's C. Top half had positive and bottom had a negative.
Mia, what did you go for?
I put A, but then I changed. Then I was going to change my mind, but I just left it A anyway. Sod it. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
I like that. Good honesty. It was C. All 10 teams in the top half had a positive goal difference, and the 10 in the bottom had a negative. Man City, by the way, who scored more goals at home than Manchester United scored in total, had the best goal difference. Southampton, who scored 11% of their total goals on the last day, had the worst. 11% on the last day. That is mental. Question 4. Erling Haaland scored 4 hat-tricks this season. Who was the other Man City player to have done it? Anybody?
I went, what's it for? D. Riyad Mahrez?
Philly Foden.
You went Alvarez. The answer is
6-3.
Philip
Foden.
Oh, Philip Foden. He scored a hat-trick in
United.
He did.
I didn't know how to spell Wolves.
Hang on. Well, you might need to in this answer. There were only 30 red cards this season. Which team had 6 players sent off? Anybody?
I went B. I can't remember what it was.
It was Chelsea, Leeds, Tottenham or Wolves?
I said
Leeds.
I genuinely said
Kuva?
Wolves.
Is it Wolves?
It is Wolves. It is Wolves. So far.
Trouble is I went for Leeds.
I changed it to Leeds.
So far, if you picked Wolves for things, you're not going to score 0, are you? Who was the only outfield player to feature in every minute of his team's 38 games? Kane, Iwobi, Rice, Tarkowski.
I went Tarkowski. I think he played every game for everything.
Yeah, I did as well.
I said Tarkowski as
Everyone
well.
went Tarkowski. It is Tarkowski. I want him at Spurs. Just saying. I want him as a squad player. Which of these teams scored the same number of goals? City and Liverpool, Villa and Leicester, Newcastle, Leeds, Arsenal, Tottenham.
I went Villa and Leicester.
I said City, Liverpool.
I said B. Which one it was?
Villa, Leicester.
Yeah.
It was Villa and Leicester. And listen, this is crazy. So they scored the same number of goals. Villa qualified for Europe and Leicester went down.
Yeah, because Leicester probably conceded about 25 more than Villa.
Let's have a look. The next question was, the season lasted 297 days. For how many of them were Arsenal top of the league? Was it 162, 204, 248, 282?
282.
248?
I couldn't remember the numbers at the end, so I just put
It was over 90%, so it had
low.
Yeah.
I said 282.
The answer is 248 days. They held the top spot for 84% of the season.
Which letter was that?
C.
C.
Ah, damn. Okay.
Right. All 3 promoted clubs, Bournemouth, Fulham, and Forest, stayed up in the previous 30 league seasons. How many times did this happen before? Never, once, 3 times, 5 times.
I went it happened once.
3.
I said 3.
The answer is 3. In 01, 02, 11 and 12, 16, 17. Man City have won the top flight 3 times in a row. Who were the first team to achieve it? Arsenal, Preston, Huddersfield, Liverpool.
You played them in the FA Cup this year.
Preston.
I went Preston.
Preston.
I put Tom Hudders.
Tom Hudders. The answer is Huddersfield Town.
In the 30s, wasn't it?
What the bloody
No, it was the 23-24, 24-25, 25-26.
Yeah.
So for 3 years, they must have been very good. Where are we?
Herbert Chapman, he went on to manage Arsenal.
Yeah.
Newcastle's last league title was 20. You said what were the 3 years?
23-24.
23, 24, 24, 25, 25, 26 were Huddersfield's.
Mm-hmm.
So I think Newcastle's last one was 26-27.
Yeah, it's all right. So you don't have to come here begging trophies. It's all right. You've won the championship loads of times. Don't worry about it. By the way, people, keep donating. It stopped completely. Keep donating. 170 people in here. £1, £2, £5, something. I've put the link in the chat. You can do a super chat, whatever you want to do. The money will get there. Please smash it in. The next question is, Man United set a Premier League record in 95. It's been equalled 3 times by Leicester in 19, United again in 21, and by which team this season? Was it City, Liverpool, Arsenal, Fulham?
When did Liverpool?
I said Liverpool.
Why?
I have no clue at all.
Anyone got an idea why?
I want to say, I think it was that they won 7-0.
It was that they won 9-0.
Oh, 9-0.
It was that they won 9-0. Yeah, they won 9-0.
So Liverpool is the right answer?
Yes. Even though you didn't know why, it is the right answer.
Oh, yeah.
Let's have a look. Which player made 15 appearances this season, 3 different managers, scoring a goal, getting sent off, yet didn't start a single game?
I said Mora.
By Lucas.
It was Lucas. What a wonderful season to end on for him. Which player scored in 26 games this year, a record he now shares with Andy Cole? Was it Kane, Rashford, Haaland, Tony?
I said Kane.
I said
Kane.
It was Harry. It was Harry
Damn.
Edward Kane. It was Harry Kane. What a magnificent feat that is.
Yeah, absolutely.
8th place, baby.
Jamie Carragher did it in 99. Michael Proctor in 03. Jonathan Walters in 2013. Who did it this year? Azpilicueta, Lloris, Dunk, Wout Faes.
Wout Faes? 2 own goals.
Yeah, 2 own goals in a game.
2 own goals in a game. Wout Faes. I remember that game very clearly. Well. Yes, I remember.
It was like a Friday, I think. Yeah.
I think it was a Friday, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Friday night game.
How does your mind work like that? That's the one fact.
Because I remember watching that game and then going to work Friday night being like, what did I just watch?
Fair enough.
Right, which club scored the fewest goals in the division and stayed up? Was it Wolves, Everton, Bournemouth, Chelsea?
It's right already. We already know the answer.
It was Wolves. It was
Hungry
like
the wolf.
It was hungry like the wolf. Right.
They were.
The fact that Chelsea are in those conversations, though, what was the average attendance of the Premier League this season? Was it 35,888, 40,232, 45,624, or 59,110?
I've gone B 40,000 and whatever.
And what did you go for, Mia?
C.
You went for C, Kuva?
I couldn't remember the numbers, so I put Wolves pi r squared.
Which is the correct answer, and everybody knows that Wolves pi r squared equals 40,232.
Yeah, let's go.
So B?
And for some pointless information, this season produced the highest attendance in the Premier League. The biggest crowd was Man United's win over City, 75,546. And the smallest was for Bournemouth's defeat at home to that irrelevant club, Crystal Palace, 9,972.
So harsh on Palace there.
That's 18 off of Bournemouth's capacity. I think it's literally 10,000.
That's because if D from Palace comes onto the show later, you'll know why. He tries to dig out Spurs when the only the only thing Palace have won is the Zenith Data Cup. If anyone remembers that bad boy, right?
Pass out drunk. I'm too strong to pass out.
Okay, question 17. Which team put out a starting 11 made up entirely of British players? Bournemouth, Newcastle, Palace, Forest.
It was C, that irrelevant team.
Cherries.
Did you went Palace? You went Bournemouth.
I said Forest as a guess.
So Mia is the only one to get the question right.
Forest?
It was Nottingham Forest. The Forest team against Tottenham in August featured 8 players from England, 2 from Wales, 1 from Scotland. But guess who's made a guest appearance in the answer? Can you guess?
Huh?
Wolves nearly achieved an all-Portuguese 11 against West Ham in October when they picked 8 players from Portugal.
That's amazing.
Players from Portugal.
It's always Wolves.
Wow.
Pick up Wolves.
Yeah, but that's still 3 players short, isn't it? That's the equivalent of saying he's nearly got all his limbs. He's just missing a leg.
Well, you've almost got all your marbles, Kuva. Just missing a few, eh?
That's right.
Right. Okay. Question 18. Who missed 4 penalties this year? Scoring 4 also. Zaha, Mitrovic, Mahrez, McAllister.
It was Mitrovic.
Riyadh.
He did it on the final day. He missed one, made it.
It was Mitrovic. Scored 4, missed 4, beat up referees.
You know what was the most hilarious one? The most hilarious miss from Mitrovic this year was we had them. It was Newcastle versus Fulham. It was at St. James's Park. It was one of the best 0-0 games I ever watched in my life, bro. And Mitrovic had a chance to score 70th, 60th minute or something. He stepped up and double shanked it. So he kicked it with his right foot, and then it went off his left, and it didn't count. And then Isak went on to win it. The last minute.
When do we get to mute him?
Huh?
Well, we are not far away from the muting. We are on 1,195. We're £55 away.
Come on,
from the
guys.
muting.
Come on, guys. Do us all a favour here. Come on.
I can't wait to go take a piss, man.
Steve, it's all banter. It's all banter. Right. We have got, right, in which fixture was there a 43-year age gap between the managers? Arsenal, Leicester, Spurs, Palace, Bournemouth, Leeds, Southampton, West Ham.
Cherries versus Ratrazani FC.
The answer is Spurs versus Palace. Ryan Mason and Roy Hodgson. Roy Hodgson
versus Mason.
Right, here we go. Who set the new record for the most left-footed goals in the Premier League, overtaking Robbie Fowler's previous record of 105? Was it Kane, Salah, Mahrez, Sterling?
Salah.
I said Kaner.
It is Mo Salah. And for some extra trivia, Salah scored 19 league goals this season. Quite the achievement given Liverpool's topsy-turvy form. That was not from me. This is from this quiz. I'm just trying to impart knowledge. Right. Who was the only player to be sent off twice in the league? Was it Koulibaly, Casemiro, Costa, Paulinho?
Casemiro.
It was Casemiro.
Southampton and what was the other?
Right, here we go. The question that wasn't Richarlison. Which striker was caught offside more often than anyone else and was caught offside more times, 29, than he had shots, 28? Was it Vardy, Weghorst, Havertz, Bamford?
James Charles, a.k.a. Kai Havertz.
Kai Havertz.
B.
I got Weghorst because I thought if he strays offside, he's never getting back on side again.
It was Jamie Vardy. Who only scored 3 goals in 37 appearances for Leicester as they were relegated. Does anyone remember the good times? How cheeky is that?
Yeah.
And the last question, which team won a game while having just 18% of possession? Was it West Ham, Everton, Brentford, Forest?
Forest when they beat
Forest.
I said Forest.
It was Forest. Yay. And it says It wasn't just any game. Forest's victory over Arsenal kept them in the Premier League and end Arsenal's title challenge. Their 18% possession is the lowest ever recorded for a winning team in a Premier League match. And if I count up all the answers to see who won, you know who won? Charity.
The only real winners football. That's what I always say.
The only real winners football.
Who actually won?
I got 16.
Okay, Mia, you got 16. Perchy got 17. Kuva?
Steve?
Oh, he's called it on. He's called it on. Pi R squared, he's called it on.
Yeah, I got 6.
I got 14 correct.
14?
Oh, God, the nerd has got 14.
I got more than the nerds. Bloody hell. I'm winning at life.
All I'm saying is the score doesn't really matter, does it?
Come on!
Hey, because Wolves won. Nice one, Perchy. Now I got to take a piss. Jesus Christ.
Bye, Steve.
I only got 14.
If he thinks that's bad, you see what I say to my sons, man. I'm really I'm so quick and harsh with them, and they just take it. They've got really good sense of humour because I'm like that. Even though my oldest is autistic, he actually is really good because he obviously understands. Because I've been like that with him forever.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Steve's cool. He gets it. Yeah. Leon Felix Cooper said, by the way, Casemiro never got a red card in Spain. It's a good stat.
Great.
Come over here.
Trivia.
I'm guessing. Well, thank you for all taking part in what was a wonderful quiz. Yeah, we can get more quizzes like that for later on in the show. Don't worry about that, Perchy.
I've got a few bits as well, so we've got plenty to carry on.
We're good. People, just for a little bit before we go to any other activities, if anyone would like to get any questions in for the chat, any questions, it doesn't have to be about Spurs, any questions about football, anything you want answered, anything you want to know, just chuck it in and we will, of course, have that conversation. I'll give everyone a chance. Is everyone okay? If they need to continue, they need to jump off. This is your moment to say.
Forever hold your peace.
For the next hour and a half.
Oh, man.
So what did you say, Mia?
Or forever hold your peace, innit?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, hold your peace. If you don't jump off now, you can't jump off for the next 18 hours. It's like it's just a rule. It's just a rule. Guys, I want to talk a little bit about the FA Cup final. Obviously, the FA Cup final is tomorrow. Man United versus Man City. I'm seeing lots of people this week have been giving it the old, well, it isn't Wembley and it's a derby. Who is giving Man United any hope that they can beat this Man City team that are bulldozing everybody? Kuva, was that you?
Absolutely.
Okay, all right. Talk me through it.
It's a one-off game, isn't it? It's literally a cup final. Anybody can win them.
Yeah?
Well, except for us, obviously.
Yeah, I was going to say, except for us, except for Tottenham Hotspur. No, do you think they can? Do you think they will?
No, they've got two Hopes and Bob Hope's dead.
Right. I'm on that page as well, Mia. I kind of feel like this could be a very one-sided FA Cup final.
I hope
where we see like 4-0 or 4-1 or something. I worry for Man United. I truly do.
I don't.
Just quickly, before we have this discussion, people in the chat, let us know. By the way, this is not true. This cannot be true. I cannot believe that this is true. I'm going onto Fabrizio Romano's page to see if this is true. There is nothing about Harry Kane on the list. There is nothing.
I mean, the only Harry Kane news is that he got interviewed earlier today saying that he might go and play NFL, by the way. That's the nearest to he's handing a transfer request, so don't try that rubbish.
Romano has just announced, by the way, that Chelsea remain absolutely interested in Moises Caicedo. Nothing has changed. Even if they sign Ugarte, they will also go for Caicedo. Now, just quickly, veering off the question, can you now imagine Ugarte, Caicedo, and Enzo Fernandez as a midfield three playing for Poch?
Yeah, wow. Legs, isn't it? You know the words you always say, Sava? Legs in midfield, that is.
Oh. Anyway, so Perchy, Man United, Man City. Are we giving Man United any hope? Are Man City going to win? Is this going to be a shock? Let them know, and I'm going to go for a wee as well.
Is it going to be a shock? odds on no. I mean, if you're a betting man, you're not going to put money on Man United. Let's be honest. You see Man City. However, it's already been informed that Edison isn't playing. Ortega's going to be playing, so the second goalkeeper will be playing.
Yeah, but we all know, Touch, even their second and everything is still really good, man. Like
No, Mia, I totally agree. By the way, I completely agree, and I just keep seeing new shirts pop up. No, but I think you have to look at it very much in the sense of I mean, Man City are complete favourites from minute one, but as Kuva said, it's a cup final. Listen, we've seen Wigan beat Man City in a cup final. One-off games happen, and it's. Yeah, listen, I can't see it. I think Pep Guardiola will want to win the treble. I think, but let's be honest. Let's be honest though, it wouldn't shock me if Haaland doesn't start the game and maybe comes on in half an hour because he thinks, I don't want to lose Haaland for the Champions League final. Like, it's the sort of thing Guardiola would do. I'm not saying that he will do it, but we've seen him before. You go, oh, he's not played Haaland now, and he's just dropped him. Maybe you could say it's cup final, he might do, but listen, I've seen Pep Guardiola do things that we all go, wow, really? Like, there's times when he's just out of nowhere, he's dropped Kevin De Bruyne.
Yeah,
absolutely nothing. But listen, it's Man City. They're ruthless. So yeah, I mean,
do you think, guys, that if they win against Man U and go on to win the Champions League, this is going to be the biggest hurt ever for Man U because they've helped them get the treble? That'd be that's going to be
a great point. That is a good point. This game is more Man United fans. More Man United fans will be sitting there going, like, we can't lose this game. I think this is a bigger game for Man United than it is Man City, even though Man City are going for the treble. Because I think Man United, for their fans, went, in a sense, I don't even think Man United fans care about winning the FA Cup. I think they care about not letting Man City break their triple record.
Small club mentality, that's what that is.
What's that?
That's small club mentality.
No, but
stopping your rival is cool, but winning the trophy.
No. I know, but we're talking about a team like Man United that have historically won loads.
Yeah.
Like, historically won loads. I'm talking about in their fans' eyes I can tell you now, Man United fans would happily win the game but not win the trophy. I know it doesn't make sense what I'm trying to say, but I'm trying to make it the point. They would happily for them a bigger achievement is stop letting Man City break their triple record. Let's be honest. The similar concept is let's just say, I mean, it won't happen, but let's just say,
okay, I got one.
Arsenal would happily sacrifice winning an FA Cup to stop Spurs going undefeated in the Premier League. Does that make? I'm not saying that we would do that, but you get my point. They would sacrifice something if it stopped us breaking all. Not just Spurs, by the way, any team, because I think Arsenal fans.
We can't even go undefeated in a calendar week.
But what the point is if we had our chance to stop the Arsenal on the final day winning the Prem or win a trophy, a lot of fans would rather that we didn't have Arsenal winning the Prem.
Yeah. Mm. I mean, I get it from that perspective, but listen,
I think it's irrelevant what the fans want. I'm looking at Ten Hag, and he is going to be 100% focused on that is a trophy.
Oh, of course,
go and get it.
And I think that is going to transpose over to it's going to that flood of necessity, because it's not just a luxury winning a club for United; it's a necessity. Mm-hmm. Ten Hag is used to winning. The club is used to winning. Fans can get emotional about rivalries. It doesn't matter. It's about that voracious appetite for silverware. I think that they're 100% focused. And for me, the reason I give them a good chance is they know how to defend when it matters in a lot of games, despite that crazy Liverpool game. We'll ignore that one, but do the rest of the season. They've got a way of defending in numbers. If they do get all that part right, and they got Marcus Rashford on the pitch, that is their weapon for countering City. When City push everybody forward, go for it a little bit too gung-ho, United have that explosive pace of Rashford to really hurt them on the break. And I could see like a 1-0, even a 2-0 United win happening. But that relies on them defending like absolute beasts.
Yeah.
Have they got that, Kuva? Have they got that capability at the back without Varane and Martinez to defend like beasts?
Who knows, mate? Who knows? We only wait and see for that one.
Basically, really, Man U have got to rip a page out of Tottenham's book, because we've got Man City's game on that front. Whenever we play, we try and basically hit them on the counter.
I bet you, Mia, if we played them right now, it would absolutely not end in that way. I reckon it would be 8-0.
Yeah, no, I know, but I'm just saying, mostly for the last few seasons, that's how we've played them, and we've got them that way. Where you go toe to toe with them, you're fucked.
Yo, Varane is fit, by the way. Here's what I think is going to happen. I think it's going to be 1-1 extra time, 2-1 Man City dagger in the 118th minute.
Joe, I don't see it. They're such they just don't care, man. They just go for it when they start. Do you know what I mean? They just don't. They're relentless. They're relentless when they play. Yeah. We've seen it this season when they've had a goal scored against them, and they just go on and just score 4 goals, mate. They don't. They're just proper relentless.
Definitely, but the thing is, it's a neutral venue. If this was at home, no chance for Man United. If it was at the Etihad, no chance. It's at a neutral venue. I don't want Man United to win, but I don't know why, but they can defend sometimes, and they're gonna I think it'll be 1-1, 118th minute, Man City goal to win it. 2-1 extra time, Man City.
What was your score, Kuva?
I think if United are going to do it a 1-0 or 2-0, it'll be a defensive masterclass and hit on the break. It's the only way I can see them doing it. But I mean, gut feeling is going to be City win it. If City score first, it will be a comfortable City win, I think.
I think that's the thing for me, guys and girls, is I always feel that with City, if they get that goal in the first 15, 20 minutes,
blowout.
It almost makes them go into comfortable, we're going to start playing even better mode, and they just destroy teams. And I just get the feeling that they're going to come out for this like they came out for the Madrid game. I think Pep will have them so riled up to say, right, you got history here. You're about to make history. You're about to do a treble. Go out there and batter them. And
you're far better. And you're far better than Manchester United, too.
Yeah, the golfing class is huge, isn't it? And it swung massively. But as people say, it's the FA Cup. It's a cup final. Anything could happen. But who here's putting their money on City doing the treble?
Yeah, I would say that's pretty a safe bet in it if you're that kind of person.
Yeah, I'm just going to Google and see what the odds are.
I think Inter are going to squeak it 1-0.
No, you don't.
Yeah, I do.
Do you? Seriously?
Yeah.
You seriously? You think Inter Milan will beat them 1-0?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, because I think it's gonna be a set piece. It's gonna be a set piece that defines it, because, like I remember. You did a call-in show 3 weeks ago or something, and we were talking about with the panel and stuff, and I told you Brentford did the double over them. Inter and Brentford. I know the players are completely different. They don't play exactly 3-5-2, but when you have 2 strikers, the fullbacks, Çalhanoğlu, Barella, that midfield 3, and the center backs are very good, and the goalkeeper is very good as well. Onana is a good goalkeeper, and he can make wonder saves. So that's something you have to have.
What have the Italians always been really good at when the money's down? Yeah, just think the place out, grab the trophy through just grinding the other team down.
Do you have a guess, Kuva? What odds do you think the bookies have for Man City to do a treble? What odds?
I'll look it up.
9-1.
They are 1-2 on.
I was going to say
they are 1 to. That's mad, Mia, isn't it?
Yeah, they'll be short odds. I think everyone's resigned to the fact they're going to get this treble, man. I really do. I think because the way they're playing.
Yeah, sorry, just quickly, did Perchy say he thought they might not play their best 11?
Yeah.
Oh, I can't see it. Can you? I can't.
There's a week between games.
Yeah. With a week between games, you'd be disappointed to be left out of a cup final, wouldn't you, if you was a footballer?
Unless there's an injury or whatever.
Oh,
then again, with City, any 11's their best 11.
The whole squad's their best 11.
That is true. Guys and girls, we're getting to that stage again where there's been about 30 minutes between donations. We're stuck on 1195. Big shout out to Anonymous. Big shout out to Daniel Montandon, who put in £50. Another donation from Santu. That's a lot of money from Santu. Thank you very much. Vince has said, love your show, Sava from Canada. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Vince. Santu again. Samuel Grass has said, big up from the States. Derek has said, like your channel, Sava. I'm enjoying the live stream. Thank you very much to everyone that has donated so far, but let's keep going. Let's keep pushing. We've got an hour and a half left on this YouTube link, and then there'll be a second one starting for the 4 p.m. No, that's a complete lie. From the 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. shift. So it could get lively in the evening. So keep donating. The link I'm putting in the chat again right now. We've still got a lot of YouTubers that will be in and out that have been at work, etc. Guys and girls then. So Inter Milan, we're talking about Inter Milan possibly nicking a 1-0. Let's bring in this guy who sometimes knows his football, sometimes comes to me and says, Sava, please help me. I need your help. I know you're always right. And that is the wonder that is Henry Wright from Henry Wright TV is in the house.
Everyone all right? How you doing?
Big up,
International YouTube sensation, well, 50 million subscribers, Henry Wright TV.
When do we're not worthy. We're not worthy. AC Milan 3-0.
When do I? Are you drinking a bottle of Malibu?
Oh, he's been drinking. He's been drinking for 6.5 hours.
Jesus Christ!
Yeah, man. It's all happening, Henry. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. Just streaming with Saeed. Have you seen that? I'll get it for you in a second.
Just before you say whatever you're about to say, do you know what, people, right? Henry and I used to work together until, well, we technically still do. And sitting next to Henry at work, this is what it's like sitting next to Henry at work. It is me head down, trying to work on a report or something, and Henry going, tapping me on the shoulder. I'm thinking, right, do you need help? Right, who would you pick? Prime Etu or Prime David Villa? And you're like, oh my, like it just all day long.
Who would you pick out of the two, though?
Yeah, out of those two. It depends which team I'm playing in, Henry.
Oh, here we go. Context, manager stuff. David Villa for me.
Villa for me.
Yeah, David
Villa.
David Villa was class. Etu for pace.
Spain's all-time top goal scorer. Done a treble in Pep's team. Scored 2 goals in the Champions League final against United. Class.
See, Steve, there's another Rain Man down here. Look. Go on, Henry.
There's 2 of them flipping out.
Do you wanna show Henry my freaky trick where you can give me the player and then their first club appearance and last?
Not yet. Not yet.
No?
Not yet,
Right.
Steve. Let Henry go with his.
I don't know if you've said it earlier,
right?
But I think I've already told you the answer. Who is the only player to have a man of the match in the World Cup, Euros, and the Champions League final?
Xavi.
No.
Iniesta.
Zidane.
Yeah, Iniesta. That's my question, Ruin, isn't it?
Is that what you were coming to the party with?
No, I've got let me get some up. I did have one about the Premier League. Who has the most own goals in the Premier League?
Big up, Haz. How you doing?
How you doing, Sarah? Nice to be on, mate.
Look at that wonderful, wonderful dog.
Say hello to Jackson.
So cute.
Jackson, who's that?
He's so
Jackson.
cute.
Don't look at me. Look at the screen.
Can Jackson play centre half?
Action Jackson. Yeah, well, he'd probably do a better job than Dyer at the moment.
And Romero. Sorry, what? What? Yeah, better than yeah. No, just kidding.
Now.
Just kidding. Henry, was that your question, or did you have another one?
Who has the most own goals in the Premier League history?
What, player or club?
Player.
Carragher.
Carragher's got a lot, hasn't he?
Michael Dewberry.
No.
It's not Fires, is it?
No.
John Terry.
Oh, look, we're getting more. Look.
Oh, look at that. Look at that cutie. Oh, my God.
Hang on. Do I need to go and get my Frank?
I think you might need to, Sav.
Jamie Carragher, by the way. Jamie Carragher, by the way, was...
Ozzy's like, no, I'm not impressed.
Jamie Carragher was second.
Is it Phil Jones? I don't know.
No.
Titus Bramble.
No.
Bramble.
Just quickly.
Bloody hell,
Steve,
that's
I need to get on a match and tick. Wait there, 2 seconds.
Ajax game.
Loving the Ajax top, Steve. The Ajax top is legendary, mate.
Look, I don't even like I like AZ Alkmaar, but it's such a sick shirt, bro.
Yeah, it's a nice shirt, mate. It's really nice.
I don't know how you get your dog to sit down on your lap. Ozzy don't like it. Oh, look.
Do I need to get mine?
Where's everyone else's French bulldog? This is Frank.
Hey, where's everyone else?
Down because he don't like being picked up for some reason. He's like,
let me get my Chihuahua. Hold on.
Everyone's getting their dog. So if you haven't donated, please do already to help the dogs because they care about the British Heart Foundation. Help!
He's
look.
Beautiful, isn't he?
Oh, yeah, he's being a bit of a naughty boy today, aren't you?
Oh,
see you later, mate. Coover, where's yours?
Well,
you haven't answered the question yet. Jamie Carragher is second on 7 own goals.
Hello, Minnie.
Who has the most? Yep.
Own goals more than Carragher.
I can give you a club if you want.
Go on, give us a club.
Did he play for Man City?
Yep, he has played for Man City.
Oh, Richard Dunn.
That's
Richard
it.
Dunn. Wow.
Richard Dunn. Who has joint 7 own goals with Carragher? There's 2 other players.
Dewberry?
No. I can give you clubs if you want.
Jamal Lascelles.
Give us the clubs. God.
Liverpool and Everton was where they're at with their main stint.
Don Hutchinson.
No.
Don Hutchinson.
He played for Everton and Liverpool.
I know. I just can't imagine him ever being in the box.
Played for Everton, Liverpool. One had their main stint at Everton. One had their main stint at Liverpool.
Dave Watson.
No.
Jagielka scored a bundle of goals.
Jagielka's the one for Everton.
Wow.
Go on, Coover. Underneath all that hair, there's a lot of football knowledge.
We've got one for Everton then. So the other one's for Liverpool.
Liverpool one.
It's not Hippier, is it?
No.
Stefan Onshow?
No. He was a bit. Hippier was a bit before him.
It's a foreign.
Bit more newer than Hippier.
Newer, so more recent.
Yeah, more recent.
Klavan.
Lovren.
No. In between Lovren and Hippier, that period.
Skirtle?
Yep, Skirtle.
Skirtle. He was still a good defender, you know, Skirtle.
Yeah, I like Skirtle.
Because he went to Fenerbahce. He done really well at Fenerbahce. He was a legend over there.
He won a league title.
He won the league title with Fenerbahce.
16, 17 or something like that.
Something like that, yeah. Brilliant.
I've got a absolutely killer question. Premier League trivia.
Hold on, Henry, are you wearing an Ajax top as well?
Yeah, Steve is, so I just put it on.
Ajax top. That top is nice as well. I love that top.
Yeah.
But Steve's top is nice as well. He's got the old it's got like Bob Marley stripes in it, the colours.
You can't buy that anymore, like from Ajax. They discontinued it.
Crazy. Sorry, Steve, you were saying, mate.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. All right. Who is the only Premier League player to have scored the first 5 goals under a brand new manager? So what I mean by that is a new manager comes in and the first 5 goals under that manager are scored by the same player. Who is that player?
Kane.
No.
The first 5 goals were all scored by him.
One player, yeah.
It's not Haaland, is it?
No.
Because I know he scored 2
Because
against West
no, Guardiola's not a brand new manager.
Oh, sorry, brand new. All right, okay.
Yeah.
As in brand new, as in recently, like as in brand new, or they
brand
were brand
new
new at
as
the time?
brand new as in this is his introduction to the Premier League. He's never been in the Premier League before. He's never been in the Premier League before. And the first 5 goals that were scored under this brand new manager were scored by one player.
That's tough.
Jesus Christ, that's a good one, Steve. This is nearly as good. What was the one we couldn't get earlier?
I don't remember. I'm too hammered, bro, if I'm honest. Maybe it'll fix it if I don't know, bro.
Steve, is it from this season? Like
Steve,
last season?
have some water.
Is that a vodka
right.
in there?
Robbie Fowler.
Mm-mm.
Michael Owen.
Mm-mm.
I'm just trying to...
Shearer.
No.
Who's at a club where only one team scores other than Harry Kane? Do you know what I mean? Like,
was it
Tony?
Was it Unai Emery?
Unai Emery's not a goal scorer.
No, but didn't Aubameyang bag like 7 odd goals in a? Oh, isn't it?
Watkins.
No.
Oh, who's the
Tim Sherwood.
No.
Eze?
No.
Sorry, thinking of the player. Aren't
Was it this year?
Yeah.
So a new manager's come in, and the first 5 goals under that manager was scored by one bloke.
Yes.
It's not Rodrigo, is it?
No.
I was going to say who
Ward-Prowse.
changed.
Who?
James Ward-Prowse.
No.
Rashford.
Huh?
Rashford.
No. That's
Billing.
an easy guess, though.
Billing.
Billing, no.
Oh, jeez.
Jesus. I was going to say who changed their manager.
It's been
but I
like
think-
15 sackings this season.
I know.
Ollie Watkins.
No. Not Ollie Watkins.
All right. Is it a team from the bottom half where they finished this season or the top half?
Is it Danny Welbeck?
No.
He scored the first 5 goals.
Of a brand new manager, yeah.
Is it Iwobi?
No.
Is it the Premier League?
Yes, it is Premier League. It
I
is
feel
this
like-
season in the Premier League.
I feel like we're going through every club here, and I can't think of.
I'm looking for the player.
Yeah, no, I know you're looking for the player. So
This
the manager,
player has scored. He scored the first 5 goals of that managerial career under that player.
Oh no.
So, for example, if I walked into Ajax at the start of next season and freaking Dyer decides he somehow joins and he scores 5 goals in game 1 against,
I'll tell you that that's not happening.
FC Volendam, then the answer would be Dyer.
Hang on.
Because-
So the manager didn't join mid-season. He joined in the summer.
He did join mid-season.
He did join mid-season. Jesus.
Who you got? We've got Jesse Marsh.
Hang on, it's not Kane under Mason, is it? It is Kane.
No, it's not Kane.
Hang on. Let's have a look. Let's start at the bottom of the table. Southampton. Right? They've changed managers 4 times or whatever this season.
Is it the guy at Forest?
No.
Oh fuck, that's me. Fuck then.
Hang on. So are we agreeing it's no one at Southampton? I don't believe anyone at Southampton scored 5 in a row. I think we would have known about it, right?
Jordan Ayew.
No, not Ayew. It's
But
no
then-
one at Southampton.
Is it someone at Brighton?
Zaha.
It is.
Oh,
It
someone
is
at Brighton.
someone at Brighton.
Big up, Philly.
How you doing, mate?
How you doing, Phil? You all right? We're just trying to crack
I'm
this
good.
code.
I'm good. I'm not staying for too long. I just want to say, big up Henry, right?
Why?
Because I couldn't watch Tottenham all season, mate. I'm sorry, I'm not watching that dross, blood. It's bad enough, man. And Henry took the pain for me, blood. So I have to big him up, because you know what? He spared my eyesight watching Eric Dyer doing some stupidness up in the team, blood, because I wasn't watching that for nothing.
Is it McAllister?
I want to go out and do anything but watch that dross of the TV, blood. It is bad. I saw us just defend, and you know what? It was just a matter of time. It's like going, go, guy. And I was just see it there. I was like, yo, brother, enough of this, man. And every week the same 3 man at the back there. Oh Lord, man, please, no more. I'm glad the end of the season happened last week. That's all I'm saying to people. I'm glad of that because I didn't want to see no more.
Okay, well, Phil, we'll come on to Spurs in a little bit, but I think did Mia just get the right answer?
Is it McAllister?
It's not Alexis McAllister.
I
Marsh.
can't think who this is.
No, Mitoma. No, it can't be.
Trossard. So let me explain.
Are the players like?
Do you remember a certain De Zerbi debut away to Anfield 3-3? Who scored Brighton's 3 goals? Trossard.
Yeah, he did.
Then you went away to Brighton Spurs and lost 1-0. So there was no goals scored by Brighton. And then Brighton went away to Brentford, no goals.
Steve, can I just ask, are you explaining how him scoring 5 goals in a row without one of his teammates scoring works?
Yeah. Because it's hella confusing, right?
No, I get
and
it.
then Brighton, hold on. Let me just hear me out. Because it's cool. Like Brighton and Hove Albion, then they hosted Forest 0-0 Goose Eggs. And then they went away to Man City, Trossard scored. Then they destroyed Chelsea 4-1. And who scored the first goal? Trossard.
Good quiz question. I like it.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Guys and girls, just time for me to say, so we're 6 hours, 46 minutes into the stream. Big up Kuva, who's been here the whole time. Mia's been here quite a lot of the time. Steve's been here in and out of drunken states the whole time. So far, we have probably made, I can't tell you exactly because it's in dollars, but I think I'm working it out to about £250 via Super Chats. But the British Heart Foundation official link, we have got £1,224 at the moment. Let's see if we can get that to 2,000 as quickly as possible. We're 30% of the way towards the 4K that we want to try and hit. So please smash that link, even if it's £1, £2. That would be much appreciated. Henry, Haas and Phil obviously have just joined the chat. We were talking earlier about Spurs managers, Spurs director of football. Do any of you believe that Ryan Mason is going to be given this job?
No.
Are we heading that way?
No.
Yeah. I think it's a major gamble if it's given to Ryan Mason, and given what's happened this season, the many downs that we've had, I think it's a massive gamble. He'd be nuts to do that. But the fact is, there's a lot of, from what I'm seeing, managers don't want to come. They either want to stay because they want some sort of guarantee that there's a plan, there's a vision, which we haven't got at the moment. Even the likes of Postecoglou, everyone's saying, well, the Scottish League is inferior. But let's be honest, he's going to do the double-double, okay, this season. And he's got guaranteed Champions League football with Celtic next season, and they love him there as well. So that's not guaranteed either. So for me, it's either got to go to someone who's currently out of work, someone like Brendan Rodgers, perhaps. I'm not saying that's who I want, but if you look at the facts of it, he's out of work at the moment. Yeah. He's not tied down to any clubs, possibly willing to take the role. I don't know, but. Look, which manager at the moment at a big club or a big name will want to come over when we haven't even got a director of football? So
this is why we need Postecoglou.
Sorry,
this is why we need him, because no other big manager is going to touch this football club.
Hang on, Henry. I've got WhatsApp voice notes from you last week saying, nah, not having it. He's not the right guy. Really? What's happened?
You taught me. I looked at every single on the transfer market, the first 3 pages of free agent managers, and not a single person of those managers besides besides Potter no other manager realistically is going to come and touch us. We're at the point now we don't want to go and pay compensation for a manager. Let's be real.
I gotta go, guys. I'm sorry. I'll be back later. I swear down.
Big up,
good cameo.
You look at likes of 10-15 million pounds for a player is tuppence. That gets you an Ollie Skip. 10-15 million pounds for a manager gets you a prestige manager. The problem is now is Sav has been banging the drum for absolute months. We need a plan. And it starts with whoever the director of football and manager is going to be. The reason why I think it will be Postecoglou is because it's the unknown. There's no pressure on the manager to come in. If it's going to be a big name, Luis Enrique, you're going to be expecting results. We need to trim the squad down to 16 to 18 people that we're relying on every single week. And the aim is to just actually create something. Like at the moment, I've honestly, watching Tottenham this season, how bad has it been? Let's be real.
But Henry, with someone like Enrique, mate, he's definitely going to want some sort of plan in place. He's not just going to come.
He wants full control.
He wants full control, but he's also a manager that likes to play under a certain philosophy, and we certainly haven't got that philosophy at the moment. If you look at the way he likes to play, we're in trouble if he comes in because we haven't got the defense for the way he wants to play. We're in big trouble. But we need someone who's going to come in for the long term. My problem with Postecoglou is if you look at the clubs he's managed, he's not been there more than 2, maybe 3 seasons at a push. So he's not a long-term manager, but if you look at his record, okay. But I don't know who else there is at the moment.
Who else is there? Let's be real. Out there right now. Who else comes
so to talk to you, Henry. By the way, my boy. By the way, Henry. Yeah. But by the way, Henry. Where's my invite to your show? By the way, bruv. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Where's the invite, bruv? You know what I mean? But anyway, joking with you.
I'm leaving Mr. Box Office.
Yeah. By the way, yeah. That's why I said director of football has. That's why I said director of football is so important because okay, fair enough. He doesn't do a director of football. What was the plan then, bruv? You know what I mean? That's why I'm not having it. You know what I mean? Because like I said, I've got the same energy for this team. Yeah. Because again, can I tell you, when was Tottenham actually relevant? 1960s and 1980s. That's what I'm talking about. Kuva knows it as well. My boy Kuva knows that as well, bruv. You know what I mean? You know? And that's it. And that's all I need to say. Back to you, Henry, because I interrupted you, bruv. I'm sorry, bruv.
Back to you, Henry. Back to you.
Henry, dig a hole for yourself, please. Please.
Dig a hole like Richarlison's career, technical skill set, and looks.
Is Henry now the new king of the flip-flops, soon as he's flip-flops over Postecoglou?
No. Let me defend Henry.
I'm joking. It's a joke. Calm yourself down, 10
yeah, but I still got to defend him because you know what I'm saying. Look, the thing is about Postecoglou, y'all know how much I love European football, and some of these people in England just see a manager who ain't from, I don't know, Hartford Athletic or something. You know what I'm saying? Like they look at anything outside of England as trash, garbage, and just irrelevant because it's not English, you know. And it's just like, for me, Henry did his research and he changed his opinion.
No, he bloody didn't. I did it for him. Don't worry about that.
You educated him. There you go.
Look, to be fair, what Henry just said there. Look, I think anyone who's known me long enough will tell you I've not been banging the drum for a few months that we need a plan. I've been banging that drum for about 15 years that we need a plan. I've been banging that drum to the point that even when we were second in the league under Poch and I was saying that I hate the owners and there's no plan and people were going, what do you mean we're second and everything's great? I was saying, but what's under? What's the underbelly? What's going on underneath that? But listen, whether it's Postecoglou, if it isn't, guys, we were talking earlier about if he rejects us, that it's quite embarrassing. But what will it be like? Because the alternatives I'm seeing are like Rodgers, Potter. You've now got Igor Tudor that's just left Marseille. You've got Ruud van Nistelrooy that left PSV. Who left today? It wouldn't surprise me. Daniel Farke left Borussia Mönchengladbach today. Nothing would surprise me with Levy. So it's worrying times, right, Haz? Really worrying times.
Yeah, it is, because it's going to get to a point where he's going to end up appointing someone that's just willing to take the job. and that's not what we need at the moment. Last week, there was reports that the club wanted to change direction in the fact that they want to concentrate on changing the philosophy at the club. They want to change the way the club operates from top to bottom. I'm not seeing any sort of signs that that's going to happen this season. For me, the manager has to have a great relationship with the chairman to make everything tick. It's not the case with Levy. He needs to step aside. He needs to do what Bowley's done at Chelsea. Now, Bowley's made loads of expensive mistakes. Okay, spent shitloads of money, but he's now realised he's made a mistake and that he can't be the one calling the shots in terms of how the club operate football-wise. So he stepped aside and just given the reins to Poch to sort out the football side of things. Now, Levy needs to do the same sort of thing. Levy needs to step aside and say, look, 23 years, right, it's time to step aside. We need to do X, Y, Z. I'm giving you reins to do whatever you need to do. I'll sort out the money side of things. That's what needs to happen in reality. But 23 years, does a leopard change its spots? I don't think so. But, we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, Mr. Box Office, you came in earlier, fired some shots, dropped the mic and walked out. And now you're back. Have you calmed down? Are Spurs any better than they were 6.5, 7 hours ago?
I was on the beach with flip-flops for Sean.
Oh, you're firing shots at Sean now as well. Okay.
Yeah. I'm just saying, because at the end of the day, they need to respect the main event. They respect the main event, Mr. Box Office. Unfortunately, my time was short. You know what I mean? Because Alex had me on a leash. Unfortunately, it was only an hour, and that's it. Unfortunately, you know what I mean?
Sorry. Let me just clarify that you right now are Mr. Box Office.
Yeah.
But the real you, Alex, had Mr. Box Office on a leash.
Yeah, on a leash.
Like only skipping a midfield because he's a midfield pit bull.
Yeah, I said, I only get paid by the hour. Like I said, you know what I mean? I told that.
Wait, you get pegged by the hour?
That's the point. Unfortunately, I only got that much time to speak about Tottenham because we've already said what we need to say anyway. It's not like I've said it already. You know what I mean?
And if you don't know, you better get to know.
Exactly. Henry knows how to say it as well, bruv. You know what I mean? The guy that told me about the guy that told me about strategy who wasn't cooking, by the way, and I thank him for that because he came up with that, by the way, and I've used it ever since. I thank Henry for that, by the way. But back to you, Sava.
Thank you, Alex. Just before I bring Wayne in, you are very good at telling us how bad we are, what we already know, and who you don't want. Who do you want without the answer being it doesn't matter while Levy's here? Because we have to have a manager. Who do you want? What would make Alex allow Mr. Box Office to be happy for a few minutes? Which manager?
I'm really clutching at straws with this guy, Graham Potter.
I thought
so Potter would satisfy you.
But it's okay. At the moment,
it's okay, but so who would you want that's not okay? Like who would you want?
I don't really know. Really, the only other name that it looks interesting to me is Gallardo.
Can I ask why? Like a lot of people talk about Gallardo. Let's have this chat, and Wayne, I'll bring you in a minute. Big up to Wayne Holland, and we'll talk about your team in a minute, Wayne, because that will cheer you up and us up all at the same time. I hear a lot, guys and girls, about Gallardo. But again, this is a guy, we keep saying, Postecoglou's got no Premier League experience, but at least he's managed in Europe, right? I mean, Gallardo can't speak English, manages in Argentina, has only managed in Argentina. Realistically, is that what we need to kickstart a brand new era? A guy that needs to learn the language and has never worked in European football?
The guy is named after a Lamborghini. Do it at all costs.
I think at the moment, everything you said, Sava, is absolutely right. Yeah, we need a manager that is going to be a long term. But for me, at the moment, I think we just need someone to start off the process as well. Okay.
Agreed.
And I think for me, Gallardo looks someone who looks like a coach. Now, yeah, it's a risk. It is a risk. I will say that as well. But we need a coach at least. I still think the team needs to be absolutely gutted. Yeah, and I stick by what I say. Right, the only 3 players I want to keep in this team right? Romero, if you can get a partner for him, Basuma's my midfielder all day, every single day. Yeah, and Harry Kane if he stays, but he shouldn't stay because he should be out. He should out the door and try and find trophies because he ain't going to get at Tottenham. So then I've only got Tony 2. I've only got 2. All the others, you need a top coach to coach and do what Poch did his second season at Tottenham, and that's it. And I think Gallardo, maybe Postecoglou, but I don't know enough about him. But I'm not going to get into that. And maybe Graham Potter knows how to start off a process, and that's it. So for me, I'm not saying I'm okay with it because I need to see it. You know what I mean? Like I did with Poch and Martin Yole and Harry Redknapp. But for me, I would say I'm okay. I'm not going to be like over the top about it. I'm okay. You know what I mean? And that's it.
Let me before I'm going to move to Wayne in a second, but big up Bobby K. Thank you for joining all the way from Canada. I know you haven't made the trip over or anything, but thanks
big
for
up
putting
Bobby K.
Do
you need me to?
I mean, if you want to
flight, you got like 16 hours to go, don't you?
Yeah, by the time I finish, you'll get here for sure.
Hello, everybody.
Look, some of the comments I read, though, guys and girls, I know some of us went through a little bit this earlier, but I'm seeing things like Postecoglou has a 46% win ratio for his time at Celtic. He's crap. Potter, the worst manager in Chelsea history. I'm at a loss, guys and girls, as to where we go from here, because I feel that our expectations are unrealistic, and I feel that comments like this are just it's almost like it's Football Manager. Like when we say they're both free, no excuses. Well, Nagelsmann isn't free, to the best of my knowledge. I believe that you've still got to pay him out of Bayern Munich, right?
Which is up to 20 million euros.
He's on gardening leave.
Right. Basically. So you've got that. And then the second thing is, I mean, would we all... I like Enrique. I really like Enrique. I just get the feeling that would be, again, it would be Conte and Jose all over again. Someone who's used to winning, someone who's won the Champions League, used to working with players like Neymar and Messi and Rodri and not Mbappe,
Eric Garcia
and Suarez. I just feel, guys and girls, that for me would be just not learning our lesson. Like that these aren't the people to start off a process. Do you know what I mean?
Go on. I think Enrique would be perfect to go in somewhere like Arsenal, where they've already got that foundations they need to manage to win a league.
Agreed.
I think right now, we need to look forward in terms of what do we actually want as a fan base. Everyone wants different managers. Some people want Nagelsmann. Some people wanted Poch back. Some people want. I just want a plan. The manager's second. Identify a plan, then bring the manager in, which suits the football director's plan, whatever that's going to be. Like we linked with James Maddison. Well, he's going to come to a football club that doesn't even have a manager. Like get real. We get with the program. We're so unattractive to come as a player right now. We've had our lowest finish in since 2008.
2008.
Yeah, like 15 odd years. We've got 10 to 12 players coming back from loan. We've got one good defender. We don't have a playmaker. There's big questions over Harry Kane's future. This is Daniel Levy's biggest summer window that he's ever had to manage as chairman.
Henry, do this comment for me, because I feel like he's not understanding what I meant by the same as Conte and Jose.
Conte or Jose. He plays a completely different style. But we mean in terms of he's a winning manager. We don't need a winning manager. We need a manager that's going to come in and build. And you said if we sign him on a long-term contract, then I can't see the issue. Okay, name one other successful club that Luis Enrique has managed other than Barcelona.
Can I just say something? Sometimes it goes beyond a manager winning absolutely everything, because if you look at that's my seat. If you look at someone like Pochettino, right? What did he win before he came to Spurs? And I know he didn't win nothing at Spurs, but he came over and he changed the philosophy of that club completely. He didn't win nothing. I mean, we're going after all these managers. Oh, he's won 9 trophies. He's won the European Cup, this, that, and the other. That's fair enough.
What's the problem? He's won 16 trophies.
Exactly.
No one talks about that.
He's won trophies, but sometimes it's more than just how many trophies he's won. It's more about that manager's sort of mindset and what he wants to instill in that team. Maybe it's just sometimes you need to hire a manager that is the right fit rather than someone that just looks good on paper. It's like a team. You could have like Chelsea. You've got 11 players who are worth like over £50 million each, and on paper you think they're going to wipe everyone out. Yet they've been absolutely shit this season. You know what I mean? So
could I do a quick? Also, you have to again, we're coming back to that word context. You look at somebody like Gary O'Neill at Bournemouth this season.
Yep.
If you look at the win percentage, it's under 30%. He kept them in the division, and that's an incredible achievement.
Yeah.
What has Eddie Howe won? Eddie Howe, what has he won?
True.
Well, do you remember, how many people before? I think Eddie Howe was on our radar before we actually took on Nuno, and how many people going, "Oh, Eddie Howe, he's only done it at Bournemouth." Now I'm seeing people go, "Eddie Howe, he should have been manager of the year," and
he's going to be the English manager to win things.
All right, I feel like. I sound like a broken record. I feel like we're just not learning. We're not learning as to what we actually need as a football club. A plan, implement something, let the manager come in. Even if the manager comes in for 2 to 3 years and just solidifies, starts to slowly implement something. But when we've got people just going, just get Luis Enrique. And by the way, I've got no issue with Luis Enrique coming in. I'm a huge fan, Henry, huge fan of Luis Enrique. But can you imagine Luis Enrique coming into Spurs right now, trying to play tiki-taka, right? We're not even talking attacking football, trying to play tiki-taka with everything that we've got.
Yep.
He'll go the same way as Jose and Conte. 18 months in, he'll be like, what's the point? I can't do this. I'm used to winning. And yet fans can't seem to get that through.
Yeah, I have a quick fix culture. That's what it is. It's a quick fix culture. Everyone wants now. We need success instantly. It's not going to work that way.
Yeah.
We need to find, Tottenham need to find what they are again. And for me, that was sorry, Steve. I'll finish in 2 seconds, mate. Yeah. For me, Tottenham was about attacking football, easy on the eye, and every, just playing phenomenal football. And we didn't achieve everything, but we need our identity back. And that's the most important thing at the moment for me. Sorry, Steve. God.
I'll just got 2 things. Your identity for me, cup team, right? You guys were once, what was it? In the 80s, you won a UEFA Cup in 1983, 84 or something. And in the 80s, you also won 2 or 3 FA Cups. I think you won the FA Cup in 92 against Forest.
91.
And then you won a League Cup in 94, 93 or something. You know what I'm saying? You guys have had a lot of cup success. And for me, I think that could be achievable. That could be in an FA Cup or Carabao Cup if you get a nice route. That could be an identity that you guys could aim for. And the other thing I wanted to say was, here's an analogy. I feel like some Spurs fans think they are some Spurs fans think that they are a billionaire, but they're really not, but they're looking at Ferraris. Like, bro, you do not have it is not appropriate for someone who can't afford a Ferrari to go and mortgage or loan a hell of a loan.
Steve, this is what annoys fans. Our owner, Savvy, on mute, by the way.
Kuva needs to jump. So just before you get into a debate,
Kuva, I love you.
It's this old problem. Bobby Cale know what I'm talking about. These damn kids, they always want feeding every
day.
Yes. I know, it's relentless, isn't it? It's ridiculous.
And they don't pay 3 or 4 times in the same day.
I put the communal bowl of cornflakes on the kitchen floor this morning, and it's still there.
You're good.
Jesus. Anyway.
Goodbye, Kuva.
Thanks, Kuva. Let me.
Love you, baby.
Yes.
Can I just ask, right? Can we all agree, no matter our feelings on who the next manager is going to be, that the next manager coming in has got an almighty job to do? Like, it doesn't matter whether it's Pep Guardiola or if it's Jim Smith from the Dog and Duck down the road. Whoever comes in, it is an almighty job. And something I've been banging on about, Bobby, I'll bring you in on this. Something I've been banging on about for a little while is I think our fans are in for a real wake-up call next year when they see that it's going to get worse to get better. Now, not maybe in terms of style of football, but I think that everyone's going to start comparing, oh my God, but if Conte was here and if Jose was here and if Poch was here, I think it's going to get a lot worse before it gets better while we build.
Yeah, I think you're right. Honestly, Sava, I'm at the point where I don't give a shit who we're linked with. I'm not even discussing managers because one of you already talked about this earlier when I was jumping in and out and watching. But where are we going? What's our direction? Does this manager even know what his job's going to be?
Mm-hmm.
Does he even know what system he's supposed to be working with or what he's supposed to be doing? Is that going to stick around? You know, you were saying we get a guy that's going to stay for 2 or 3 years, build something, and then hopefully the next person comes and carries that on. Like we have a foundation of some sorts. You know, Poch said this years back and nothing has changed. In fact, like you said, Sava, it's got worse. I'm at the point where you're 7 hours in, so I can say it. Fuck it. Burn it all down. Just burn it all down. Make Jermaine Defoe the head coach. I don't know. Get somebody that actually loves the club, loves the badge, has history, has worked with some of the youth. You know, I know people are saying, well, that's Mason too, but he needs to go out and get a bit of experience. But I think we need to find somebody like that. Just somebody that actually wants to be at Tottenham. Not for the money, not for a mercenary project. Conte, Mourinho, to me, were mercenaries. You know, they came in. They had no passion for the club. They didn't give a shit how we did or not. How much did they get paid? Dude, too much. Way more than any of us are going to make combined in our lifetime together, I think. So, you know, but they didn't get the job done. One of you was already saying, you know, bringing in these winning managers, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean they're going to come here and be successful. That's what we expected from Jose. What happened? Absolutely nothing. Let's get rid of him before he even has a chance to win a cup. It's so bad right now, and fans, honestly, you guys know me. I'm one of the most optimistic guys. I'm very pessimistic right now. I don't want to go into this season with just getting a new manager and then us all jumping on that bandwagon and say, yes, we got Nagelsmann. Yes, we got Postecoglou, whatever his name is. You know, I just don't want to see that happen. Even Luis Enrique, whatever, and then we're gonna just immediately shift our focus to that. It's another smoke screen, and it's going to be 6 or 8 months before we realize we've been bamboozled yet again. That season's a write-off. Okay, it's okay. We got next year now. I'm fed up of just going, we got to wait till next year. If it takes 3 years of pain right now, fuck it. I'm down for it. You know, I know a handful of people are. I don't know who's not out of you guys, but I know I'm in. Sign me up for 3 years of 12th place, 14th place finishes. If it means by year 4, something starts happening.
By the way,
really starts happening. You know, it still burns me that we let Poch go because that was our Wenger, I think. Had we just backed that man properly, he'd be here for 20 years and we would have had something special. We really screwed that up.
Well, like we'll have to disagree on that one. We'll have
the trajectory of Poch.
But by the way, he came though, Sava, you know, from Southampton, like you said, he had nothing. He had no credentials. People are like, why are we hiring this
I agree.
guy?
I just think with Poch, I think
look how excited he got us.
But by the way,
burnt out with Poch. If I'm honest,
can I just say something so I can just divert it to Wayne? I said this to Wayne anyway. I've said this to Wayne already, right? I would have taken doing what Leicester have done and got relegated. At least I have a championship and a FA Cup to my name, right? Than what we've just done. I'm sorry. Wow. I would have just done that because at least I know because you don't know what's going to happen in life. Mr. Box Office doesn't know what's going to happen in life. You know what I mean? You could end tomorrow. You don't know. Yeah. So at least I would have seen.
Alex, if you don't know, get to know.
Yeah, exactly, Bobby K. You see what I'm saying? But I said it to Wayne.
Hang on, Alex, is Wayne about to experience? Over to you, Wayne. Like, is that what he's about to experience?
Yes, yes.
Because big moment, Wayne. Big moment for you coming up.
Because like I said, Wayne. Like I said, I've rather experienced an FA Cup and a Premier League, especially the way that they won the FA Cup and you saw everybody embracing. You know what I mean? And what have we done? You know what I mean?
Alex, you would, we'll bring Wayne in here. I'll let you hand over to him in true Alex style. But let's have this debate afterwards of would we have taken Leicester's last decade if it meant going down? Because I can only imagine what would happen in our fan base if we got relegated. Our fan base is crying at the thought of Ange Postecoglou coming in. Can you imagine getting relegated?
To be fair, at least you'd be able to play like QPR and Millwall. That's kind of cool.
I don't want to play QPR and Millwall.
Well,
what's
if
that
you
got
want
to do with anything?
If you want to, like, I don't know, if you want to scrap or something, do some fisticuffs. If you think you're like, I don't know, Floyd Mayweather or Janet Jackson, I don't know, bro. Just, you know what I'm saying, bro?
Alex, Steve, have some water. Alex, back to you.
I'll go get
back to my point. See, as I said, I made my point, and I think I made it quite clear, and that's it. Back to you, Wayne. Go to you, mate, and make yourself known now, Bob. There you go.
That's it, Wayne. This is your moment.
Let's get all the abuse out of the way then. Come on. That we've gone down. Let's get all the abuse out first. Yeah, now is your moment.
Well, we're in no position, Wayne, to be giving you any abuse, so don't worry about it.
Giving you abuse. Someone said this is your moment because Alex passed you over, so definitely not getting no abuse.
We've gone down and we deserve to go down. Simple as that. No specific one reason. Everyone was to blame at the club. From the owner, Rodgers especially. If you get him, I pray for you. You don't get him. Because he will never accept any responsibility. He'll throw every player under the bus. He'll blame you lot. He'll slam the owners and he won't do anything. It would be the worst appointment you could possibly. If I was you, I'd rather have Ryan Mason than Rodgers.
Wayne, have you seen James Madison's statement?
Yeah.
What did you make of it?
Well, what can he say? He's not said sorry, but he's only the second player that's come out and said something. I think Pereira were the first one. But there's not a great deal that they can say. It weren't that they were crap all season, but they deserve to go down. I'm not going to sit here and say they didn't. We were the third worst team. If we'd have stayed up, it would have been wrong. Madison won't be here next season. He's not. The club's going to sell him. It's as simple as that. And
how many of your first team, like looking from Nikiva all the way to Barnes and Madison, how many do you think you'll hold on to?
Well, I think there's 7 leaving anyway because the contract's expired. I think Soyuncu's already signed for Atletico Madrid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I think Barnes. I don't know what Barnes.
Looking at him.
Yeah, I think the thing with Barnes is because he's a local lad, he might say, I've got us into this mess. I might stay for another season.
Dewsbury.
That's Madison. I think Madison will go to Newcastle or Man City. They're the 2 clubs that really want him, and they'll outbid anyone that wants him. I'll be absolutely amazed if he goes Tottenham. Absolutely amazed.
If you're Madison and you've got all these offers on the table, you got Man City, Newcastle. Why on earth would you come to Tottenham?
Yeah, I have to say this. This outside, outside vision of Madison is an absolutely brilliant player. He can be when his head's in the right place. But if he can't be asked, he can be the most infuriating player in your team. If he don't want it, if he loses it off at the pitch, don't expect him to go tracking back. He'll never do that. He'll never.
But wouldn't you say he's a bit of a maverick? And he's completely the opposite. He's completely different to anything Spurs have got, Wayne, in terms of when you look at the number of goals and assists he gets from midfield, and then you look that we've got players like Skip, Højbjerg, wouldn't he be perfect for what we need, maybe in the whole?
Yeah, but the problem is, let's just say, if you carry on playing 5 at the back, let's just say, talking hypothetically you do. If Madison comes in and replaces Son or Kulusevski, the internet will break because your fan base will be in meltdown because one of them two's been dropped. You seem to have this vision that you've got 3 world-class strike forwards. You've got 1.
You've got 1
in Kane.
Not all of us, Wayne. Not all
I
of
know
us.
You don't.
Wayne,
I'm happy for Son and Kulusevski to be sold. I'm happy for both of them to go and to mix it up.
I have to, one of my best friends is a Tottenham fan. These were his words, and he said, "If Son doesn't score, what does he do?" That's not me saying it. He's a Tottenham fan. What does he do? Every single thing that Kulusevski, you always know what he's going to do. He's going to cut in on his left foot. Yeah. Fullbacks have now fathomed him out. It's as simple as that. And I think someone said earlier that your fans have got delusions of grandeur, and you come across as so entitled. But what have you done in the last 20 years? You've won 1 trophy.
This feels like such a personal attack.
This is honestly.
It's not.
I'm joking.
But this is the reality. We've won 3 in the last 6 years. Yes, we've gone down, but 95% of your fan base will take that. And if you say you wouldn't, then you're lying.
Your last 6 years than ours, I'll tell you that for free.
I went too.
But even if it meant getting relegated, even if it meant getting relegated,
if it does, because
tomorrow and get hit by a bus. At least I know.
But the thing about it is, though, Sav, we're only a small provisional club. We're not a big club. That's the thing. Tottenham, they like to think they're a massive club, but you don't act like one.
Right, honestly, you're a blessing. So many Tottenham fans need to hear this.
But the reality is, you think you're Man United, you think you're City, you think you're Chelsea. You're not.
Yep.
Why you've got this owner?
Wayne, can I say something? Just on what you were saying to before, our fans are sort of deluded and stuff about where we want to be and stuff. Our fans, or most of our fans, were sold a dream when we moved from the old stadium to the new stadium, because what the dream that was sold, right, was we're moving into this brand new stadium, world-class stadium, where we're going to attract the best players. We're going to have Champions League football every season, and we're going to be winning trophies and stuff. I would take the old White Hart Lane over the new stadium any day of the week. I don't care about a shiny new stadium, 60,000 seats, that beer coming through the bottom of a bloody glass and stuff. I don't care about all that. I care about how the team performed. Okay, so a lot of fans at the moment, you're saying we're entitled and stuff. I'm not one of those. Okay, I don't think we're entitled and stuff. But what was sold to us at the time was we're moving so that we can, position ourselves solidly amongst that top 6 or top 4. Okay, at the moment, all I'm seeing is.
Yeah, but Az, I do think.
Yeah, but the point that Az has just made is, I understand where you're coming from. I think you said you were sold the dream. So when did you move into your new ground? Was it 2018, 2019? So Levy's been there since 2001. So when you finished at White Hart Lane was what, 2017? If them 16 years didn't prove to you anything, that he was never going to spend the money, what makes you think once you moved into this shiny big ground, he was then going to start spending £200 or £300 million a chance? That's not an attack on you, Az.
No, it's just not, because we were always told that we don't have the capacity or anything like that to pull in the revenue to be buying the players that we want and everything else.
Okay? We're just not that football club.
I also see a lot of you going on about, but look about what's off the pitch. Henry says this a lot. The aim of elite sport is to win trophies. It ain't to have a fantastic stadium. It's to win trophies.
Exactly.
It's as simple as that. If you're going about money, if you're all you're interested in as a football fan is money, go and start supporting Barclays or HSBC. It's not about that. It's about what happens on the fucking pitch. But you can laugh, but that's the reality.
It is.
That's the reality.
It's facts.
But the one thing is, Wayne, is that unfortunately nowadays the money does sort of go hand in hand. Unfortunately, because there's so many teams with such a lot of money now, like a Man City, who have just, they got their money. Chelsea got their money. Now Newcastle got money. Unfortunately, it just is the case now, and it's not something we all want to see. But unfortunately, it is part of it.
I think also the big part of it, money plays a part.
Yeah, and I just said
I agree with it. Money plays a part, but it's about how you spend it.
Of course.
It's about how you. I think Nottingham Forest have outspent us ever since PIF took us over.
Part of the problem is, Steve, is that we spend money, but we just spend it stupidly.
Yes.
We have spent money, but we've just been absolutely done with our money. That's the problem.
We've only spent 187 million less than Man United since the Premier League began. And Man United have got 13 Premier League titles.
Isn't it like
but Henry, they have a foundation and a direction.
They have, but at the same time,
that's all it comes down to.
Just because Man United have got a foundation and direction,
systems and
doesn't mean we can't go and spend money on the right players, does it?
Just quickly, can I just how do we know who the right players are if the manager keeps changing?
Guys, I want to come back to this. I just want to remind everyone there's 224 people in the chat. Just so you know, at 8 p.m. we will be moving to a new stream. I have to do 3 8-hour chunks, otherwise YouTube doesn't play it back, should we say? Please, the donations have dried up a bit. Please, even if it's £1, even if it's £2, please stick something into the Just Giving just to give you an update. And I am going to show you so that I obviously I'm aware of everything that's happened in the community this week, that people are going to think that this money doesn't go to charity. I will show you right now that it is going to be going to charity. If you look very much now, hopefully on your screens right now, you should see right there the official British Heart Foundation Just Giving page. There's £1,224 being raised so far in 7.5 hours. So thank you so much to everybody. There are also, I'm not going to share this screen with you because it's got some of my personal details on, but there's also another 250, 270, I'm not sure because it's in dollars, that people are putting in super chats that I
Why don't
will
you change it in pounds?
Oh, all right, mate. I'm in the middle of I'm in the middle of one of life's great monologues here.
And he's got to have the leash on drunk Steve. Come on, Henry.
And the answer to that, Henry, is I don't know how to do it. So you can message me how to do that. Please keep putting it in. The link is in the chat. Let's get this to 1,500 as quickly as possible. Everybody right now, please, if you can, £1, £2, £5, £10, please. The link is in the chat. Super chats are available. Let's do it. Bobby K, sorry, back to you. And then after Bobby K, Alan, welcome to the show. Hope you're well. I need a wee, and I'm going to change out of this England top.
Alan,
you got beautiful, get the donations up. First off, like Sava said, get the donations in. He keeps going on about £1, £1. I donated Canadian dollars, so you can donate in any currency you want, folks. You know, whatever it is, throw something in. It all adds up, right? So definitely, like he showed you, it's transparent. You know exactly where the money is going. There's nothing hidden here. It's going to go to a good cause. If you can help out, you know, these guys are committing so much time to this, 24 hours going at it. It's not easy to sit here for that long. So if you can't help out, it'd be great for the cause. Henry, like I was saying, buddy, the only issue I have is we buy players. It's like Savo was going to go at me about the Poch thing. I firmly believe, I know somebody brought up the comment saying that Poch went still last year on the job. Why did he go still? Because the way I look at it is he has no players. He has nothing fresh to work with. He doesn't have new tools. So he's a carpenter. We're making him use the same shitty tools. But the carpenter next door has gone and got the flashy new tech and everything like that. Of course he's going to get ahead. And this guy's going to become a little bit stale and say, fuck it, what am I doing here? I'm not getting supported. It's like being in a relationship, is it not? If you're not getting supported by your partner,
you're right.
You get stale. So that's why until these pricks step away from the footballing end of things and put a director of football there that actually has power to create the foundation.
That's the big problem, though. That I don't think anytime soon that Levy is going to give up the. We've got an accountant trying to make footballing decisions. We need a footballing person making footballing decisions. I wouldn't tell Daniel Levy how to make my money last longer and to make smart investments. But I wouldn't expect Levy to tell me how to run a YouTube stream. It's context. The problem is when you. I feel that I don't feel all of our fans are, not at all, but I feel that's a nice Roma shirt, by the way. I feel like when you look at a certain part of our fan base, you know, we're laughing at Postecoglou, we're laughing at all these managers. But when you look at the overall squad ability and the overall health of the squad, when you take out Harry Kane, how many are there where you're going, right, okay, he's going to perform next week. He's going to perform. Harry Kane's performances this season haven't actually been like 10 out of 10s. But it's the fact that he's putting the ball in the back of the net every single week. No one else. Like, if Harry Kane gets injured, say he got injured 30 games into the season. Through that last 8 games, we're all sitting there going, right, we've got City away next week. We've got Brentford away. Who's going to pick the ball up and put it in the back of the net? Because Richarlison...
Never mind. Henry, Brentford at home.
Yeah.
You know what the funny thing is? Someone said earlier on, what does Son do if he's not scoring goals? Harry Kane, he scores goals and he does everything else as well.
He drops in the midfield and all that,
He drops deep, quarterback midfield, picks up the ball, he sprays the ball.
He's made goal line clearances. Sorry to cut you off.
He's got the guy's played in goal for us, for God's sakes. Let's be honest, he's played in goal. The guy is just phenomenal. Honestly, I've never seen anyone like Harry.
You've also got to remember as well, right? This window, we've already spent £70 million on Porro and Kulusevski. So if anyone thinks we're going to go and do 150, 200 million, With
no
70
European
that,
football as well. We've got no European football.
No European football. I honestly think the only way we will spend the money is if Kane goes. I can't just do in 150, 200 million this window. You've got no chance.
Yeah, but what's that get us, Henry? 2, 3 players? The ones that we
Yeah,
want,
it's
the
not
least?
necessarily
I
that.
prefer to go get
players.
5 30 million pound players that we know are at least solid, that have the
It depends,
potential
though.
to
Do
go
you look
forward
at
and
other
build.
teams in the league and they just make smart signings like Brighton's
Newcastle.
scouting network and the way they use the data analytics side of things? We use, when we buy a player, right, we'll put a scout in who needs to know the culture, needs to know what the player's like, the environment, their attributes. Brighton go and put a scout in, go and find me someone who scores 30 goals. Go and sign like that. They've just signed João Pedro from Watford. He's going to be, give it 4 or 5 years, he'll be right up there. Like they signed Matoma for 2 million euros. We're spending 60 million on fucking Richarlison.
The Pedro signing is calculated. Guarantee you, they haven't just signed him on a whim. They signed him because they know that he's going to be an important part of that team, not just because
he's not even a wing back. The guy's a winger.
Yeah,
he offers more going forward on the right at the moment than Kulusevski does.
Yeah,
No,
Porto for me, and I watched him at Sporting, and he at moments he would do decent defensively, but he got exposed a lot. There is a reason why Sporting were 4th in Portugal, because defensively they were suspect. Porto for me, just play him as a winger, man. Play him as a winger.
They have like Sebastian Cortez and
Cortez, Inacios, Jeremiah St. Just is their back 3. Yeah.
You'd probably still take those over Dyer, Sanchez, Tanganga, and the rest of ours.
The bigger problem for me, though, is we've bought players to suit Conte's system. So that's another problem for next season, because we've got wing backs at the moment. Udoji's coming. He's a wing back. He's not a left back. He's a left wing back. He spends 70% of his time in the opposition's half.
Udinese.
In Udinese, and he's played well there. He's played well.
Yes.
Now, if we're going to play a 5 at the back or 3 defender system, then okay, cool, we've got the players for that. But if we're going to revert back to a 4 with the next manager that's coming in, we've got problems, because historically this club we've got issues selling players on, and we've still got to try and either get rid or reintegrate the players that have gone out on loan. That is another problem in itself.
So
I heard today that Ndombele wants to come back. He wants to come back to Spurs from Napoli. I don't know how true that is, but
he wants to revive his career. Honestly, mate, we're shambles. Why are we bringing in Ndombele back? Like, don't get me wrong, I'll take him over Højbjerg and Skip at the moment, but this is our record-breaking signing.
It's not going to get any better. Let's be honest. I mean, we're talking about the new manager in a little while ago, and whether we're going to give them the tools to do the job or let them implement their ideas. But let's take a look at the ownership since Enoch and that have come in. Coming up for 23 years in charge. You've got 3 managers that occupy 12 years of that, 13 years of that. The rest, that's 17 or 18 managers, including them 3. So that's another 14, 15 managers that have spent the other, 10 years here, 11, 12, however many years. That's how bad we are run as a club. You go from Pochettino and being close to a title to bringing in win-now managers and not giving them the win-now players to do it. Completely changing system where the players are all out of position. It starts working well, but then it goes so bad. You're negative football. Then you get Mourinho out and put Nuno in. Doesn't go anywhere. Same poor football. You then get Conte in, and it's all like negative football. The wrong players for wrong positions, wrong systems. And now, like you say, if it is Postecoglou, he goes predominantly with back 4, which means you've got all these players that are out of position, not good enough for this club. You've got so many. I don't get what some people are saying about getting rid of other players that are capable under the right manager, because we've got so many dead players in this team where I think you could instantly get 8 or 9 players out of this team. Getting them out the door, you don't want to add to it by putting players that are capable or who can do a job under a new recent manager. It makes no sense. I think you need to get the deadwood out first and build with that. And then if the players who could or may be able to do a job don't, that's where you get rid of them.
Who counts as the deadwood, Alan?
Yeah. What was that? Sorry. Who's deadwood?
What players count on your? Yeah. What's your list of deadwood?
Lloris, Forster, Dyer, Sanchez, You've got Skip. You've got Højbjerg.
Davies.
Davies. Yep. Someone I missed. Who else?
Can I ask? Is Forster Deadwood? Isn't Forster the perfect number 2?
No,
He'd be a good backup, but
down for goals
I think so.
in the corners. He's like a tree, like a lumberjack hits the tree down. It takes that long to go down. He's not good enough. He is not even good enough for number 2. He's not good enough for number 3 at Spurs. For me, you've got 8 or 9 players. Forster, he's not.
You don't think he's good enough for number 2?
No, I don't think so.
Who are you getting better than the number 2? Because let's be fair, he was better than our number 1 this year, wasn't he?
He was.
Joe
But
Hart
I
wants to come
didn't
back.
want Maurice. Both of them are not good enough.
Sean dropping in Joe Hart.
No, not Joe Hart.
Freaking Hart.
It's the Postecoglou Joe Hart reunion.
Well, maybe he'll bring back Cameron Carter-Vickers with him as well. Henry, do you need to go for your dinner?
Yeah, I'm just gonna say one thing. I see on Twitter someone built a lineup out of Crystal Palace, Southampton, and Leicester, and I think genuinely it's better than our 11. 2 of those teams went down. Two of those teams went down. You had the likes of Maddison, you had the likes of Eze, Zaha, Anderson, Barnes.
Henry, I was on a stream with you and Saba. You wanted half the Crystal Palace team in the Tottenham team.
Half of Crystal Palace's team walks into well.
Eze and Olise are.
Guahi, Anderson, Mitchell, Decore. How have Crystal Palace got better players than a team that was in a Champions League final only 4 years ago? They have got better players.
Then why do they finish
Mitchell is better than Perisic, right? Decore is better than Højbjerg. Anderson and Guahi are both better than all of our centre backs, bar Romero. Right,
including Romero.
Right, Elise and Eze are both better than Son and Kulu this season.
Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah, so was it Patrick Vieira's management then that made that gave them such a terrible season?
No, we're talking about this season collectively, like since they've had Roy Hodgson and everything. Like you look at Lavia and Bola catch up, both been relegated, both improve us.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like when you look at
everything.
Kane papers over so many cracks. If he goes in the summer, which is a big if, I know me and you sure have been talking about this for a while now, but if he goes, he ain't
going.
We've got honestly, mate, we've got big problems coming.
Don't worry. By the way,
I think it's down to the manager.
Sean, 8 p.m. till 4 a.m. The whole subject is Kane going.
Harry Kane, yeah.
Oh,
it's Premier League record, baby. Premier League.
Just quickly.
Oh, that's rubbish.
I do need to go, guys. I'll be back on shortly.
Hang on. What are you having for dinner? What are you having?
Nando's.
Lasagna.
Should have known.
Nando's this week as well, which is quite good.
That's because I'm not there anymore.
Yeah, it's true. All right, see you soon, guys.
See you
Bye,
later.
Henry. Love you. I got it.
And that means we'll next see Henry Wright make an appearance in a year's time. So thanks, Henry, for popping in. It was wonderful while you joined us. Just quickly, let me go through some chats, and we are 20 minutes away from moving to the next stream. Super chats, Patrick McCrory. I mean, Patrick, you've put in a lot today, so thank you so much. He said, Sava, I just drove down from Milwaukee to Chicago since I started with my first donation. Loving the show. Stay strong, and I'm waiting for Steve to pass out drunk. We all are.
I ain't down yet, mother effer.
Do you know what? It's like that. When you've got your kids are hyper, you just want them to go to sleep. You're like, just go the F to sleep.
Mia's like, she doesn't talk for 20 minutes and then she just interjects with something cutting.
I forgot she was here.
Joe Hallworth said, happy to help support a great charity, guys. Keep up the fantastic work. Enjoy the daily content. By the way, this isn't just me keeping up the work. Everyone here has been on, like some people have been on for hours, and Kuva did a long time. And so this is everyone. Daniel Montandon, love that name, has said Sava is okay. I mean, I'll take it. I've been called a lot worse. Even in the last hour, I've been called a lot worse. So I'll take that. But thank you very much for the chat. Tom Markinen has said, come on, you Spurs fans. Big up Sava and all. I hope this fiver helps the British Heart Foundation. Of course, hashtag Levy out, hashtag Enoch out. Of course, that. Come on, you Spurs fans. Thank you very much. Very welcome to our king, who has said, I have found £2 from the monarchy, Sir Sava. Thank you very much. The only thing I'm disappointed in, guys, and thank you for all those super chats, is normally by now, Margot Robbie is in my chats. and she's not been in, and we're nearly at 8 hours. So Margot, wherever you are, come in and donate and just flirt. It's always good fun.
I got you, Sava. Don't worry. I'll give her a call for you quickly.
Thanks, Bobby. Thanks, Bobby. Look, so where we were before, don't you think a lot of it, though? I mean, if we look at what Henry just said when he left it there in terms of a team that's made up of Leicester players, Southampton players, and
Crystal Palace
players. Don't you think? I always found the Palace situation was slightly odd because Patrick Vieira's last 13 games as manager, all of them were against teams in the top 8 of the table, all 13 of them. And then immediately they were honestly, because they played like Man U twice in that time.
Oh yeah, gotcha. Yeah.
Palace, Liverpool twice, whatever it was. And I just felt then Hodgson came in and they were playing all the bottom half teams and arguably results picked up. I'm not saying that Vieira would have won those, but surely that's a bit of a skewed argument, isn't it? Like,
I think the sacking came too soon. The first sign of trouble, and his job was under threat, which I think was a bit unjust because beginning of the season, if you remember, he was playing some great stuff. They had some fantastic results. He was getting the team playing. No team. I mean, if we went through that run, I'm sure we'd have been in a bit of a rut as well. I just think they got rid of him a bit too soon. And I think he would have done a good job there, if I'm being honest with you, Patrick Vieira. I liked him as a player. I'm not, afraid to say that. He was a fantastic player.
Great player.
And I think he was doing great things at Palace. But obviously they see it from a different angle. They're, on a downward spiral.
Do you know what? The one thing I would say is they were playing quite well, but they just weren't scoring goals, man. That was the problem, weren't it? They just weren't scoring goals.
Yeah, but I don't know. Look, ultimately, it's all history now, isn't it? I mean, Hodgson's come in 3 or 4 games, they've won on the bounce, and the rest is history, as they say. But I do think, he should have been given a little longer, so to speak, just to get his own stamp on that team.
And would you take any of their players, Haas? I mean, like Henry was talking about Guehi, Anderson. There's Elise, Eze, Zaha. I mean, are we as a collective? Are we taking?
I don't think I'll take Zaha, but I'll certainly take someone like Eze because Eze's someone that almost in the Dele Alli mold where he can just pull out something from nowhere, and he's very direct. He likes to attack the area, and he's just got that spark that we're missing. Just between the midfield and the attacking players. But
he just glides on the ball.
Yeah, he's so good on the ball, and Elise as well. Elise is fantastic.
Wicked, man. He's a wicked player.
Brilliant. Yeah. And the other young player, of course, is Guehi at the back. A fantastic young defender, and he still has a ceiling as well. And we need players like that who have that ceiling that we can mould with any new manager that's coming in. So for me, there's certainly 2 or 3 that I'll take. I wouldn't take Zaha though. I wouldn't take Zaha.
I wouldn't take Zaha either. I never really get this about taking Zaha. Well, it's just not good enough. Obviously, because if he was good enough, someone else would have come along for him from a long time ago, man. It's just.
Do you not think on a free? I'm just playing devil's advocate. I'm not championing the move. Do you not just think on a free, everybody, that Zaha is that something slightly different? Like the entertainer that Spurs just haven't got in our squad. Someone that might get us off our feet for once, because I feel like we've completely lacked that since the days of Christian Eriksen. If I'm even then,
Sava, can I ask you, Sava, you reckon Zaha is the kind of player that will roll his sleeves up and get stuck in?
I mean, look, I don't know. To be honest, I don't see enough of him. I suppose this all comes back to when we talk about players we want. I guess all of it is quite a moot point in a kind of way because we don't know who the manager's going to be, what the formation's going to be, the style, the tactics. I just want a Zaha or an Eze or an Elise, somebody that gets the ball and you think something might happen. I don't think that about anyone at our club other than Harry Kane.
But
do you know what I mean? I don't think that of anyone.
You hit the nail on the head.
Going to light the club up next season.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Based on what?
Hit the nail on the head for me. Since Eriksen's gone, there's not been one point that you've had a player that's been able to get on the ball, look up in a split second and pick a pass. And it's made us so slow. We've been so predictable in attacking. And it's only like when you don't have a type of player. In regards to the players just named there, no way am I taking Zaha. He's got it in the mindset, and you see by the way he plays football, is that he's too big just for like Crystal Palace. He's got a really bad attitude, nonchalant, and we don't need any more of them type of players. We need younger players or people that are ready to come in, roll your sleeves up, and actually get into it. Like Elise or Eze, for me, I would take them over Zaha any day of the week. I've never really rated Zaha at that level that other people have, but yeah, he's just the wrong type of player for Spurs at this moment in time.
Here's the question I have. Is he more effective than Dejan Kulusevski?
We don't know that.
I mean, he's a very different player. I mean, listen,
they both play off the right. That was the only reason why.
They're both playing different teams
out there.
They're both playing different teams. So we don't know if he would be more effective until he played for us, and we're not going to know that. He might be effective for his own club, but, you know.
So how could we say, okay, so for example, right, because a discussion has been Kane this year in the Premier League versus Haaland. And some people have made sweeping assumptions that, Haaland couldn't do what he's doing at Man City, like 36 at Spurs, but Kane would have like a load of goal. He would have the 36 at Man City. So what is the, and I know it's different obviously, but I don't know. Why do people like I don't know, like say
what's the question, Steve? What's the question? What's the question?
I didn't ask a question.
Oh,
no. My question was, why do people assume Kane would do better than if not equal to Haaland? But then people would assume Haaland would have like 20 goals.
So
if he were on Spurs.
Well, it's the type of player, isn't it? So no one's denying Haaland's like striking prowess and how clinical he is in front of goal, but
intelligent.
In what he does outside of the thing, he needs to work massively. Kane is an all-round player. Kane can pick the ball up, from deep, spray it, and literally he's done it against no pun intended, against City away from home, where he was the one who got in and got the third goal against City when we beat him last season. He can do that. His all-round game is good. That's why people are saying in Spurs, you need Harry Kane to be able to progress play and transition play at times. Haaland wouldn't be able to do that and still be as effective up. You'll detract from what he's good at, and what he's good at is phenomenal in front of goal. But Kane's all-round ability, where he can pick passes, diagonals, stuff like that. You saw Haaland get better as the season went on. But
Can I just jump in there? I've got a hugely different theory as to with Haaland. I think I've seen this a lot where people say he got better as the season gone on, and I think what everyone's got to remember is when he was playing for Salzburg and Borussia Dortmund, they weren't a team like Man City that they didn't have 70-80% of the ball every game. And if anyone watches those leagues, you'll have actually seen that Erling Haaland actually spent a lot of time outside the box, linking up play, running with the ball from deep, creating for others. The difference is at Man City, he hasn't needed to do it because Man City have the ball for 75-80% of the game. But what we did see is when Man City fought, because like you had a lot of this season people going, "Oh, Man City, Haaland's ruined them. That he's not right for them. They're not as good." When they did click and finally understood how each other played, you started to see, like in the Madrid game and the Arsenal game, how Haaland could drop, hold the ball up, lay it off, play
they
others
beat Man
in.
United 6-3 also.
Yeah, I know, but
3 goals, 2 assists for Haaland, and that was earlier in the year.
And I'm not saying Kane's not a wonderful all-round player. Of course he is. But when people say, it's guaranteed Kane would get 36 in the Man City team, but if Kane was playing in that Man City team, he would now have a completely different role to what he's got at Tottenham Hotspur. So I do feel like these are what we were talking about earlier, Sean, where we said if one thing happens, it can change the effect of what happens elsewhere, right? So I don't even know the point I'm trying to make. I just think...
I agree with what you're saying for a bit, but that's where Kane's an anomaly then, because he was getting those where he was getting those amount of goals, the tallies he was getting when he wasn't having to do that, because he started doing that under Mourinho, where he started having to drop really deep to play. So he was already banging in the goals well ahead of that time when he changed his game. I think, wasn't it under Poch where he got 29? So when he was pretty much just the target man, or pretty much playing as a striker. So he can do it both ways. But I just think if you put any decent striker in this Spurs team, apart from Harry Kane, they'd struggle to hit the heights they have elsewhere. But Kane can show he can do it with a good Spurs team and with a dreadful Spurs team. I think that's one of the best strikers in the world.
Can I just ask, just really quickly? Sorry, just really quickly. Let me rebuttal that. Let me rebuttal that. So with all the goals that Harry Kane has scored this season, right? People must have set him up, or he must have been involved in some sort of play. Are we saying that if Haaland had had the chances Kane has had, that Haaland wouldn't have tucked away all 30 chances Kane did?
I think he would have.
This is what I don't get. All right, he's not creative, but he's not as creative.
Keep in mind, I haven't heard anyone mention this. Keep in mind, under Conte, you guys played counterattack. What Haaland did at Borussia Dortmund sometimes, and how he scored, a good amount of his goals, as well as in possession, feeding off of players. You know what I'm saying?
Haaland had one of the highest amount of missed big chances in the league last season, didn't he?
That's for every top league. That's for every single top league. Victor Osimhen has the most missed big chances in Serie A.
He also had a lot less shots than Harry Kane, right?
I mean, I can look at
scored
the
a lot
stats
more goals,
off the top of my head. I'm not sure. And if you look at Ligue 1, who's leading that in the goal scoring department? I believe it's either Mbappe or Lacazette, tied on 28. I could bet my house that either one of them guys have the most big chances missed. Go to La Liga, who's leading the Golden Boot? Who's going to win it? Lewandowski. Who has the most big chances missed? Lewandowski.
I do find it funny though. I feel like a lot of people that come out with comments like this one below don't watch any other leagues play. Because if anyone thinks that Erling Haaland had De Bruyne at Dortmund, Salzburg, playing for Norway, he doesn't. He doesn't have Silva, De Bruyne, and he still scored 200 goals in his career before he came to Man City. Everyone's making it out like he's suddenly a great goal scorer because he's at Man City. And the funny thing about this for me is, in the summer, these are probably the very same people that were telling me he'll be lucky if he gets 15 Premier League goals because the Premier League's so hard and the defending's brilliant. And he's just come in and gone, yeah, this is easy.
Sod it. Yeah. It's crazy, man. And the thing is, I think people underrate just how smart Haaland is, right? Because we saw Timo Werner at Chelsea, for example. He made good runs. He would divert center backs or defenders away, and then he could drift it. And how many chances did that guy miss? Haaland also, something he's absolutely improved upon in this first year at Man City? Heading ability. How many back post headers has he scored where he's just jumped in like a maniac, slammed it? He scored goals where he's off balance. He could have flew into the post, and he's managed to. I mean, the balls from De Bruyne obviously help, but who doesn't benefit off those assists from De Bruyne? You know what I'm saying? I don't know, man.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I don't know why. One thing I don't get, guys, that I'd like to talk about, and by the way, in about 5 minutes, we do need to change over to another stream. I don't understand why we always have to compare. Everybody has to be compared. Like, who would do this in this team? Who would do that in that team? He's better. He's, people make sweeping statements like Kane is miles better than Haaland. And you just think to yourself, hang on. Haaland's just won Player of the Year. He's got 245 goals in his career by the age of 22. It's like, I feel like we get a little bit carried away sometimes with our own. And I feel like this is why we've got an over-inflated idea of the manager we should get next and the players that we should be bringing in. But by the way, people in the chat, I am about to put in the YouTube link for the next installment, which will be in 5 minutes. We're not going yet. We will go in 5 minutes. So please note that you will need this. Wayne, let me ask you, I just want to move it to Brendan Rodgers. when you said Spurs shouldn't hire Rodgers at all, and you think that we should rather have Ryan Mason than Brendan Rodgers, how can we entertain the idea of a man that's never won that's never ever managed a team before in his life versus a manager that's been in title races, won FA Cups, got Leicester playing great football before the dip?
Well, you ain't got the players that you'll need for Rodgers. It'll be fundamentally flawed. You'll need footballers. You've not got footballers. That's the problem. You've got to have players that can keep the ball, that can pass it, that have got legs in the team. You've not got apart from if you take Kane out that team, I don't think your fans realise that when Kane goes, you're going to be in massive trouble because he's not only your goal scorer, but he creates so much for other players as well. I know Sean probably won't agree. That's fine.
I think most of us realise that.
But and I think the thing is, that how can I word this? I think Tottenham fans look at the Harry Kane situation through Tottenham glasses. But if you look at it as a neutral, makes no difference to me how Tottenham do. I couldn't care less whether they win the title or not. Makes no difference. Me and Steve are neutral.
Yeah.
As neutrals looking in, when Kane goes, I personally think he will go this summer. I think Daniel Levy will be committing financial suicide by not selling him. Why would you let your best player of all time walk away for free? That makes no sense.
It's got to be weighed up, though.
How do you know that, Sean? Has Daniel Levy told you that?
I don't. No, I don't know it at all. I'm just blowing people up.
Anyway, going back to your original question.
It's a long day. It's a long day, Wayne. We have to wind each other up to keep happy, right?
Sean knows I'm only joking. He's a top bloke. I've got a lot of time for Sean.
Love you, Wayne.
Going back to your original question, you need footballers to play a Rodgers system. It's as simple as that.
Mm-hmm.
You need footballers, and you've not got them. Most games of football.
Isn't that the same for any manager we bring in, though, Wayne? That any manager we bring in, we're going to have to get players that play that manager's system. So why not Rodgers' system?
But then that goes back. But then to play Rodgers' system, you've then got to get rid of the players you've got and bring players in. History, everybody has to learn from history. And history tells you Levy ain't going to sell 12 players because he's going to want all the money for that. He's not then going to go out and spend £230 million to get them players. This is what I don't think Spurs fans realise. It was
you keep saying that. I think we're very well.
Yeah, you do.
We really do. You do.
Just real quick for part 2, Wayne. I could explain to you. Part 2. I'll talk about Kane and.
Now, quickly, Wayne, my biggest concern actually with Rodgers isn't that. It's more about he's the person that he is. I just don't think he suits Tottenham, because I find him a bit cold and I don't know. There's something about him. I just don't get that good vibe from him, man.
He just takes no responsibility. Nothing is ever his fault. It'll be everybody else's fault, whether it be the fans, the players, and he will have no hesitation in throwing all three of you under the bus. But it will never ever be his fault ever. That will be my biggest concern for Spurs. Because if you start booing him and that, he will say, well, what did he expect? I've not been able to bring in the players that I want. And it didn't matter which.
Yeah. The thing about the Brendan Rodgers and Mason thing, I mean, at the 3, I wasn't really a Postecoglou fan, but at the 3, I'll take him over the other 2 because I don't rate Brendan Rodgers in regards to I think when things are going well for him, I think just as soon as it starts dipping and not going his way, I think he falls apart, and you need a manager at this moment that will be able to pull Spurs through it. But the whole thing about having footballers to play Brendan Rodgers' system, does Ryan Mason even have an idea or thesis or system at Spurs? Because apart from the Leeds game where we played well because we were playing an awful team, what type of football were we playing?
Can we carry this over? I really need to end this right now. Can we carry this over? Remember that question. You guys, 45. for any of you that are joining, no, quickly, guys, honestly, seriously. For any of you guys that are joining, you've got the link back stream. Big up to Joe Phillips, who has just put in a super chat saying questions for everyone. So if Levy sells Kane this summer, what's the amount realistically we can get? I will remember this question and we will move it over. Hang on, please, just let me let me get through this. And here is the link to everybody else. Please come and join us for the 8 p.m. to 4 a.m. slot. Thank you very much. We will see you in a couple of minutes on the other show. Thank you. Much love. Thank you for all your support so far. Cheers.